The story begins in a place littered with the corpses of monsters. Amidst the carnage, a girl stood in awe of Qin Feng, who, despite enduring a hundredfold accelerated aging effect, had still managed to clear the ancient god's ruins. However, she soon informed Qin Feng that she would be taking the divine artifact known as the Eye of Judgment for herself. Severely injured, Qin Feng looked at her in disbelief and asked why she would betray him now, especially when he was her brother. The girl, whose name was Qin Xiaoyu, coldly replied that Qin Feng was nothing more than an adopted child her parents had taken in. Suddenly, a man named Song Fei appeared and remarked to Qin Xiaoyu how useful Qin Feng had been. Song Fei admitted that without Qin Feng, obtaining the divine artifact would have been impossible. To completely drain Qin Feng's remaining lifespan in a single strike, he had gone to great lengths to acquire the soul-stealing blade, now embedded in Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng, struggling to stay conscious, reminded Qin Xiaoyu that he had raised her after their parents passed away, supported her through school, and risked his life countless times for her after the game descended upon their world. But Xiaoyu responded coldly, saying that after their parents died, Qin Feng had only tried to control her life, interfering, bossing her around, never letting her be free. She added that while she and Song Fei once needed his protection, now that they possessed the divine artifact, Qin Feng had lost all value. As Song Fei lunged forward to deliver the final blow, Qin Feng vowed that even in death, he would never let them get away with their betrayal. A moment later, Song Fei's sword struck true, ending Qin Feng's life. In the year 2025, the God-forsaken game descended upon the world. From that day forward, anyone who fell asleep would be forcibly pulled into its nightmarish realm. In this brutal game, the only currency was lifespan. Death would drain it away, while slaying monsters would replenish it. Players could spend their lifespan to bring in-game abilities into the real world. The strongest among them could tear tanks apart with their bare hands, cleave through aircraft with a single swing of a sword, and even withstand nuclear blasts with nothing but their own bodies. From that moment on, the world changed irreversibly. Chaos spread like wildfire. Amidst the madness, Feng struggled to survive with his sister, enduring countless hardships. Against all odds, he rose through the ranks, eventually securing a place among the world's top 100 powerhouses. After braving endless dangers, he finally conquered the ancient god's ruins and obtained the divine artifact, Eye of Judgment. At last, he had earned the qualifications to stand at the peak. But no one could have predicted the price of his success. Betrayed by the only family he had left, all of Feng's efforts seemed to unravel in an instant. Everything he had done, every sacrifice, every battle, amounted to nothing more than interference. All his struggles had merely paved the way for someone else's triumph. Feng refused to accept such an ending. With his dying breath, he vowed, if he could live again, he would fight only for himself. Then, in the very moment his life ended, he awoke, healthy, breathing, alive. Stunned, he looked around and realized he was back in the real world. Not only was he alive, but the calendar showed it was the year 2025. Could it be? Had he truly been reborn? Returned to the very day the God-forsaken game first descended? As events unfolded, Xiaoyu arrived abruptly, kicking the door open. She shouted at Feng, demanding to know why he hadn't answered her calls. Xiaoyu explained that she had only gone to support Song Fei and accused Feng of not understanding how important it was for her to be there for him. Before the game began, Song Fei had been a highly popular idol, and Xiaoyu had been one of his most devoted fans. However, Song Fei was a scoundrel who had secretly deceived many female fans, exploiting them both financially and physically. To protect Xiaoyu from being taken advantage of, Feng had always forbidden her from associating with him. Feng never imagined that, in the end, he would be blamed for interfering in her life. While Xiaoyu was accusing Feng of causing Song Fei's removal from the leaderboard, Feng, overwhelmed with frustration, struck her across the face. With a cold and serious expression, he warned her that if she kept barking, he would silence her himself. He then explained that the money in question had been left by their parents. Despite all the hardships he had endured over the years, he had never touched a single cent. Throwing the card at her, he told her he was returning everything to her that day. For the sake of their parents, he declared, he would not lower himself to her level, and from that moment on, he no longer had a sister. In his past life, Feng had missed countless opportunities for the sake of protecting Qin Xiaoyu. Secret treasures, dangerous dungeons, and countless chances for advancement, all sacrificed in her name. He often wondered how far he could have gone without that burden holding him back. This time, things would be different. Armed with the knowledge and experience from his previous life, Feng resolved to stay one step ahead of everyone else. Xiaoyu was on her own now. And as for Song Fei, Feng vowed to take his head with his own hands. Feng stepped into the career choice hall, memories from his past life flooding his mind. Back then, it had taken him several hours to finalize his profession. He had chosen the warrior class, strong, durable, and ideal for protecting Xiaoyu. But that was no longer his path. The warrior wasn't weak, but it no longer suited him. Without the burden of Xiaoyu, he could now progress much faster on his own. For solo clearing, agility and reaction time were paramount. This time, Feng chose the assassin class. As soon as he confirmed his choice, a system notification appeared, catching him off guard. Divine Artifact, Eye of Judgment, successfully bound. The artifact activated immediately. With its unique passive ability, Authority of Judgment, Feng would automatically receive the highest-ranked profession and talent upon entering the Forsaken game. Feng mused that as long as the artifact acknowledged its rightful master, it would be useless in anyone else's hands, even if stolen. Perhaps this mysterious artifact was the reason he had been reborn in the first place. Feng was stunned as he watched shadows begin to merge with his body, swirling around him like living mist. It was a phenomenon he had never seen before. Moments later, the specialization process completed, and the system issued a new notification. Hidden Profession Unlocked, Shadow. It was the highest-tier hidden profession available to assassins, rare, deadly, and nearly impossible to obtain. Every class had a minute chance of unlocking a hidden, more powerful evolution, but the Authority of Judgment made that chance an absolute certainty. The Authority of Judgment was no ordinary power. It was the most ancient and genuine primal authority in existence, something that transcended rules, defied logic, and surpassed even the universal laws of order and chaos. While Feng couldn't actively wield this authority yet due to his lack of divinity, its passive effects were already in motion. In Feng's previous life, it wasn't until the 7th year after the God-forsaken game descended that a strong player finally managed to leave the God's abandoned realm and reach the realm of order. Only then did humanity learn about the existence of order's power. Yet even years later, no one ever obtained it. Feng never expected that at the very start of his journey, he would already possess the primal authority, a power that surpasses both order and rules. As long as he can escape the God's abandoned realm and reach the realm of order to obtain divinity, he can activate this authority. Upon completing the profession selection, the system prompted Feng to enter his game alias. Since his profession was born from the shadows, he chose the name Shadow. After that, he entered the God's abandoned realm, a ruined land teeming with monsters, always ready to steal your lifespan. To earn tradable lifespan, players must leave town and slay monsters. But if you die in the game, you lose half your lifespan. Feng's character appeared in an area called Shell Town, a safe zone where no monsters spawn and players cannot attack each other. He was surprised to see that so many people had already been pulled into the game. Moments later, a group suddenly appeared in front of him. They had died to monsters and were teleported back to town. Complaining that even a weak level 1 crawler was too strong, they turned to their sister, Lizzie, asking what they should do next. Shadow glanced at Lizzie and noticed she looked like a hidden class too. Sensing the same about him, Lizzie approached and asked if he wanted to team up, explaining how dangerous the monsters outside were. But Shadow simply replied, "No need." He turned his back on them, prompting Lizzie and her comrades to mock him for acting aloof. They accused him of pretending to be a pro when even the 5 of them couldn't handle the monsters, and he thought he could do it alone? Irritated, Lizzie checked Feng's alias, annoyed by his attitude. She then told her comrades they should follow him to see what skills he had. Maybe they'd learn something about the monsters, or maybe they'd just get to watch Shadow die. While walking toward the town's exit, Feng noticed someone following him. He immediately activated his ability and vanished without a trace. Unable to see him anymore, Lizzie and her comrades gave up and returned to town, deciding to focus on improving themselves instead. Feng was impressed by his extraordinary class. A normal assassin's stealth at this level would be easy to detect, but the Shadow class had unique stealth mastery, making him virtually invisible in the early game. All players started with base stats of 10, with different classes granting bonus attributes. Feng's Shadow class, however, provided boosts to every stat, most notably, an impressive +8 to agility. He still had 5 attribute points left, which he allocated entirely to agility, believing that speed was the key to defeating monsters without taking damage. Moments later, Feng spotted a level 1 crawler ahead. He noticed it was still absorbing lifespan and figured this must be the one that wiped out the 4-player party. When monsters kill players, they absorb their lifespan, and if they gather enough, they can evolve. A group of players might struggle to kill this crawler, but with Shadow's speed and abilities, it couldn't even react before being eliminated in a single strike. Feng hadn't expected a one-shot kill and was amazed to discover that his backstab skill doubled the damage when the attack came from outside the enemy's field of vision. He recalled how, back when he played as a warrior, even a critical hit barely dealt 40 damage. Killing a crawler used to be a long, dangerous battle. But this time, he earned 3 days of tradable lifespan from a single kill, bringing his total non-tradable lifespan to 54 years and 155 days. Suddenly, Eye of Judgment's authority activated, and the system congratulated Feng for obtaining the talent Infinite Evolution. When killing monsters solo, he now had a chance to earn evolution points to upgrade skills. Feng had never heard of anything like it in his past life. Back then, no matter what gear or skill books dropped, their grade was fixed and couldn't be improved. Now, after upgrading his shadow skills, he could remain invisible for 32 seconds, and even a full HP crawler wouldn't survive a single strike. Meanwhile, an arrogant guy saw Feng take down the monster solo. Laughing, he mocked that the game was easy, while the girl with him admired his physique, thinking he could probably take on 10 people at once. Suddenly, Feng noticed a monster lurking above them. As the arrogant guy asked Feng if he needed help, Feng didn't respond. He simply took a step back and vanished. The guy laughed, assuming Feng had been intimidated by his muscles. To their shock, a monster called Nurturer dropped down and instantly eliminated them. The Nurturer was a beginner boss, far beyond what any rookie could handle, and it commanded a swarm of small spiders. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity to test his upgraded skills, Feng dashed forward and struck one of the Nurturer's eyes with his dagger. After landing the hit, he quickly retreated and vanished again using Shadow Sneak. Feng was stunned. The blow to the monster's weak point had dealt over 300 damage. Enraged by the pain, the Nurturer began attacking wildly, trying to locate Feng. Knowing he couldn't rush in recklessly, Feng picked up a rock and threw it at the monster's weak spot. As he expected, his main damage output came from stealth-based ambush bonuses and class skill enhancements, so even a thrown rock dealt solid damage. All he had to do was wait for Shadow Sneak to come off cooldown, then throw another rock. The throw would trigger ambush strike, backstab, and weak point bonuses. Then activate Shadow Sneak again. Stay hidden, wait for the cooldown, and strike again. Moments later in Shelltown, an alert announced a leaderboard update. The player's Shadow had slain Nurturer, a bronze tier boss, and became the first to reach level 2. Players were in disbelief. Some had already died twice to regular mobs, and someone had just soloed a boss? Lizzie and her comrades couldn't believe it either. They still struggled against normal monsters as a team and assumed it must be some kind of system error. Upon killing the giant spider, Feng received valuable rewards, including a skill book, Greedy Hand. The skill significantly boosted loot acquisition. In the late game, killing powerful bosses would have a 20% chance of yielding extra drops. Feng remembered a player from his past life, an average fighter in the Godslayer Guild, who became one of the most sought-after members simply because he had this skill. He even had a personal bodyguard escorting him at all times. Suddenly, Feng had an idea. The activation rate was only 20%. But if he combined it with his unlimited evolution talent, could he continuously enhance both the drop rate and loot quantity? Meanwhile, at school, Xiaoyu's friend asked if she was going to call and apologize to her brother. Xiaoyu replied that he should be the one to apologize to her. After all, they had almost missed the entrance time yesterday because of him. When they arrived at their classroom, they noticed a large crowd gathered. It turned out that a guy named Zhang Wei had suddenly turned semi-transparent right after saying he wanted to take a nap. They soon learned this wasn't an isolated case, it was all over the internet. People around the world were experiencing the same strange phenomenon. Xiaoyu's friend quickly took out her phone to warn her parents and urged Xiaoyu to call her brother too. But Xiaoyu scoffed and said it would be better if her brother just dropped dead. On the other side, Feng successfully evolved Greedy Hand, increasing its effect to a 20% to 70% chance of obtaining an extra piece of loot when looting enemies. Upon activating the skill, he also gained 2 evolution points. To evolve Greedy Hand to a guaranteed 100% drop rate, he would need 3 points. Feng assumed that by now, the world's governments had likely caught on to the situation, and more people would soon flood into the game. With that in mind, he decided to accelerate his progress. It wouldn't be long before people realized that skills and equipment from the game could be extracted into the real world. All it required were 2 conditions: reaching level 10 and having enough tradable lifespan. Not far away, Feng heard voices and went to investigate. He soon came across a group of players battling a level 2 sprint predator, a bronze-grade monster. Among them, he recognized one of the players, Wang Meng. It was said that when Wang Meng first entered the game, he assembled an entire team of hidden class players. All 6 of them were users of rare hidden professions. Wang Meng's own class, Holy Shield Warrior, had double the base stats of a regular warrior and came with an innate invincibility skill. The others included Mage class hidden profession, Prophet, deals double the spell damage of a standard mage and comes with a built-in prophetic fireball. Archer class hidden profession, Sharp-eyed shooter, has twice the stats of a normal archer and starts with a rapid shot skill. Priest class hidden profession, Oracle priest, possesses double the healing power of a regular priest and comes with a group healing skill. But even with their well-composed team, the boss was too fast, and their ranged attacks kept missing. Feng knew that in the wild, if a battle dragged on too long, other monsters would be drawn to the fight. One hidden class player tried to shield Wang Meng from the monsters closing in from behind, but his sword couldn't penetrate their high defense. The creatures then spat slimy liquid from their mouths, binding the players to the ground and severely reducing their movement speed. When one of the monsters lunged at the mage, Feng intervened, cleanly slicing off the monster's head in a single strike. The team was stunned. A corruptor had been one-shotted. Even level 1 crawlers normally took a full party around 10 seconds to bring down, but this was a level 2 corruptor, instantly eliminated. Wang Meng and his team saw who made the attack and silently hoped this mysterious player was on their side. With only the sprint predator left, Feng received rewards for slaying the corruptors, one of which was the Venom Dart skill, a mid-range poison damage ability. Without hesitation, Feng evolved it immediately. Meanwhile, as Wang Meng fought the sprint predator, he was struck by the monster and could only urge his teammates to retreat. But suddenly, a flying dagger pierced the monster's head. The strike wiped out half the boss's HP in an instant, shocking everyone. The venom from the attack dealt 50% continuous damage per second for 5 seconds, killing the monster completely. Since Feng dealt over 90% of the total damage, the loot rightfully belonged to him, and he received another batch of rewards. With stealth, Feng could remain invisible and throw darts endlessly. On the other hand, Wang Meng was stunned by the sheer damage and couldn't help but wonder if the attacker was even human. Once the loot light disappeared, Wang Meng stood up and looked around, hoping to thank whoever had saved them. Then, they heard a voice. Don't trust people too easily in the wild. Taking the advice to heart, Wang Meng and his team offered their thanks and left the area. Feng thought Wang Meng seemed dependable, and with the backing of Daxia's government, he likely had access to plenty of resources. Feng needed a stable sales channel and considered selling his unused loot to Wang Meng. After equipping his new rewards, Feng continued onward, deciding that once his bag was full, he'd return to town and trade everything for lifespan. This time, his growth was 100 times faster than in his previous life, and soon, he would be coming for Song Fei. Elsewhere, another group of players encountered corruptors, and as time passed, more and more monsters began to swarm them. Just as they decided to retreat, a massive, unknown monster appeared and unleashed multiple attacks, wiping out the entire group. The defeated players were then teleported back to town. To exit the game, players needed to reach level 3. Worried, they wondered how they were going to manage that. Some suggested gathering more people, but one of them disagreed, saying he had once seen a group of 40 players attract something called a damned, which wiped out over 30 of them with a single ability. If they couldn't reach level 3, they would be trapped in the game forever. They feared that if they couldn't log out, their bodies in the real world would eventually starve to death. Lily and her team had already died 3 times and had less than 10 years of tradable lifespan left. Checking the leaderboard, Lily noticed that the player named Shadow was leveling up rapidly. She assumed he must know some method to progress quickly. Determined, she decided they needed to find a way to convince Shadow to help them reach level 3. Lily then told her teammates to spread the word. If Shadow helped get them to level 3 and back to reality, she would give him 10 million in cash. Meanwhile, Shadow continued farming until he had gathered enough evolution points. He then spent 5 points to evolve Hand of Avarice from Platinum to Jade. This assassin skill could be used on monster corpses to obtain an extra loot drop, with a 20% chance to increase the item's rarity by 1 level. Shadow wondered, if he kept evolving the skill, could the success rate reach 100% or even 200%? Moments later, he spotted the Curse Master, a bronze-tier boss monster that appeared to be consuming life force to evolve into a silver-tier boss. Checking his inventory, Shadow realized it was full. Even if he killed the boss, he wouldn't be able to pick up the loot. So, he marked the location on his map. Boss evolution takes time, so his plan was simple. Clear out his inventory first, then return. Shadow returned to town and opened a market stall. He sat down and began selling equipment and skills, setting a limited window of 10 minutes. Players in the town noticed him and were shocked to realize that he was Shadow, the #1 player on the leaderboard. They couldn't see his face, as he had enabled the face concealment feature. Since in-game appearances match real-life looks, they figured he wanted to remain mysterious. A woman approached Shadow and asked for the price of a spell. Shadow replied that it cost 100 days of tradable lifespan. He recognized her as Grey Rose, currently ranked number 11 in Shelltown. She asked if he could lower the price, but Shadow explained that 100 days was already a bargain. Turning to her teammates, she asked for their input, and they all voiced no objections. With their help, Grey Rose successfully traded 100 days of lifespan in exchange for the Icicle spell skill book from Shadow. Moments later, Lizzie rushed to Shadow after finding him. With confidence, she told him she'd give him one chance to power level her to level 3. Once they returned, she'd pay him 10 million in cash. Those who overheard were shocked. Just like that, 10 million earned. Shadow recognized Lizzie as Zhang Li in real life. In his past life, Zhang Li was the leader of a criminal syndicate that was eventually wiped out by the government. Reports said she used money to lure people into selling their lifespan, then kidnapped them for forced labor. Those who resisted were killed in reality. Shadow refused her offer. Lizzie then said he should stick with her and she'd make sure he lived in luxury. But Shadow told her to move aside if she wasn't buying. He knew cash was worthless. Soon, the only universal currency would be tradable lifespan. Insulted by the rejection, Lizzie said that if this were the real world, she'd teach him a lesson. With a serious look, Shadow warned her. If she said one more word, he'd kill her until her lifespan hit 0. Feeling Shadow's intense aura, everyone backed off. Lizzie and her comrades ran away. A few minutes later, Shadow sold everything and began wrapping up, planning to deal with the Curse Master next. No one knew yet. Tradable lifespan could extract skills into reality. No one knew. This forsaken game would soon plunge the real world into chaos. All those real-world backgrounds people once prided themselves on, soon, only personal strength would matter. After getting far away from Shadow, Lizzie noted to herself that once she returned to reality, she would make sure to kill him. Suddenly, a guy named Mao Lijun appeared and introduced himself to her. He said he knew some tricks for leveling up and asked if her 10 million offer still stood. Mao Lijun explained that he didn't usually share this with just anyone, but to show her sincerity, he'd make an exception. He told her that, right now, the most efficient way to level up was to put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. Doing so would make a full sprint just fast enough to outrun crawlers. Hearing this, Lizzie was surprised and regretted already putting her 5 points into strength. Still, she accepted Mao Lijun's offer because of his game knowledge and told him to take her to level up. Since he wasn't as strong as Shadow, Lizzie told him she could only offer 5 million. Mao Lijun agreed. Meanwhile, Shadow returned to the forest to face the monster boss. He took out the venom dart and struck one of its weak points, inflicting steady poison damage. With each passing second, the monster's health dropped. Agonized, the monster summoned an orb that randomly fired attacks across the area. The Curse Master was a mage-type boss. Most of its skills were area-based and dealt high damage. Shadow focused on evasion, waiting for his stealth cooldown to reset before launching attacks during brief lulls in the boss's assault. Each time, he immediately reactivated stealth to retreat beyond its attack range. Seizing the right moment, Shadow struck again, delivering heavy damage that forced the monster to try and flee. But he didn't give it the chance. He finished it off with a final blow. After killing the Curse Master, Shadow gained enough experience to reach level 5. He was stunned. 2 level ups and 4 evolution points. He activated the Greedy Hand skill and received the bonus reward twice. The Silver Tier boss granted him 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Thanks to Greedy Hand's extra effect, one loot item was upgraded from Silver Tier to Gold Tier. The boss dropped 8 pieces of equipment, but Shadow's backpack only had 10 slots. He couldn't afford to keep running back after every boss kill. It was a huge waste of time. He hoped the Curse Master had dropped a storage ring or something similar to expand his inventory. Meanwhile, in town, Wang Meng and his comrades celebrated reaching level 3 and making it back safely. Moments later, the leaderboard updated. Shadow had reached level 5. Everyone was stunned to see him jump straight from level 3 to level 5. They wondered if he had killed some insanely powerful boss. One of them, frustrated, complained that they had just hit level 3 and questioned how they were supposed to keep up. But Wang Meng told them not to dwell on it and advised them to return to reality and inform their families and friends about the God-forsaken game. They agreed and began logging off. After logging out, Wang Meng woke up in bed. His comrades said they were worried when they saw his body turn semi-transparent. Wang Meng immediately told everyone to gather. Something major was happening. Wang Meng reported to his superior that he had formed a party of hidden professions but was almost completely wiped out, until they were saved by someone using the alias, Shadow. Wang Meng explained that when Shadow rescued them, he was only level 3. However, by the time Wang Meng and his team reached level 3 themselves, Shadow had already jumped to level 5. Wang Meng's superior wondered how Shadow had managed such a leap. Wang Meng speculated that he might have killed a boss or something similarly powerful. Based on the timeline, Shadow was already level 3 an hour ago, which led them to question why he hadn't returned to reality yet. Wang Meng replied that he didn't know. Maybe Shadow had no family in the real world to notify. The information Wang Meng provided about the God-forsaken game matched what the higher-ups had discovered. New investigations revealed that several older individuals had died shortly after falling asleep. After gathering and comparing data from those who returned to reality, it was confirmed that these people had died multiple times in the game. This meant that if your lifespan reached 0 in the game, you would truly die in reality. They suspected that some unknown force was invading their world. As a result, the higher-ups issued an emergency directive. Local advance teams must be formed to explore the game and share intel. A professional army would be assembled as quickly as possible. They believed that falling behind in this new domain would mean losing global influence, so they resolved to obtain information at all costs. Anyu was assigned as the captain of Team 1, with Wang Meng as the vice-captain. Both were given the authority to choose their own teammates. Based on Wang Meng's description, Shadow didn't seem to have a bad character, so they were encouraged to try and befriend him. Their superior specifically chose Anyu as captain because he believed her personality was best suited for investigating Shadow. He hoped the two of them could uncover Shadow's true identity as soon as possible. Ideally, they would establish cooperation with him as official representatives and gain access to all the information he held. At school, Xiaoyu's classmates were talking about the God-forsaken game, while she sat silently, staring at her phone. Something this major had happened, yet there wasn't a single reaction from Qin Feng. He hadn't even come to apologize. Xiaoyu wondered, was Feng really this arrogant? Every time Feng got angry at her before, he'd always find a way to make peace. But today, not only did he ignore her, he even hit her, something her own parents had never done. All she did was skip class to attend Song Fei's concert. Why would Feng react like that? Xiaoyu clenched her phone. If Feng didn't apologize, she would never forgive him. Xiaoyu was glad she had gone to see Song Fei yesterday. With the arrival of the God-forsaken game, she felt she probably wouldn't get another chance. Just remembering how close she had been to Song Fei, her tears began to fall. She missed him so much. Then a thought struck her. If people entered the game when they slept, then Song Fei must be inside too. If she entered the game, she could find him. She then remembered Zhang Wei, who had reached level 3 so quickly. He must be an expert, so she decided to ask him for advice. Zhang Wei soon received a message from Xiaoyu asking if he had any tips to share. Seeing this as his chance to get closer to her, Zhang Wei replied, advising her to put all her attribute points into agility, even for a magic-type class, claiming it would boost her casting speed. He added that she didn't need to worry, because he would find her and carry her to the sky. Xiaoyu then prepared to sleep and enter the game, thinking about Feng's arrogance. She made a mental note. She wouldn't carry him to level up. Meanwhile, inside the game, Feng, known as Shadow, had obtained a curse ring that granted +8 to all attributes. On top of that, it provided dark element resistance, which was especially useful against many types of monsters. He had also acquired a powerful area of effect skill that not only teleported him but also turned him invisible. With some evolution points remaining, he chose to evolve Greedy Hand, upgrading it from Jade to Diamond tier. As expected, killing mobs now granted him 2 loot drops, making each kill as valuable as 3. He then used his remaining evolution points to raise instant Shadow Slash by 3 tiers. While the cooldown time remained the same, the skill now allowed him to chain invisibility indefinitely. Moments later, level 4 limb crawlers appeared and launched an attack. It was the perfect chance to test instant Shadow Slash. In a blur, he wiped them out with ease. At present, he had 618 days of tradable lifespan, but to bring equipment and skills into reality, he needed at least 900 days. He decided to return and sell everything in his inventory, hoping it would be enough to hit the required threshold. Once he reached level 10, he'd finally be able to carry his skills and gear from the game into the real world. While Shadow was walking, he overheard Mao Lijun congratulating Lizzie on reaching level 3. Lizzie then gave her contact number to Lijun so she could transfer his payment once they returned to reality. She also instructed him to sell her any tradable lifespan he had, offering 10,000 per day. Lijun agreed with a laugh, mocking Shadow for not taking a big boss like Lizzie seriously. In his mind, Lijun smugly noted that he could farm lifespan anytime he wanted, and that only people like him, who converted gaming abilities into real-world money, were true geniuses. Meanwhile, Shadow activated the teleportation formation in Shell Town. Players could teleport once per day for free. Any additional teleportations would consume tradable lifespan. The teleportation formation in the beginner town was two-way. Activating one side wasn't enough. Someone from another town also had to reach level 5 and activate their formation to enable teleportation between locations. In Feng's previous life, he had set up an alert to notify him the moment someone activated Firefly Town's teleportation formation. But teleporting between towns wasn't the real priority. The main goal was to reach level 10 and then head to the God's Abandoned Realm, because that's where the God-Forsaken game truly began. Upon arriving in town, Shadow began selling equipment and skills, but only for 10 seconds. Some players had prepared 150 days of tradable lifespan, waiting for his next sale. The last time Shadow sold an item, it was the Icicle spell, which helped Gray shoot up to second place on the ranking list. One player bought a Battle Roar skill book for warriors in exchange for 300 days of tradable lifespan. In just 1 minute, Shadow sold everything. He earned 650 days this time, bringing his total to 2,174 days. But it still wasn't enough. If he wanted to bring all his equipment and skills into reality, he was still far from the goal. Suddenly, a girl approached him and said she had a treasure he might be interested in. She showed him a space ring, an item that offered 12 inventory slots without occupying either a ring slot or a backpack slot. Shadow was stunned. Although theoretically any monster could drop it, the drop rate was unbelievably low. In the past, a 12-slot space ring like this could sell for 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. But the girl told Shadow she didn't want his lifespan. She only wanted to add him as a friend and invite him to join their party to take down a boss. Shadow agreed and asked for details about the boss monster. The girl replied that it was a gold-tier boss located on a tattered-looking boat in a swamp. Shadow immediately recognized it. It was the Golden Ghost Ship, a rare and special boss. Its spawn rate was extremely low, but it dropped valuable and unique equipment. To encounter the Golden Ghost Ship in a beginner village, receive a rare storage ring, and also be a member of Wang Meng's party. Shadow began to suspect this girl was the rumored koi fish from his past life. He asked how she had found the gold-tier boss. The girl explained that while waiting for her party to level up, she had gone for a stroll and accidentally spotted the boss below a cliff. In Feng's past life, there were rumors that someone in Wang Meng's party had a koi fish physique, a mysterious trait that caused rare bosses, treasure chests, underground palaces, and temples to appear just by wandering around. Shadow had always assumed it was a cover story to protect hidden information. He hadn't expected it to be real. As Shadow and the girl left town, a bald man hid nearby, secretly observing them. He quickly reported to his boss that Shadow had taken a girl out of town. The boss smirked, thinking Shadow was just a young brat who couldn't resist a girl for long. He then told his men to follow him. While walking, Shadow told the girl that if the boss dropped any equipment or skill books she could use, he would give them to her. The rest would belong to him. The girl agreed but requested that if any equipment dropped for her captain, Wang Meng, or the others, Shadow should sell it to them at a discount. Shadow accepted the request and told her there was no need to wait for her captain to come online. They would go fight the gold-tier boss right away. Hearing that made the girl nervous. While she knew Shadow could turn invisible, she couldn't tank any of the boss's attacks if it targeted her. But Shadow reassured her, saying she could simply stay somewhere safe and watch. In the girl's mind, even though she knew Shadow was strong, the idea of one person soloing a gold-tier boss still seemed completely absurd. Moments later, Shadow used his skill to turn invisible. The guys following them assumed he had tricked the girl and abandoned her in the wild. Seeing an opportunity, they decided to capture her and have some fun first. Too bad for them. Shadow was just waiting to ambush. As they got closer, he used his skill to eliminate all of them instantly. After killing 5 players, he received a total of 12 tradable lifespan. He then returned to the girl and explained that a few people had been following them, so he sent them back to town. Meanwhile, in town, Xiao Yu finally entered the game. People around her noticed the arrival of a new player. She was pleased to have obtained the hidden class sacrifice and believed it would be worthy of Song Fei. She also wondered where Qin Feng had gone, thinking he couldn't be relied on. Still, she wasn't worried. She had a hidden class, and Zhang Wei had promised to help her level up. She then noticed the leaderboard and saw that the top-ranked player, Shadow, was already level 6. Since Zhang Wei was only level 3, Xiao Yu thought Shadow must be a real expert. She decided to find him and stick with him. Soon after, she spotted Wang Meng's party and overheard them discussing their need for a healer. Xiao Yu approached and asked if they needed one, adding that she had the hidden class life sacrifice. Meanwhile, Shadow and the girl arrived at the location of the golden ghost ship. Shadow advised the girl to hide and be cautious of ambushes while he went to deal with the boss. He descended into the monster's territory, and due to the influence of the ghost ship, the area had become a violent domain, meaning the rate of lifespan loss was increased 100-fold. A special gold tier level 5 boss, Golden Ghost Ship. There's a time limit for special bosses like this, but fortunately, 45 minutes remain, which is more than enough to kill it. Shadow used various skills to inflict damage on the monster. To eliminate the Golden Ghost Ship, there are a few challenging aspects. First, many players don't know its weakness. The real weak point is the Ghostfire bell at the tip of the ship. Second, when its weakness is attacked, it controls the surrounding water and unleashes a massive AoE attack. This water pillar deals abnormally high damage, but thankfully, Shadow's class has high starting agility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Third, after the AoE attack, the boss summons 12 decaying water ghosts, each with the strength of a silver tier monster. The Golden Ghost Ship spawns one every 3 minutes. However, since Shadow has remained invisible from the start, they can't detect him. He just needs to find the right angle, and destroy them all at once. The girl watching Shadow was amazed by how the top-ranked expert dominated the fight against the gold-tier boss. Suddenly, Shadow called out to her, referring to her as Little Black, and said that he would die soon. He added that she didn't need to do anything, just wait for him to revive. The girl questioned him, confused, since it seemed like Shadow had the upper hand. She also corrected him, saying her name was Black Plum Big Plum, not Little Black. Meanwhile, the group of players previously killed by Shadow had returned with reinforcements. One of them reported to his boss that he saw the girl standing on a cliff just ahead, while Shadow was fighting the boss alone down below. The fourth challenging point, and the most difficult to deal with, is that at half health, the Golden Ghost Ship unleashes a massive AoE soul surge. Shadow becomes immobilized for 5 seconds, making it impossible for him to dodge. And so, he died, losing 326 years of untradeable lifespan and 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. The group who witnessed Shadow's death laughed, thinking he was arrogant for challenging a gold-tier boss alone. They were thrilled to discover that Shadow was actually wealthy after seeing his large lifespan orb. containing at least 100 days. Seeing that the boss had only half its health left, they rushed in, eager to finish it off. They were overjoyed at the thought of claiming such a huge lifespan at the same time. But suddenly, multiple lights appeared from above, leaving them stunned and wondering what was happening. The group was teleported back to town, wondering why the boss was so powerful and how Shadow had managed to bring it down to half health. They had just entered the swamp and were instantly killed by a water pillar. Meanwhile, Shadow returned to the area and asked Little Black why there were so many lifespan light orbs. Little Black explained that a group of people had noisily charged in but were wiped out by the water column. In Feng's previous life, he remembered suffering greatly because of this ghost ship as well. The golden ghost ship only uses its immobilization skill once. The rest of its health is easy to deal with. When it takes damage while below half health, there's a fixed chance it will disappear and reappear far away. Normal players find it difficult to kill. But Shadow had long seen through its movement patterns. Moments later, the group returned to the spot and saw Shadow fighting the boss again. They planned to find an opportunity to take down both Shadow and the monster. Little Black noticed them, and since Shadow was about to kill the boss, she couldn't let them interfere. She cast a spell and attacked the group to stop them. Enraged, they turned their attention to her, prompting her to flee and call for help. Meanwhile, another group had been hiding nearby, quietly observing the situation. At the same time, the golden ghost ship was nearly dead from Shadow's relentless attacks. Shadow thought the battle had taken too long and attracted too many spectators. He was aware of a group watching from the cliff and another by the swamp, clearly waiting for him to kill the boss so they could kill him and steal the loot. After defeating the golden ghost ship, Shadow leveled up to level 8, and the system announced that he was the first player on the server to kill a gold-grade boss. Players in town were shocked, wondering why the gap between Shadow and everyone else was so vast. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was simply thinking about getting Shadow to carry her so she could see Song Fei. After killing the monster boss, it dropped a large amount of loot, but Shadow suddenly went invisible and didn't pick any of it up. The group that had been hiding assumed he was being cautious. One of them used his Phantom Horned Eagle skill to locate Shadow, planning to kill him and take the gold boss loot for themselves. Shadow hadn't expected someone to learn an anti-invisibility skill so quickly, but fortunately, his assassin class granted +1 invisibility level, and a level 1 detection skill couldn't break it. Since they couldn't find Shadow, they assumed he had fled after seeing how many of them there were. They decided to guard the loot, knowing that the boss loot would become free for all after 5 minutes. Unfortunately for them, Shadow eliminated all of them instantly. Before collecting the loot, Shadow used his evolution points to upgrade the greedy hand. As a result, extra loot now had a 100% chance to be 1 tier higher. He then gathered all the light orbs and compressed them, obtaining 2 Ghostfire bells. When equipped, this item prevents lifespan loss upon death and increases lifespan drops from monsters by 20%. Equipping 2 causes the effect to double. While examining the item, Shadow suddenly heard Little Black's voice calling for help. Little Black reached the edge of the cliff with nowhere left to escape. Without hesitation, she jumped, slamming her back against the ground. Her pursuers were shocked that she actually jumped, thinking she was surprisingly resolute. Little Black then told Shadow there was no need to save her anymore. She had already died and returned to town. Shadow replied that she should wait for him there, and he'd pass the items to her. Shadow's tradable lifespan had reached 3,115 days, and he had 21 evolution points. He attempted to evolve Greedy Hand, but the system notified him that it had already reached epic tier and would now require 10 times the evolution points to evolve further. Because of this, Shadow chose to improve his offensive skills instead, aiming to take on stronger bosses and earn better loot. After evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, its damage doubled. Even without stealth, he could deal 3,000 damage, and a backstab could deliver up to 7,000 damage across 7 slashes. Additionally, gold tier bosses now dropped 11 gold items and skill books, 2 platinum equipment, and 1 platinum skill book, thanks to Greedy Hand. 3 of those items were suitable for assassin types. Not bad, though the effect wasn't particularly useful since he usually relied on skills for damage. However, his weapon's high base attack, combined with increased attack speed, helped reduce skill recovery time and boosted casting speed, making it not entirely useless. Leveling up hadn't increased his constitution yet. His current health was only 350, but the Ghostfire leather armor directly added 419 HP. When he wore it, most players could no longer even break through his defense. He then made his defensive gear invisible and switched to the default appearance of the assassin class. This way, others couldn't judge his equipment by sight. They would need to use the game interface to check. There was also a skill book, an assassin survival skill. He remembered it being considered weak, mainly because increasing dodge rate in this game was difficult. Investing in dodge meant sacrificing other attributes, and if the dodge failed to trigger, it could be fatal. But he was different. He could evolve skills infinitely. Raising his dodge rate wouldn't cost him other stats, only benefits awaited him. It was time to return. The remaining loot consisted of warrior, priest, and archer items. Shadow planned to sell them to Wang Meng at a 10% discount. Although Wang Meng couldn't afford them now, Shadow knew he could trust him. Given his personality, selling on credit wouldn't be an issue. Shadow was truly grateful to Little Black for the major upgrade and for discovering a level 5 golden ghost ship to attack. On his way back, Shadow crossed paths with the group of players who had been chasing Little Black. The group was stunned at the sight of him and immediately fled for their lives. But Shadow didn't let them escape, he eliminated them all. One of them begged for mercy, but Shadow asked if he had considered his own fate when he attacked others. Then, he finished him off. Having killed too many players, Shadow received one layer of the killer status. At the first layer, 75% of current lifespan would be lost upon death. But Shadow wasn't worried, he had the Ghostfire Bell. Even if he died once by mistake, he wouldn't lose any lifespan. People in town were surprised to see Shadow return after killing a gold-tier boss. Some wondered why he wasn't wearing any equipment, while others assumed he must have exploited a bug to solo the boss, so it didn't drop anything. One player approached Shadow and offered him an assassin skill book they had purchased using their lifespan, as an apology. Shadow accepted both the skill book and the apology, then left without a word. Some were annoyed. Despite being killed by Shadow, they still had to give him a skill book. They grumbled that it was far too cowardly. But their leader, Xian Xiao, explained that Shadow was growing at an alarming rate. He was leveling up alone and clearly had some huge secret. Xian Xiao believed that if they could find Shadow in real life and kidnap him, they could uncover that secret, and even force him to become their slave to farm lifespan for them. His comrades smiled and praised the plan. Based on Shadow's voice, they figured he must be a poor guy, so they planned to use a professional beauty to lure him into their trap. After reuniting with Little Black, Shadow traded with her to hand over some items. She was amazed by what she received. It instantly boosted her power significantly. In return, Little Black took out the space ring and gave it to Shadow as they had agreed. She then told him that while escaping through the forest earlier, she discovered an underground cave that looked like the entrance to a ruin. In Shadow's mind, he thought it was truly worthwhile becoming friends with her. Sincerity is mutual. If he hadn't given her 2 pieces of gold equipment, she might not have shared this information. Shadow then looked for Wang Meng and explained that after selling the remaining items, he would check out the ruins Little Black mentioned. Little Black replied that her captain Wang Meng and the others had gone to train the new priest and wouldn't be back anytime soon. She added that she had already marked the entrance to the ruins on the map and shared all the details she had seen and heard while hiding inside. After listening to her explanation, Shadow said he would head to the ruins immediately and trade with Wang Meng once he returned. Originally, Shadow had planned to grind until level 10, but now that there was a ruin, there was no need. There are typically 3 types of ruins that appear near beginner towns: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Regardless of the type, the minor mobs are usually bronze tier, with a chance of silver tier monsters as well. To Shadow, they were a sea of lifespan and evolution points. Shadow arrived at the location of the hidden ruin and entered. There are mainly 3 types of ruins that appear in a beginner's town: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. There's not much to say about tombs. They're inhabited by hordes of monsters and are extremely difficult to clear. Monsters in cursed ruins are afflicted by ancient and evil gods. Some were once human but have either gone mad or become ghosts after death. Monsters in temples are all followers of ancient or evil gods, and the layout of these temples is often complex. Successfully clearing either of the latter 2 rewards the player with a special item or a skill book. Upon seeing the murals on the wall, Shadow recognized the place. It was a temple of faith. Specifically, the Faith Temple of the ancient god of judgment. It shared the same origin as his Eye of Judgment. Meanwhile, Wang Meng was trying to defend himself from a monster. but the attack was too powerful to block. He was injured and sent flying. His ally quickly ordered Xiaoyu to cast a heal, but she didn't move. Frustrated, the ally shouted, asking what she was standing there for. Xiaoyu responded nervously, unsure how to do it. Suddenly, the monster leapt toward them, ready to strike, and they yelled for Xiaoyu to use her skill. But she was too terrified, she covered her face and dropped her staff. As a result, Wang Meng and his team were wiped out and respawned in town with angry expressions. Moments later, Little Black saw them and asked why they were back so early. She also mentioned that Shadow hadn't returned yet, so they couldn't buy the equipment. One of them, clearly upset, pointed at Xiaoyu and said he'd never seen anyone so stupid, demanding to know what she even knew. Little Black defended her, saying Xiaoyu was obviously a beginner and that it was her first time playing, it's normal to die once. But another teammate argued that they didn't just die once, they died 3 times in under an hour. With confidence, Little Black said she believed they wouldn't die again now that she was joining, since she had just received 2 powerful items from Shadow. Wang Meng agreed, saying things should go more smoothly with her on the team. Xiaoyu apologized and promised to do better, but in her mind, she was angry. If not for their connection to Shadow, she wouldn't even be there. Meanwhile, inside the hidden ruin, Shadow encountered devout followers of the ancient god, the Judged, level 10 silver tier monsters. He immediately used his instant Shadow Slash skill to attack, but to his surprise, the monsters only lost a small portion of their health. As expected of level 10 silver bosses, the combined HP of the 2 followers was already greater than that of the gold tier golden ghost ship. Shadow was surprised when the monsters knelt in his direction again, even though he was still in stealth. He wondered if they sensed the eye of judgment on him and chose not to attack. He then asked them to guide him if they knew the way. Suddenly, the 2 monsters ran toward the entrance, having spotted intruders. The group tried to escape but failed, killed instantly by the monster's attack. It was the team of the girl who had bought the Ice Spike skill book from Shadow, a group called Grey Rose. Shadow hadn't expected them to find this ruin too. Upon checking the orbs, he was shocked to discover that the wiped-out group had dropped over 100 days' worth of tradable lifespan. He hadn't expected them to be that rich. After searching around, Shadow found nothing. No traps, no treasures. He wondered if there were really only 2 silver mini-bosses, but he quickly brushed the thought aside and killed the 2 devout followers of the ancient god, the Judged, earning multiple rewards. Shadow then activated his greedy hand skill and was amazed at how overpowered the epic tier ability truly was. At the moment, Shadow had 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of tradable lifespan, 4 gold tier items, 10 silver tier items, and even a gold tier assassin equipment, the Pendant of the Faithful. It granted +15 agility, 20% cooldown reduction, and a unique effect that summoned a silver tier devout follower to fight for the user. Grinding just got way more efficient for Shadow. Since all his other gear required level 8, and no one else could use it yet, he decided to hold onto the pendant for now and sell it later. Suddenly, a circle on the ground behind Shadow shifted. Something emerged, it was a kind of switch. Shadow figured that clearing all the monsters must have triggered the mechanism. Shadow stepped into the circle, and it began to descend. When it finally stopped, he felt like he had dropped 300 or 400 meters underground. He realized he was now inside the maze hidden beneath the temple. There's a certain chance for hidden mazes to appear within ruins, and he had explored many of them in his previous life. These mazes were filled with countless traps, but with people acting as cannon fodder, exploring them wasn't dangerous, just time-consuming. With his current attributes, however, triggering a single trap would be fatal. Fortunately, he had the Pendant of the Faithful. Shadow summoned the silver tier devout follower and ordered it to scout ahead. Exploring was much easier with a lackey leading the way. Still, there was always some risk, so he decided to evolve his dodge passive first, just in case. After the upgrade, his dodge rate jumped from 15% to a 75% passive dodge rate. He then used his remaining evolution points to upgrade instant Shadow Slash to epic tier. Since evolving from epic to legendary requires 10 times more points, starting from a higher tier is much more cost-effective. Meanwhile, the summoned devout follower stepped on something on the floor, triggering a trap. A massive boulder dropped from above and slammed into the summon, killing it instantly. Shadow would now have to wait for the cooldown before he could summon it again. Knowing how dangerous this maze was, he had no choice but to explore it slowly and carefully. Back at the upper level of the temple, Grey Rose's group returned. One of them informed their captain that he could confirm the two monsters they had seen earlier were gone, along with their lifespan orbs. They suspected someone had killed the monsters and taken the rewards. At this point, they believed only Shadow could have defeated two silver-tier bosses so easily. In Grey Rose's mind, she recalled seeing someone when they first arrived, someone who even seemed to be communicating with the monsters. She wondered if it had been Shadow, and if he possessed a skill that could charm or control bosses. Meanwhile, Shadow continued exploring the area using his summon. He had been at it for 3 hours and believed he was nearing the end of the maze. From his past life's experience, using human lives to explore a place like this would have cost at least hundreds. Once the cooldown ended, Shadow summoned the monster again and pressed forward until they reached a large door. He ordered his summon to open it, but the creature couldn't. Finding it strange, Shadow approached and touched the door, immediately sensing something. The door slowly began to open, releasing a wave of mana that forced him to step back. Beyond the doorway, he saw a thorn-covered chest and an NPC standing beside it. When he tried to check its details, all the information showed as question marks. It was his first time encountering such a mysterious NPC. Suddenly, the figure murmured something and slowly vanished. At the same time, the thorns around the chest disappeared. Although he couldn't identify the mysterious woman, Shadow suspected she was connected to the Eye of Judgment. The chest glowed with golden light, indicating it contained epic tier items. Still, he remained cautious. There was always a chance it was a trap. He ordered his summon to open it. As the chest opened, a brilliant golden light burst forth. Inside, Shadow found a skill book, an assassin-exclusive god-tier skill with both passive and active effects. Bestowal of Mercy, an epic-tier assassin skill book. Its passive effect doubles the hitbox for enemy weak spots, and its active skill, Slit Throat, causes the next attack that deals at least 300 damage to inflict a debuff, 300 damage per second for 3 seconds. This loot was a huge harvest. Shadow's burst damage had now increased several times over. All thanks to Little Black. He planned to sell the leftover loot to her party, as he was now preparing to return to town. Upon arriving, Shadow was surprised to see a large crowd waiting for him. People from different towns had gathered, each offering him various deals in exchange for joining his party or being carried through content. Seeing this, Shadow realized that the teleportation gates from other towns had finally activated. He could now head to Song Fei's Firefly Town. Without hesitation, he activated his invisibility and vanished from the crowd's sight. Confused and frustrated, the crowd began blaming one another, each group thinking it was someone else's fault that Shadow had disappeared. Shadow went to see Little Black, who immediately called her captain, Wang Meng, to let him know Shadow had arrived. As they approached Wang Meng's team, Feng noticed Xiaoyu standing behind them. He wondered how she managed to join Wang Meng's party and thought they might end up getting wiped out because of her. Feng knew he had to be cautious. Now that the whole world knew Shadow existed, he couldn't afford to reveal his real identity. He still couldn't use his powers in real life, and with so many eyes on him, even a kitchen knife could kill him. Xiaoyu glanced at Shadow, thinking to herself that if he carried her, she could reunite with Song Fei in just a few days. Shadow opened his inventory and sold equipment tailored to Wang Meng's team's classes. The total value came to 2,200 days of tradable lifespan. Wang Meng couldn't afford it, so Shadow told him he could pay later. Grateful, Wang Meng thanked him and said that if Shadow ever needed them, they would do their best to help. Wang Meng and his comrades were overjoyed to receive gold-tier equipment and skills from Shadow, especially since he even let them buy on credit. Xiaoyu, expecting something for herself as well, stepped forward and told Shadow she was the party's priest, asking if there was any equipment for her. But Shadow only gave her a cold look before activating his invisibility and vanishing. Xiaoyu looked around, confused, wondering where Shadow had gone. Wang Meng assumed Shadow simply didn't get any priest drops this time, but the spiky-haired guy muttered that it looked more like Shadow had intentionally ignored her. In truth, Shadow did have a gold-tier priest staff and a priest skill book in his inventory. However, he had no intention of giving such rare items to Xiaoyu. As he progressed, he knew he'd end up with tons of unused equipment and skill books. Selling them one by one would be too time-consuming, but Wang Meng's connection to the authorities made his party ideal for bulk sales. He couldn't risk letting Xiaoyu interfere with that relationship. To maintain his cooperation with the authorities, he needed to find a replacement priest for Wang Meng's team, and that made him think of finding little Shui as soon as possible. Gu Yishui, the former manager of the Godslayer Guild in Feng's past life, was a hidden priest class user, accompanied by a white bird that could heal and apply buffs. She was the only priest Feng knew who could solo epic tier bosses. She was a powerful ally. Compared to her, Xiaoyu was complete trash. Feng then recalled that little Shui was also from Firefly Town, just like Song Fei. He decided that if he could find her, he would place her in Wang Meng's team. Upon arriving at Firefly Town, Shadow overheard some frustrated players complaining about getting killed while fighting a silver tier boss. They also mentioned Song Fei, who had brought along a swarm of fangirls. Just like that, Shadow already had a lead on Song Fei's whereabouts. Shadow went to a level 5 area called Wailing Valley and heard some noises. He found several players fighting the twin-headed Ember Fiend, a silver tier boss, while others were attacking each other. He also saw Song Fei surrounded and guarded by his fangirls, as some players were trying to take revenge after being ambushed by him. One of them laughed, claiming he had the anti-mage skill, and told Song Fei that hiding behind his mage girls was useless. But shockingly, one of the mage girls smashed his face into the ground with her staff. Song Fei, known as the heaven-defying mage god, belonged to the mage class. In Feng's past life, Song Fei tricked a bunch of fangirls into choosing mage classes, then took all their equipment and skills to power himself up quickly. But a team couldn't consist of only mages, so his fangirls came up with a solution. Some allocated their attribute points to intelligence to become glass cannon mages, some to agility to become disruption mages, some to health to become meat shields, and others to strength to become battle mages who fought with their staffs. Early on, his team was extremely dominant, stealing lifespan from players across the map with no one able to resist them. Of course, as the game progressed, most of those fangirls died off pretty quickly. Song Fei told his fangirls that it broke his heart seeing them work so hard. He hoped the boss would die quickly so everyone could rest. One of his fangirls replied that it wasn't hard, that Song Fei was the one suffering the most, and that he shouldn't have to endure all this. She urged her sisters to eliminate the monster together and not let it hurt Song Fei. The fangirls attacked the monster as one, expressing their devotion to Song Fei and vowing to follow him forever. The monster tried to strike Song Fei, but one of his fangirls blocked the attack with her body. As she slowly faded away, she told him, as always, they were crazy for him. The chubby girl urged her sisters to push harder, saying that once the monster was dead, Song Fei could take first place on the leaderboard. They were determined to surpass Shadow. The fangirls unleashed powerful spells, severely injuring the monster until it was nearly dead. Song Fei wondered how anyone could solo a gold tier boss when even a silver tier 1 was this difficult, even with so many people helping. He suspected Shadow must be exploiting a bug. Still, Song Fei smiled, thinking that once they defeated the boss, he would reach level 8. He laughed when he noticed Shadow had been stuck at level 9 for ages. Suddenly, Shadow appeared, grabbed Song Fei by the mouth, and tore his handsome face from his body. Using the instant Shadow Slash skill, Shadow eliminated Song Fei in an instant. His fangirls were stunned, but within seconds, they too were wiped out by Shadow. The nearby players couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Shadow had one-shotted the boss. One of them said his strongest skill only did around 100 damage, while Shadow's dealt thousands, and it was an AoE attack. He wiped out Song Fei and his fan squad in a single move. Others wondered who this assassin was, but when they realized it was Shadow, they all backed off and let him take the loot. In Shadow's mind, they were only scared he might turn on them. If this were his past life, they'd have ganged up on him by now. In town, Song Fei couldn't believe he had died. He wondered why Shadow came to their Firefly town out of the hundreds of starter towns in Shanghai City. His fangirls concluded that Shadow must have wanted the silver boss and ambushed Song Fei when he wasn't looking. Suddenly, an archer approached Song Fei and asked if she could join his party. She shared that her eagle eye skill could detect stealth. But the other fangirls blocked her, saying that Song Fei had said they only accept mages and that her low DPS would hurt his climb in the rankings. Even so, Song Fei explained that he still believed love could conquer all, and that he could feel the archer girl's passion. So even if she was an archer, it didn't matter. He invited her to join and said they should grow stronger together. Hearing that, the archer girl cried with happiness and instantly fell in love with Song Fei. As a result, an assassin girl also approached, claiming she could stealth too and give Shadow a taste of his own medicine. Another girl shared that she had learned a skill that could freeze him. With open arms, Song Fei welcomed anyone who wanted to join, calling them his family. His fangirls burst into tears, saying their brother Song Fei was so gentle and that they would follow him without regret. United, the fangirls vowed to make Shadow pay for daring to hurt their beloved Song Fei. Nearby, some guys overheard the commotion. One of them asked what was going on, and another replied that he heard Song Fei had just been killed outside, and that it felt so satisfying. Even with so many girls protecting him, he still died. They viewed Shadow as a legend, but were shocked that he actually dared to mess with these crazy fangirls. Still, Song Fei felt good. With so many witnesses, once he killed Shadow, the whole world would see that no matter how strong a lone wolf is, it means nothing. Meanwhile, Shadow used the greedy hand skill to increase the benefits from his rewards, then spent 10 evolution points to evolve Bestowal of Mercy from Epic to Legendary. As a result, the weak point hit correction and damage multiplier doubled, now with 200% weak point correction, meaning the target's weak spots were twice as large. If it got any bigger, half the enemy's body would count as a weak point. Shadow might actually be able to one-shot a gold tier boss now. An initial epic tier skill costs 0 points to evolve to legendary, but upgrading it to mythic suddenly costs 100 times more. Based on that pattern, evolving greedy hand from epic would cost 210 points, and from legendary, it would cost 3,400. With only 9 points left, he didn't have enough, so he decided to upgrade backstab enhancement instead. Defeating a silver boss and several players had given him over 1,400 days of tradable lifespan in total. After settling everything, he prepared to head back, but suddenly, someone appeared behind him, attempting a backstab. Shadow easily evaded every strike from the assassin girl. She couldn't believe she couldn't land a single hit. Realizing she stood no chance, she activated her stealth skill and vanished. Above a nearby hill, a group of girl players shouted at Shadow, calling him ugly and demanding his death. Upon seeing Song Fei's fangirls, Shadow activated his stealth. The archer girl warned him that it was useless, claiming they could detect stealth. However, when she activated her skill, it only revealed the location of the assassin girl. Mistaking her for Shadow, the chubby girl ordered her sisters to hit the target with their strongest spells. The assassin girl tried to stop them and revealed herself, but it was too late, the spells were already unleashed. The fangirls realized they had attacked the wrong target, but to them, it didn't matter. The girl wasn't even a mage, which, in their eyes, meant she never truly loved Song Fei. When the archer girl attempted to activate her detection skill again, Shadow used Ghostfire Bell, immobilizing all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. While the fangirls were frozen in place, Shadow unleashed his instant Shadow Slash, eliminating them all. Since Shadow was in stealth, Song Fei couldn't understand why all his fangirls had suddenly died. He thought that if it had been Shadow, he should have appeared by now. While Song Fei stood in confusion, Shadow whispered to him, "You're already dead." Shocked, Song Fei instantly summoned a magic shield, but it shattered with ease, and Shadow struck his weak point. As Song Fei's body turned into an orb, Shadow noticed that, after calculation, the guy had originally held over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Yet Shadow wondered, why didn't any of Song Fei's fangirls have tradable lifespan? Did they give every last bit of it to him? After dying, Song Fei was teleported back to town with only 500 days of tradable lifespan left. He asked the assassin girl why she hadn't found Shadow after using her detection skill. The assassin girl replied that she did use it, but it only revealed their fellow assassin sister. Hearing this, the chubby girl concluded that Shadow's stealth level must be higher than their detection. Song Fei grew anxious about Shadow's ability to come and go without a trace. He wondered how he was supposed to defend against someone like that. He was certain he hadn't provoked Shadow and began to suspect that Shadow was targeting him out of jealousy, for his gorgeous looks. To ensure everyone's safety, Song Fei announced to his fangirls that they should move to a different spot to farm levels. The fangirls responded in unison, swearing to follow him wherever he went. Sometime later, Shadow searched for Song Fei and his group but found they were gone. He wondered if they had moved to another town or simply logged off. Approaching a nearby player, Shadow suddenly revealed himself and asked where Song Fei went. The player pointed in the direction Song Fei had gone but made a request. If Shadow was going to kill Song Fei, he begged him to spare his girlfriend. Shadow replied bluntly that it might be better for him to just find a new girlfriend. As Shadow activated his stealth, the guy panicked and pleaded, saying he worked so hard to find one. Shadow thought to himself that even though he knew the direction, he didn't know their exact destination. Searching blindly would take too long. He then thought, if only I could find Jiu Yishui. And as if on cue, a familiar girl appeared in front of him. It was Jiu Yishui. Shadow called out to her, "Beautiful lady," and asked if she could lend him a hand. Yishui recognized him as Shadow. He explained that he heard her class could scan for targets over a wide area and asked her to locate Song Fei. As payment, he offered to sell her a gold-tier staff at a discount. Yishui's eyes lit up, and her face turned slightly red. She asked how Shadow knew about her AoE search ability, since she never told anyone. Shadow simply said not to worry about it and asked if she wanted the staff or not. Yishui said yes but hesitated, saying she might not be able to afford it. Shadow told her it would only cost 500 days of tradable lifespan, even though the original price was at least 800. Yishui replied that she just happened to have enough, and they sealed the deal. As she held the newly acquired gold-tier staff, Yishui drooled slightly while staring at it, prompting Shadow to knock her on the head and tell her to hurry up. Yishui playfully asked if he wasn't worried she'd just take the staff and run. Shadow replied by asking, "Don't you hate Song Fei?" Yishui was stunned. "How do you even know I hate him?" she asked. "Are you someone I know in real life?" But Shadow's voice didn't sound familiar to her. Shadow asked if she wanted to guess, but Yishui said she couldn't be bothered. Then she released her bird to search for Song Fei. Moments later, she found him. After locating Song Fei, Yishui gave the coordinates to Shadow but added that Song Fei might have moved by the time he got there. Shadow then told her to add him as a friend so she could update him on Song Fei's location. While on his way, Shadow noticed something on a nearby tree. He asked Yishui to scout the area and check if there were any other trees like it nearby. After a quick search, Yishui found one about 100 meters ahead of Shadow and another one 100 meters to his left. Shadow went to each marked tree and touched the symbols carved into them. When he activated the last one, a jade-tier treasure chest appeared in the center of the area. He hadn't expected to find an ancient god's blessing in a starter village, let alone one that spawned a chest. These blessings could appear anywhere in the god's forsaken lands. Typically, they involved finding strange symbols scattered across an area. Activating all of them would trigger a random event. Some summoned evil monster bosses, others unleashed hordes of weaker monsters, and some spawned treasure chests or even granted unique rewards. Yishui estimated that the chest alone must be worth at least 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. In Feng's past life, the exchange rate was about 1 to 10,000 at this stage of the game. By the second day, it had already skyrocketed to 1 to 50,000. Yishui carefully watched how Shadow activated the symbols and memorized the process. She thought excitedly that, with her scouting abilities, she might be able to discover many more of these blessings. Shadow opened the Jade Tier treasure chest and obtained a Jade Tier skill book, Blossoming Curse. When used on a player's corpse that has been dead for less than 15 seconds, it causes a cursed flower to bloom from the body, continuously draining the target's tradable lifespan until it reaches 0. With this skill, every time Shadow kills a player, all he has to do is guard the corpse and let the cursed flower absorb all their tradable lifespan. Shadow noted to himself that this time, he would hunt Song Fei until he logs off. Then, he planned to rush to level 10, extract his abilities into the real world, and kill Song Fei for good, this time, in real life. Meanwhile, Song Fei and his fangirls were out hunting together. Song Fei felt relieved, thinking they had fled far enough that Shadow wouldn't be able to chase them there. He thought there was no way Shadow would track them all the way out here, and once he reached higher levels, he planned to settle the score. Suddenly, the chubby girl noticed someone fighting a boss nearby and notified Song Fei. He looked over and said that the group seemed to be JockJut's fans. Hearing that, Song Fei's fangirls grew furious, thinking that JockJut's supporters just wouldn't stop. To them, it was another attempt to help JockJut climb the rankings and interfere with their brother Song Fei's rise to the top. Seeing Song Fei's fangirls approaching, JockJut's fans thought reinforcements had arrived and asked them to help take down the boss. What they didn't know was that they were actually the target. When questioned about what they were doing and if they were insane, Song Fei's fangirls simply replied, "This is the fate of JockJut's fans." One of the girls, confused, responded, "I don't even know what you're talking about." Without hesitation, the archer girl who had joined Song Fei's fangirls eliminated her on the spot. She declared, "We will rise and fly with Song Fei." The fangirls then launched an attack on the remaining players, along with the monster. Song Fei, watching from behind, was delighted to see so many life orbs drop. He gratefully thanked his fangirls for protecting him from JockJut's supporters. Blushing and love-struck, the fangirls responded that he didn't need to thank them. Not far away, Shadow was silently watching. He activated his stealth, and though the fangirls noticed something was off, it was too late. Before Song Fei could react, Shadow had already ended his life, leaving the fangirls stunned. Without a word, Shadow activated his newly acquired skill, Blossoming Curse, and a massive, magical flower bloomed from Song Fei's corpse. Song Fei was teleported back to town once again. He couldn't understand why Shadow was so fixated on hunting him down. He wondered if it was because he had more female fans and that Shadow was simply jealous. As Song Fei knelt on the ground, trying to make sense of Shadow's obsession, he noticed something strange. His tradable lifespan was continuously decreasing. Confused, he wondered if there was some kind of penalty for dying too often. Moments later, his fangirls were also teleported back to town. They ran to him and reported that something was wrong. They explained that Shadow had used a skill, and a blood-red flower had bloomed from his corpse, as if it were absorbing something from him. That's when Song Fei realized the truth behind the steady loss of his lifespan. He immediately told his fangirls that they should log off for now. He planned to purchase tradable lifespan in the real world and convert it into high-grade gear. Once they were fully equipped and stronger, they would return and take the fight to Shadow. Song Fei had trained hard for 2.5 years to get where he was. He refused to believe that money couldn't crush someone like Shadow. Meanwhile, due to excessive player killing, Shadow had now reached Slayer, Tier 4. At this level, death would cost him 97% of his current lifespan. He had gained another 1,000 days of tradable lifespan from Song Fei and his group, but the absorption had stopped. Realizing this, Shadow guessed they had logged off. While hovering above using her ability, Yishui witnessed the terrifying power of the rank 1 player, Shadow. When Shadow asked if Song Fei had logged off, Yishui replied yes and added that his fans had all logged off too. Shadow then ordered her to keep watch and notify him the moment Song Fei came back online. Yishui nodded and asked if she could leave, but Shadow told her to wait because he had a gold-tier priest skill, Holy Judgment Sword, and asked if she wanted it. Yishui eagerly said yes, so Shadow told her to wait for him in town. Upon arriving in town, Shadow told Yishui that the skill book was worth 500 days of lifespan, but he would sell it to her at half price if she agreed to one condition. Yishui immediately said she didn't sell herself. Shadow clarified that he just wanted her to join a team as their long-term healer. Yi Shui agreed but warned that if they were weak, she'd complain to him. Shadow assured her they were decent, then contacted the team. Meanwhile, Wang Meng and his team were struggling to take down monsters. Injured, Wang Meng urged Xiaoyu to cleanse the poison quickly, saying he couldn't hold on much longer. But as a newbie, Xiaoyu wasn't sure how to use her skill properly. When she released her cleanse skill, she missed the target, causing their captain, Wang Meng, to die from the poison. After being teleported back to town, Wang Meng was furious. In his mind, he thought they needed to replace Xiaoyu, but wondered where they were supposed to find a hidden class healer now, as the good ones had already joined other teams. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu thought the game wasn't even hard. Reaching level 4 had been a breeze. She just planned to keep going so she could meet Song Fei soon. Suddenly, Wang Meng received a message from Shadow, saying he knew a hidden class white avian priestess who was pretty strong. When asked if he wanted her on his team, Wang Meng gladly said yes, trusting Shadow's recommendation. Shadow then told him to head to Ember Town so they could level up together with their new healer. Wang Meng approached Xiaoyu and told her they were moving to a higher level zone, and it would be too dangerous for her at her current level, so they wouldn't be taking her. Xiaoyu started to respond, but before she could finish, Wang Meng and his team rushed off without her. Frustrated, Xiaoyu thought she was sick of them anyway, so she decided to go find Shadow and have him carry her. Wang Meng arrived at their destination and found Shadow. He transferred 800 days of lifespan to him as payment for the gear from last time. They still owed Shadow 500 more, but Wang Meng said their captain, Anne, would give it to him when she arrived. Shadow accepted the payment, then introduced Snowy Day to Wang Meng. Suddenly, someone called out to Wang Meng and waved. Shadow recognized her. It was Yu, whose player ID was Justice Execution. She held a unique hidden class, Dragon Knight, and was one of the top 20 global powerhouses in his past life. One of the pillars of Great Shah's official forces, a nightmare for hostile foreign factions. This was his first time meeting someone who had outranked him in God's Forsaken game. Yu told Shadow that his leveling speed was insane and jokingly asked if he had any secrets. She even teased earlier that he might be a time traveler or reincarnator. From what Feng remembered in his past life, this woman had been on a different team from Wang Meng. Shadow noticed Yu had already secured a large amount of tradable lifespan on behalf of Shanghai City's officials. Dragon Knights had high survivability, so the authorities likely felt safe entrusting lifespan to her. Yu told Shadow that if he ever had gear to sell in the future, they would take everything. She also revealed that all of Shanghai City's official lifespan was in her hands, and asked if he wouldn't kill her. Shadow replied that he wouldn't, as he wasn't that short-sighted and cooperation would benefit them both. In his mind, every sentence she spoke was a probe. Just as the rumors said, Yu acted naive, but was sharp as a blade and ruthless when needed. Having her as Great Shah's liaison saved Shadow a lot of trouble. Outside the game, an official announcement was released. The lifespan in God Forsaken game is real, and if it reaches 0, you will die in the real world. The fangirls were shocked to learn that this wasn't just a game. Some of them gave all their tradable lifespan to Song Fei, while others, who only had a few years left, discovered that dying once costs 2 days of lifespan. The chubby girl, who plays a tank mage in the game, had died many times. She only had 1 day of lifespan left and refused to believe that hitting 0 would really cause death. Upon checking her phone, the chubby girl saw that Song Fei was buying lifespan, so she decided to go to him for help. She wore Song Fei's support-themed outfit from head to toe, then left to find him. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu wondered if she was still in reality. She could no longer tell the difference. Checking her phone, she discovered that, at the current rate, 1 day of lifespan could sell for 15,000 yuan. With 200 days in reserve, she believed she was a millionaire. But her excitement turned to horror when she saw that Shadow was massacring Song Fei 3 times already. Xiaoyu broke down in tears, remembering what she had learned. If your lifespan reaches 0 in the game, you'll really die in real life. Even if Song Fei originally had a non-tradable lifespan of 100 years, after dying 3 times, he now had just over 12 years left. She wondered why Shadow was so determined to kill Song Fei. From the group chat, it was clear, Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times, even while being besieged by dozens of players. Xiao Yu trembled, realizing just how terrifying Shadow truly was. Moments later, the chubby girl contacted every Song Fei fangirl in Shanghai City, announcing that Song Fei needed their help. She urged them to sell their tradable lifespan to him. He was currently at Dazhong Plaza, and the purchase rate was 1 day for 10,000 yuan. It was a chance to get rich and support Song Fei at the same time. Upon confirming that Song Fei was indeed at Dazhong Plaza nearby, Xiao Yu prepared to go. She had saved over 200 days of tradable lifespan and planned to use it to help him. On the other side, Shadow was still slaughtering monsters and had just reached level 10. As the first player in the world to do so, he gained a huge number of reputation points. A global announcement declared Shadow as the first level 10 player. He used his remaining evolution points to enhance his skills, but his tradable lifespan was only a little over 7,000 days, not nearly enough. To leave the initial town, 7 level 10 players must gather to activate the teleportation function to the abandoned continent of the gods. With the second highest player only at level 7, Shadow would have to wait a bit longer, which was fine. He planned to return to reality to take care of something. After logging out, Qin Feng consumed tradable lifespan to extract his in-game abilities into reality. He began by extracting his class, which cost 1,000 days. Then, he extracted level 2 for 2,000 days. He intended to extract skills next, but expected the cost to increase exponentially based on skill upgrades. Surprisingly, the cost was calculated based on the skill's initial grade. The skill Shadow only required the base 900 days and was extracted at platinum grade, synchronized with the game. That was a relief. Qin Feng then spent 900 days on Shadow and 2,262 days on Venomous Dart, which was silver grade. He was left with 1,292 days, not enough to extract any more skills. Now, his base physical stats were twice that of a normal human, and his agility had reached 32 points, surpassing the limits of human ability. With unlimited invisibility and poisonous darts that could strike from 14 meters away, he believed he now had a chance to end Song Fei. Qin Feng learned that Song Fei was frantically buying lifespan at Dazhong Plaza, just 8 kilometers away. At his current speed, he could reach it in just over 10 minutes. Moments later, he received a message from a company supervisor, Hu Qibing, trying to convince him that the boss, a young lady, had taken an interest in him. Qin Feng ignored him and blacklisted the number. He then tossed his phone aside and began moving, muttering to himself that they would all soon understand what God-forsaken game truly meant. Meanwhile, at the plaza, a huge crowd had gathered, cheering for Song Fei. Sitting beside him, Zhang Li told Song Fei that she heard he was killed 3 times by Shadow in God-forsaken game, so she had people investigate Shadow's true identity. When Song Fei asked what she found, Zhang Li explained that she sent someone to Ying'o town to approach Shadow. They planned to offer him an irresistible amount of money and wait for him to return to reality, then capture him so Song Fei could teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Song Fei smiled and remarked that he heard Dazhong Industry had used similar methods to control several players, forcing them to work for Zhang Li for free. Zhang Li laughed and called them all idiots, so useless they couldn't even earn more lifespan. She said Song Fei's side was better, so many girls were willing to give him their lifespan and would even die for him. With confidence, Song Fei just smiled. Suddenly, a man in the crowd shouted, warning everyone not to sell their lifespan so recklessly. He reminded them about the official announcement. If their lifespan reached 0 in the game, they would die in real life. He accused Song Fei of brainwashing his fans into selling their lifespan, knowing it could kill them, and said they would report him to the authorities. Song Fei smiled, thinking someone had come to cause trouble. He stood up and addressed the crowd, saying he had noticed the public debate and regretted that his acquisition of lifespan had occupied social resources and caused inconvenience. He sincerely apologized. His fans quickly shouted that he didn't need to apologize. He had done nothing wrong. Song Fei thanked them for their support and affection. He continued to speak in flowery language, convincing the crowd, especially his fans, that he was kind and well-intentioned, aiming to benefit everyone. He claimed that he used his personal assets to acquire lifespan in hopes of becoming a quality idol in the game and a person worthy of their admiration. With tears falling, he said he only did this to give back to his fans, hoping everyone could benefit and live happily beyond the game. He added that he never expected this to cause such a stir, and if it had brought any trouble, he sincerely apologized once more. His fans cried, shouting that he didn't need to apologize and wondering how someone could be so gentle. They turned their anger toward the man who had accused Song Fei, yelling that they were helping him willingly and demanding the man leave. Moments later, the chubby girl took the stage and told everyone to ignore the rumors. She asked how anyone could believe that the game's lifespan system could affect real life. She declared that she would gladly sacrifice herself for Song Fei. Even when she logged off and received a warning that she had less than a day of lifespan left, she was still standing there unharmed. She insisted that even if the rumors were true, anyone who lacked the determination to sacrifice for Song Fei didn't deserve to say they loved him. Song Fei's fans cried and cheered in agreement. Many revealed how much lifespan they had and vowed to give it all to him. Song Fei responded that he could feel their passion and turned to the chubby girl, saying he was truly grateful to be liked by someone like her. The chubby girl, touched and in tears, said that as long as she could look at Song Fei with such deep affection, she would willingly die right then and there. Song Fei smiled, and tears slowly fell from his eyes. But just as he was about to speak, something pierced through his head, leaving the entire crowd stunned. His body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Panic spread as people realized that Song Fei was dead. Zhang Li immediately tried to flee, surrounded by her bodyguards. She could only think about escaping as quickly as possible. She had seen it. When Song Fei died, a glowing orb of life appeared from his body and vanished into thin air. It must have been taken by someone. She was certain. It was a skill from God-forsaken game that had killed him. Zhang Li wondered if in-game skills could now be used in the real world, and how that was even possible. Just as she was thinking about the mysterious attacker who killed Song Fei and stole his lifespan, a small rock suddenly struck her head. She died instantly. Zhang Li's final thought: only one player could do something like that, Shadow. News quickly spread. The celebrity Song Fei had died tragically in Dajong Plaza. Some of his extremist fans even donated their own lifespan and died beside his body. Police reports concluded that Song Fei's cause of death was supernatural. Xiao Yu couldn't believe it. They were just watching his concert yesterday, and now he was gone. Her friend asked if she thought someone had assassinated Song Fei, mentioning rumors that Shadow had already killed him 3 times in God-forsaken game. But they wondered, how could in-game abilities show up in reality? In her mind, Xiao Yu agreed. Shadow had killed Song Fei multiple times in-game. And if anyone would kill him in real life, it could only be Shadow. Her world now felt void of light. Shadow had somehow brought game abilities into reality. But instead of retreating, she wanted to get closer to him, to be near him, and to grow stronger, no matter the cost. From today on, she had one goal: to kill Shadow, all to avenge Song Fei. Meanwhile, Feng was eating ramen in a convenience store. Even though players in God-forsaken game become invincible in reality, playing still consumes physical energy. If you're hungry, you still have to eat. His phone rang. Fatty Hu was furious that Feng had blocked him. He threatened that if Feng didn't return to work, he'd be fired and wouldn't receive his salary. Feng also got a call from Yang Xiaoya, a kind-hearted girl who often got bullied. In his past life, she was a member of his Godslayer guild. Feng told her not to waste time on Fatty Hu. There was no point working there anymore. Instead, he invited her to get in the game and start grinding. To Feng, Fatty Hu was a worthless piece of trash. But the real problem was Hu's boss, Qian Shishi, the daughter of the Qian Group's CEO. Feng's previous job had been under the Qian Group. Qian Shishi, entitled and cruel, had a history of picking on men beneath her. Rumors swirled about her frequenting hotels with 6 foreign middle-aged men. Now, she was targeting Feng. She worshipped foreigners and had even left Daxia after the game launched to pursue her dream of joining the Alice in Wonderland Association in North America, a group laser-focused on Daxia's downfall. In Feng's past life, she had caused endless problems for both Daxia and the Godslayer Guild. This time, Feng planned to take her out before she could leave the country. If she died, the association would crumble. Rumor had it that several of the group's founders were romantically involved with her. If she disappeared, communication would break down and their plans would fall apart. Feng's phone rang again. It was his sister, Xiaoyu. Confirming he was still alive, she told him she had earned enough to buy a house and that she never wanted him to contact her again. Feng simply replied, "Okay," and asked if there was anything else. Xiaoyu added that she wanted to sever all ties between them. Feng replied, "All right," then hung up. He will now return to the game, ready to continue leveling. Soon, other players would reach level 10, and when they discovered that abilities could be extracted into the real world, the world would descend into chaos. Later, Xiaoyu's friend, Chu Yuan, asked if cutting ties with her brother was really the right thing to do. She suggested Xiaoyu apologize to him, but Xiaoyu refused. Xiaoyu then revealed that she had sold her tradable lifespan to the Qian group for 2 million yuan. With that money, she bought a house and told Chu Yuan they could live in it together. She believed she would soon be close to Shadow, and therefore, had no use for her brother anymore. Just then, Zhang Wei approached Xiaoyu and delivered the assassin skill book she had requested, asking only for a little wish in return. After receiving the book, Xiaoyu promised to fulfill his wish once her plan was done. She then contacted Wang Meng and told him she wanted to give the skill book to Shadow for free. She asked him to pass on the message and see if Shadow was interested. Xiaoyu smiled, believing this book would bring her closer to Shadow. She imagined herself quietly staying by his side, helping him clear enemies, leveling up with him, and making him feel supported. If she could earn his trust, maybe he'd even see her as a partner, a lover. But when she became strong enough and Shadow's usefulness ran out, she would kill him herself and avenge Song Fei. But Xiaoyu's expression darkened when Wang Meng relayed Shadow's response, "That skill is trash. I don't need it." Not long ago, Shadow had heard someone shouting nearby and went to investigate. He discovered a group struggling to fight a monster boss. One of the players, sensing defeat, tried to escape but was instantly killed by the monster. Shadow identified it, the golden arthropod, a level 8 boss. More importantly, it had level 2 anti-stealth, meaning Shadow's stealth abilities were completely useless against it. When the monster appeared open, Shadow seized the chance, dashing forward and unleashing a series of slashes that dealt heavy damage. Normally, attacking from outside an opponent's field of vision gives a critical advantage, but if the enemy can see through invisibility, it's useless, and Shadow's damage drops significantly. Thankfully, thanks to the legendary Divine Salvation skill, the golden arthropod's head and heart weak points were made 200% more vulnerable. Out of the 9 strikes from instant Shadow Slash, 3 hit those weak points, dealing triple damage and compensating for the otherwise lowered output. Next, Shadow used his venomous dart. However, since it's only silver grade, the damage was underwhelming. He knew then, he needed to level up his profession to unlock higher-tier stealth skills. The monster countered with a barrage of attacks, but Shadow dodged every single strike. The nearby players were stunned. It wasn't just his speed. It was his reaction time, his awareness, his deep understanding of the monster's patterns. Shadow had fought this boss more times than he could count. In his past life, even with Shao Qi, they had never managed to bring it down. Shadow knew now. This domain boss wasn't one you beat with brute strength. You had to read its movement, feel its rhythm. That's why he ranked among the top 100 assassins. Compared to certain bosses, like the Golden Ghost Ship, with its unavoidable attacks, this Golden Arthropod was much more manageable. The boss tried to flee, but Shadow gave it no chance. He struck it down, landing the final blow. As a reward for defeating a Golden Tier boss, Shadow received 28 evolution points, nearly enough to exchange for 2,000 days of lifespan. He also obtained a Platinum Assassin skill book, Black Light Shield. When combined with the 75% evasion chance from his epic grade skill Ghostly Blur, this new skill granted 3 layers of damage reduction shields. With it, he could now face bosses far more confidently. Without hesitation, he upgraded Black Light Shield to epic grade, consuming 6 evolution points. Now, he had 7 layers of shield. With this upgrade, exploring high-level areas early would be much easier. He still had 22 evolution points remaining. Next, he evolved Venomous Dart 3 times, doubling its damage. With just a 5-second cooldown, its sustained damage was now on par with Shadow Sneak. Shadow then equipped 2 assassin-type gear pieces dropped by the boss. City of Lightness boosted his agility and movement speed. Heavy crimson leather gloves increased physical defense and all elemental resistances. These upgrades enhanced his flame damage by 55%, increased overall damage and health, and improved survivability. With Black Light Shield active, he could now withstand the tempo of high-level battles. Moments later, a group of players approached. Their leader asked if there were any skill books for sale. Shadow replied that there was a basic gold-grade mage skill book, Frost Ejection, an AoE spell that launches an ice ball, bouncing up to 10 times. The cost, 800 days of lifespan. One player complained the price was too high, saying he saw a level 5 gold skill book being sold elsewhere. Shadow clarified, this is a level 7 skill. At max level, the damage increases by over 40%. 800 days isn't expensive at all. Their leader purchased it without hesitation. After the transaction, Shadow left. He hadn't yet defeated the regional boss he was targeting, so he planned to spread word in the nearby towns, gather intelligence on boss spawn locations, and obtain more details about golden-level bosses. With enough targets, his development speed could skyrocket. Shortly after, Shadow received a call from Wang Meng. He said that earlier, Xiaoyu wanted to give Shadow a skill book. Everyone outside the game was suspecting that Shadow had killed Song Fei, and then Xiaoyu turned around and tried to gift him a skill book. Shadow wondered if she was trying to impress him, or avenge Song Fei. Wang Meng had already told Xiaoyu that their boss said the skill was trash, and he didn't need it. Shadow then told Wang Meng to meet him in town, he had something to sell. Wang Meng agreed, but then asked directly, "Are you the one who did it to Song Fei?" Shadow answered plainly, "That's right. I killed him." Wang Meng had added Shadow to his friends list, so he knew that during the time Song Fei was killed, Shadow was logged out. The timing and motive lined up perfectly. Shadow then asked Wang Meng, "Why? Do you want to arrest me?" In Shadow's mind, he was aware, in another 2 hours, other players would start reaching level 10. Once that happened, the truth about abilities being extracted into reality would be impossible to hide. This was the perfect opportunity to observe how the Daxia authorities would respond. A test. A probe. And Yu asked Shadow if he admitted to killing Song Fei, and Shadow confirmed without hesitation. She told him that, to be honest, their investigation had always pointed to him as the prime suspect. However, they also knew Song Fei and Zhang Li had plotted against him, and that Dazhong Industries had been kidnapping players and forcing them to work. Strictly speaking, she said, killing them counted as self-defense. In Shadow's mind, he knew they couldn't identify him with certainty, so maintaining cooperation for now was the safest course. In his previous life, he had worked cleanly with the authorities and left no black marks on his record. This time, however, he had killed Song Fei and Zhang Li directly, something that could shift the entire game's balance. They would see just how much his rebirth would alter this god-forsaken game era. Shadow then took out his unused platinum gear, intending to sell it. Everyone was stunned at the sight of platinum-tier equipment and skill books. Some asked if he had solo killed a platinum boss, but there had been no global announcement. Instead, he explained he had simply been lucky with treasure chests. Little Snow backed him up, recalling the moment she saw him acquire a jade skill book. Wang Meng could only sigh, comparing their struggles against a single silver boss with how casually Shadow obtained platinum and jade loot. Shadow began naming prices. Altogether, his goods were worth 15,000 days of lifespan. He offered to discount the remaining 25 platinum skill books and equipment to 16,000 days for them. And Yu accepted immediately. Wang Meng was shocked. She didn't even try to haggle, but An Yu explained the price was fair. She added she would also settle Little Snow and Wang Meng's debts at the same time. Shadow remarked that Captain N was decisive, and he liked that. In his mind, Shadow calculated, once tradable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, it would be converted into years. 60 years was roughly 22,000 days, equivalent to around 400 million in cash. Even for the government, that was a massive cost, but the benefits outweighed it. With this equipment and skill books, the Shanghai city government could rapidly cultivate elite teams. The stronger the authorities became, the fewer unnecessary troubles they would face, and they could even gain an edge in international confrontations. And Yu then told Shadow about Dajong Industries imprisoning players and their plan to rescue them. She asked if he would join. He declined but gave them crucial information. Their guess was correct. He had used in-game power to kill Song Fei and Zhang Li. Reach level 10, Shadow said, spend lifespan, and you can bring abilities into reality. You should understand what this means. Make the most of your time. And Yu's expression hardened. Now she understood why Dajong Industries was buying lifespan. Once their people reached level 10 and brought abilities into reality, the rescue mission would face far greater resistance. With that, Shadow left. After he was gone, An Yu told Wang Meng they would split up for leveling. The squad was too high level now. If they stuck together, mobs would be one shot, wasting potential experience. Separating into teams would maximize efficiency. Wang Meng agreed. The priority was getting everyone to level 10. One member was ordered to log off and report the intel. Back in town, players saw Shadow set up shop again, but this time, he was buying 30 days for Silver Boss coordinates, 100 days for Gold Boss coordinates. Moments later, a man approached him. He said their young mistress had a message. If Shadow carried her, she would pay him 300 million plus shares in Dajong Industries. But other players interrupted, laughing that Shadow had already killed both Song Fei and the Dajong Industries' young mistress in real life. The man was stunned. Inwardly, he thought she deserved it. She had once tried to capture Shadow in real life to enslave him. At first, she had offered Shadow 10 million to carry her. He refused. But the man, tempted by the money, he went looking for her, thinking he could pocket 5 million. Instead, when he arrived to collect, they knocked him out. He woke in a basement, whipped daily, forced to grind lifespan for them and lure more victims. Now, thinking Zhang Li truly dead, he laughed. She had gotten what she deserved. He used to mock Shadow for being foolish. It turned out he was the fool. Others taunted him, saying that judging by how much he groveled before Zhang Li, he had probably helped her kidnap plenty of people. He denied it, claiming he was forced, muttered an apology, and hurried away. Another player came forward with Silver Boss coordinates and traded them for 30 days of lifespan. Meanwhile, the infamous Ace of Spades appeared, rumored to be Qian Shishi, heiress to the Qian group in real life. Someone warned others to stay away. She had killed countless players and stolen their lifespan. Qian Shishi scoffed that the game was unimpressive. Just spend a bit of pocket money, buy top-tier gear and skills, then hunt players for their lifespan. She was irritated the game had made her miss her flight. She should have been in North America right now, enjoying life and big hot dogs. Instead, she was stuck in Daxia City, unable to leave the country. She sneered at the local men, calling them as weak as bugs. She told her companion Tony that men from his country were far more charming. Tony flattered her, saying her taste was impeccable and that they were stronger in that department. He promised that when they returned to reality, she could experience it firsthand. Qian Shishi then smirked. She had just heard useless Song Fei was dead. She recalled playing with him once. He had finished in a single minute and she called him trash. She learned the killer's name, Shadow. Though just another, local man, being ranked number 1 globally made him worth meeting. If Shadow could kill Song Fei, she thought, then eliminating some ordinary target should be child's play. She decided she would meet him. Logging off briefly to make a call, she planned to have someone reach out. Perhaps cash wouldn't tempt him, but surely 3,000 days of lifespan would. All it would take him, she thought, is snapping his fingers to kill one insignificant person. She laughed, picturing Qin Feng's face when he rejected her, knowing that soon, Qin Feng would be dead. Meanwhile, a man struggled to kill a monster. After he finally defeated it, Xiao Yu healed him. He sighed and told her that next time she healed him, she shouldn't cut it so close. He was one hit away from meeting his ancestors. Xiao Yu asked why he was yelling at her, pointing out that he didn't die. The man replied that he wasn't yelling, just reminding her. Xiao Yu then mentioned that the system showed her hunger at 90%, so she was logging off to eat. Without waiting for his response, she and her friend Yan Yan logged off. The man grew irritated, thinking how Xiao Yu used to call him expert so sweetly. Now, after meeting Shadow once, she acted all high and mighty. He muttered under his breath that he'd tear that attitude to shreds. At Xiao Yu's new apartment, hunger hit her hard. She checked her phone, but all delivery places were closed, with no riders available. She realized everyone was in God's forsaken game. She remembered that back home, Qin Feng always cooked for her. She never had to lift a finger or think about food. Shaking her head, she told herself to get it together. It's just food. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. She tried to convince herself she was strong, the best, and better off without Qin Feng. Near the beach, a cave filled with sea monsters awaited. Shadow was there, eliminating targets. He had hunted 4 silver bosses in just over an hour, decent work, with each kill granting 16 evolution points. An average silver boss dropped loot worth up to 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. His gear was now all gold tier or higher, but with no platinum bosses near Safe Town's outskirts, gold was the current limit. The only path forward was class advancement. Future platinum bosses all had at least level 2 stealth detection, so he needed to advance quickly and reach stealth level 3. He still lacked 20,000 experience points. Only at stealth level 3 or higher could he minimize the risk against platinum bosses. In his last life, it had taken a 20-man raid with flawless coordination to take one down. This time, he planned to be the first to kill one solo. Shadow decided to return to town and sell loot to the government to stay ahead of the competition. After selling, he had nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan, enough to manifest many things. While walking, a man suddenly appeared and told him he had a hit, a real-world target with good pay. He asked if Shadow was in, but Shadow ignored him. The man persisted, blocking his way. He said the target was some nobody named Qin Feng and that he would give Shadow the address. He added that since Shadow had killed Song Fei, this would be easy money. Shadow asked, "Kill Qin Feng? Why is this guy worth killing?" The man replied that it wasn't his business and offered 3,000 days of tradable lifespan as payment. In Shadow's mind, that was worth about 50 million now. He became curious about who wanted Qin Feng dead, thinking it was someone he didn't know in either life. The man seemed like just a middleman. The real mastermind had to be someone else. In his previous life, his grudges had only surfaced mid to late game. It was too early for enemies. The only one who could afford this and had a grudge before God's forsaken game was Qin Shishi. Only she had both the motive and the means. But if she had wanted him gone before the game, she could have done it then. This meant the hit had another motive. Her real goal was probably to connect with Shadow. Shadow told the man he would take the deal but wanted half the payment up front and the timing of the execution to be his decision. The man agreed, transferring half the payment and giving Shadow the target's location. Checking the details, Shadow realized it was his own address. He left, telling the man results would come when they came. Moments later, a girl called out to Shadow, saying she'd heard he was buying boss coordinates. She claimed to have a gold-tier boss location and asked if he wanted it. Shadow agreed to pay 100 days upon confirmation. She told him to follow her and offered to bring along a healer, warning that the boss had AoE poison damage. Shadow declined, saying he only needed her to guide him. The boss turned out to be the gold-tier plague bearer, which emitted a poison ring that drained HP every second to anyone within range. The only way to deal with it was to kill it fast, something Shadow could accomplish with just a few skills at his current level. The girl and Shadow arrived at the cave. She explained that her team had already cleared the other mobs but couldn't defeat the boss. Leading him inside, she pointed out the boss's location. Shadow then transferred the remaining 100 days of lifespan payment to her. In his mind, Shadow thought it might be possible to avoid the poison by dodging, making the 75% evasion from ghost shadows extremely useful. The girl warned him that it was actually a trap. Once he started fighting, people would show up to kill him. Shadow brushed it off. She revealed that she had been told to pretend to stop him, to get close, and to learn his real-life information. She admitted she had been forced, that they were blackmailing her in real life, and that she wanted them dead. When Shadow asked who was behind it, she said it was Dongfang Xian, with the game ID, Shenyan, and mentioned he had been killed once by Shadow. Shadow remembered him as the player who had tried to steal the boss from the Golden Ghost Boat before apologizing with a skill book. The girl believed that if Shadow could kill Song Fei, he could certainly kill Dongfang Xian. She insisted that eliminating him was the only way to save her. In Shadow's mind, the plan felt childish. In his past life, he had never even heard of this man. He decided to treat it like slaughtering a dog along the way. He told the girl he would turn their plan against them. She was to let them come, and he would handle the rest. The girl tried to dissuade him from fighting the boss, warning that Dongfang Xian had once brought 3 teams, 18 people in total, to fight it, and they had been wiped out in under 30 seconds. The poison's continuous damage was so high they couldn't even take 5% of the boss's HP. She feared that even Shadow would die in such an area and began thinking of ways to escape. Suddenly, Shadow activated his skill and struck the boss, dealing multiple critical hits. The girl was stunned to see a single blow take 2/3 of the gold-tier boss's HP, over 80,000 damage. She questioned whether he was even human. Blessed Release had a 25-second cooldown, but with 75% cooldown reduction, it was down to 14 seconds. Shadow decided not to finish the boss immediately, instead waiting for Dongfang Xian's goons to arrive so he could kill them too. A few seconds later, a group of players rushed into the cave, heading for the boss. Their plan involved the Nai team's Shuezi pretending to stop them. Shadow wondered if this Shuezi was strong enough to hold them back. The girl suddenly summoned a gold-grade shield, blocking the attackers. With such defense, almost no one early in the game could break through. Shadow figured she had probably gotten lucky and found a gold chest from an ancient god in the open field. Without hesitation, Shadow unleashed his skill, cutting down the group, then followed with Curse of the Flower that Blooms, draining all their lifespan. The girl found the scene terrifying. One skill had killed so many. She was relieved she hadn't gone through with Dongfang Xian's plan, knowing she would have ended up like Song Fei. She asked Shadow to add her as a friend, promising that one day she would tell him where Dongfang Xian really lived. Shadow agreed. Blushing, she offered him special services for free. In his mind, Shadow realized this was how she survived and why she was so easily exploited. He ignored her and leapt at the boss, killing it instantly. Shadow remarked that the lifespan drained from more than 10 players was nothing compared to what the boss had given. Even so, instead of farming quietly, people still sought trouble. Noticing the girl still there, he asked if she wanted something. She replied no, saying she was leaving. Among the loot, Shadow found an assassin skill book he hadn't seen in a while. Darkest Moment, a skill that caused the blade to emit an explosion of black light, blinding all enemies within range. Shadow thought that with this, even without stealth, he could still trigger double damage. No matter how high a boss's anti-stealth level was, his damage output would remain unaffected. Plague Blade, an assassin-type weapon with a unique effect that infuses every attack with a toxin, which explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. It was another good day of harvest for Shadow. His evolution points had accumulated to 98, soon allowing him to upgrade the epic grade Greedy Hand to legendary grade. With just over 10,000 experience points short of his job advancement, he decided to grind small monsters. After clearing enough of them, the required experience was met. His Shadow job advanced from 0 tier to 1st tier. As a result, his job attribute bonus tripled. He also gained the ability to activate stealth while already in stealth, meaning that as long as his cooldowns were managed, he could maintain permanent invisibility. Furthermore, damage from attacks launched outside the enemy's field of vision increased from double to triple. For a 1st tier advancement, the power boost was absurd, truly worthy of being the strongest hidden job. Suddenly, a system notification announced that in the Shanghai City area, 7 players had reached level 10. The teleportation array to the God-abandoned continent would open in 10 minutes, and players who met the conditions were advised to prepare. Shadow hadn't expected so many players from Shanghai City to reach level 10 this quickly. The leaderboard was filled with familiar names. In his previous life at this point, it had been dominated by foreign players. It seemed that selling so much equipment and so many skill books had already begun to alter the game's trajectory. Perhaps the world situation this time would be different, something Shadow was eager to see. In reality, a report came in that the main members of the Dajong Industrial Criminal Group had been arrested. However, 3 key members remained inside God-forsaken game, their bodies in a virtual state and thus beyond the reach of law enforcement. The leadership ordered Yu to find a way to force the suspects offline. The chosen method was simple but effective. Even if criminals hid in safe towns where they could not be attacked, their real bodies still needed food. When hunger set in, they would be forced to log out, and once offline, they could be arrested. They acknowledged that much of this success was owed to Shadow. Not only had he provided key intelligence on Dajong Industrial, but he had also warned them that abilities from God-forsaken game could be extracted into reality. Without that warning, Zhang Li and the others would have reached level 10 soon, potentially extracting abilities before their arrest, making the capture operation far more dangerous. In other countries, small-scale unrest had already broken out, and thousands had died. Many government teams inside God-forsaken game had reached level 10 largely due to the equipment and skills Shadow had supplied. Viewing him as an indispensable asset for Great Shah, the officials planned to find a way to tie him completely to their cause. Meanwhile, the girl contacted Shadow, expressing her admiration for his efforts in eliminating threats to the people. Shadow questioned her sudden change in tone and urged her to speak directly. She told him not to be modest. The officials had announced that Dajong Industrial had conspired with Song Fei to kidnap, detain, and kill players, and that Shadow's killing of Song Fei and Zhang Li had been officially commissioned. In Shadow's mind, the officials were simply whitewashing him to make future cooperation easier. He decided that none of it mattered for now. The urgent task was reaching the God-abandoned continent. Quite a few players were already using the town teleportation array, but no one could yet use the continent teleportation array. The current town area was merely a newbie village. The real game began upon arrival at the God-abandoned continent. When the teleportation array activated, the players nearby saw no one appear and wondered who had used it. Someone suggested it must have been Shadow. Another pointed out that with their current level 2 anti-stealth, they should have been able to see him, meaning Shadow's stealth level exceeded level 2. Shadow arrived at his destination and found it exactly as in his previous life, the familiar ruins of Shanghai City. Players from different cities always arrived in the ruins of their respective cities, and the geographical layouts matched reality perfectly. Why this was so had always been an unsolved mystery. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him from behind, but the attack missed thanks to Ghost Shadow Blur. Shadow countered with Flash Shadow Slash, killing it instantly. More monsters appeared, but he dispatched them just as easily. Here, there were no safe zones like in towns. Monsters lurked everywhere, and attacks could come from any direction. However, if one could find a shelter hidden in the ruins, it was possible to establish a stronghold and dominate the area. The best shelter in Shanghai City's ruins was in the northwest, the very same location that had served as the God-slaying guild's base in his past life.
A group of adventurers arrives, and Aaron exclaims, wondering if this is the god's abandoned continent and why it looks like the ruins of a modern city. Kane observes that the ruins look incredibly familiar. Aaron then realizes these are the ruins of Jiangnan City, pointing out that its distinctive tower still stands. Aaron eagerly asks about Brother Shadow, stating someone mentioned he was transferred here, and wonders where he is. Lyra calmly tells Xiao Heezy not to panic, assuring them that he has the ability to vanish. Suddenly, monstrous red creatures with multiple eyes and sharp teeth burst forth from the ground. Kane shouts a warning to everyone about the attacking monsters. Lyra initiates her defense, shouting spirit protection as Kale bravely shields her from the approaching monstrous red creatures with multiple eyes and sharp teeth. The monsters land heavy blows, causing significant damage, and Kale cries out, "Wah!" as he is knocked back. Lyra warns him, careful, even normal monsters here hit harder than silver rank bosses in small towns. Meanwhile, Finn readies his bow. Unleashing a binding shot, the glowing blue energy streaks through the air and wraps around one of the red monsters, immobilizing it. Observing the situation, Garrick declares that this monster is weak to crowd control. He states, I'll lock them down, go all out, crush them. Serafina then conjures a powerful attack, shouting prophetic fireball. She raises her staff, manifesting a massive blazing fireball, which then rains down fiery destruction upon the monsters. The group triumphs, having defeated the monstrous entities. One declares that they have defeated the monsters, while another exclaims how cool it is. Finn and Lyra cheer in celebration of their victory. Kale then instructs Xiaoxu to have her owl fly up and scout the area, and Xiaoxu readily agrees. As the owl scouts, it reports that the area is crawling with too many monsters. It warns that the last fight attracted more monsters, and they are now heading their way. Another member of the group reports to Garrick, their captain, that there is no safe zone around and asks what they should do. Garrick is shocked, exclaiming that there is no safe zone. He ponders what is happening with this continent, as it has suddenly turned into a survival game. He then asks Xiaoxu to try and find Boss Shadow. Lyra expresses hope, stating that Shadow came just 10 minutes before them, so he shouldn't be far, and if they find him, they will be safe. However, the owl reports that it sees no sign of anyone. Suddenly, the owl calls out, noticing a bright light in the northwest, identifying it as loot dropped from a monster. The group immediately realizes it must be Shadow's doing, speculating that his inventory must be full, which is why he didn't pick up the drops. As more monsters appear, Eren warns everyone to watch out. Lyra quickly urges them to move, explaining that Shadow already cleared that area, so it is safe. She believes that if they just follow the trail of dropped items, they will definitely find Shadow. A voice commands everyone to stay sharp, hold formation, and not get separated, announcing they will fight while falling back. Another voice acknowledges the order. A massive shadowy figure looms over a devastated city, as ground forces engage grotesque, red, multi-eyed monsters. The creatures are swiftly obliterated by a surge of blue energy. Shadow stands amidst the dissolving monster remnants, noting that even without graceful liberation's active effect, his instant shadow slash delivers 20 to 30,000 damage. He considers the swift demise of these small monsters a sign that this place is a paradise for monster farming. Shadow then declares their arrival, identifying the location as a hideout. He explains that beneath these ruins lies a massive palace, discovered long after in the previous era. This sprawling underground palace contains over 1,000 resting rooms and dozens of large halls. Shadow reveals it is the largest hideout in Jianghai City and serves as the base of his God Slayer guild. He further elaborates that before its claim, the hideout functioned as a dungeon, teeming with mechanical monsters and guarded by a formidable boss. The narrator explains that the bigger the hideout, the stronger its guardian, as dark, skeletal figures with glowing red eyes stand in a crumbling structure. Kyle recalls his previous life, stating that after forming the God Slayer Guild, he gathered 3 squads, 18 elite members in total. He remembers that all of them were level 15 and fully armed, and even then, they almost failed to take this palace. But this time, Kale plans to proceed differently as he descends into a deep, dark void. An announcement appears, stating that he has arrived at the hideout. Cal continues his descent through a blue, ethereal space, entering the land of soul purification. He confidently declares that he alone is enough to handle the challenge. A directive appears, instructing him to defeat the territory guardian to claim this area. Kyle is suddenly surrounded by multiple shadowy, monstrous figures with glowing eyes and masks. He stands firm as the 4 distinct monstrous entities prepare to attack. Kale identifies one of the creatures as a level 12 gold monster, an elemental spirit. The moment of absolute darkness falls. A figure confronts multiple shadowy entities. The shadowy entities are afflicted with blindness. Kale unleashes an instant shadow slash. Blue energy slashes cut through the air, striking down numerous shadowy figures. Kyle continues his assault, and he internally notes that while the enemies are blinded, all his attacks deal extra damage. He observes that even basic attacks can instantly kill these level 12 minions. Kyle then recognizes that all 15 small monsters in the main hall have been cleared. He reflects that this land of soul purification has dozens of halls and thousands of rooms, calling it a massive task. Kyle then ponders how many monsters are hiding within this vast space. Shadow thinks that if he clears out all the monsters here, it should be enough to evolve Greedy Hand once more. He observes the deteriorating ancient structures as a glowing, ethereal figure begins to coalesce in the distance. He continues to muse, knowing that once all the small monsters throughout this area are defeated, the Guardian boss will appear. The luminous, blue tinge being takes a more defined, monstrous shape before Shadow, who watches the evolution with a focused gaze. Kale and Lyra suddenly appear in a grand, ruined library, standing within a shimmering, magical circle. They are then transported to an outdoor area, standing on a damaged road amidst rubble. Lyra questions if this is the gods' abandoned continent, while Kale finds the place strangely familiar, pondering these ruins. Kale then exclaims, realizing these are the ruins of New York, as he looks out at the recognizable, ruined cityscape featuring the collapsed Statue of Liberty. In another part of the world, heavy rain falls over a devastated city. Eren exclaims that this is the ruins of London, as he and Ren stand on a collapsed building, observing the destruction. Nearby, Kira wonders if these are indeed the ruins of London, looking at the iconic London Bridge, now destroyed and engulfed in flames, while Jack stands beside him. Kale and Lyra, still in their location, consider if people from different regions were transferred to the ruins of their own hometowns, leading Lyra to speculate if the city's geographic location also matches the real world. They both appear thoughtful and shocked by their surroundings. 2 figures stand on a cracked road, looking up in alarm. Suddenly, massive, multi-eyed, worm-like monsters emerge from the destruction behind them. One of the figures exclaims that this isn't good and tells the other to run. As they try to escape, a terrifying scream echoes as one of them is overwhelmed. The scene shifts to the Jiangai ruins, a desolate cityscape bathed in an orange glow. Finn declares that there are no monsters around and suggests they rest and recover a bit. Kale remarks that it's no wonder Shadow is the boss. Lyra adds that she thought they were strong enough, but it turns out they could only tremble behind the boss's legs. Xiao Heizi playfully tells Captain to watch his words, to which Captain asks if his description was wrong. Serafina states that luckily the boss already cleared this area, otherwise with so many monsters, they might have all died and returned to the starting point. She expresses curiosity, asking where they would respawn if they died here. Captain then suggests that the 6 of them shouldn't rush to explore and proposes they wait until each team member reaches level 10 before moving together. Xiaoxiu agrees, confirming it sounds good. High above, a bird-like creature flies over the ruins, and someone observes that the monsters really did die one by one in order. They wonder why it stopped here, as if Boss Shadow disappeared at this spot. The bird-like creature eyes the abundant loot and gold drops, wishing to take it. Xiao Heizi then says he will contact Shadow first to confirm if he still wants these items or not. Shadow declares that all the minions have finally been cleared. He stands amidst golden energy, having defeated a large monster with a blue sword. Shadow considers his accomplishments, noting that he has cleared 4 large halls and over 1,000 small rooms, having killed over 400 monsters that were merely minions. He recounts defeating 4 bronze bosses and 2 silver bosses, which granted him over 80,000 XP and boosted his evolution points to 2 and 5. Golden orbs of light float around him. Shadow observes that he only needs 5 more points to evolve Greedy Hand. Xiao Heizi contacts Shadow asking if he is there. Xiao Heizi then informs Shadow that his group saw some dropped items from the monsters Shadow killed that he had not yet picked up. Xiao Heizi states they took the items and asks if they can pay Shadow back with lifespan equivalent to their value. Shadow realizes that Wang Meng's party and others have also arrived. He replies to Xiao Heizi, agreeing to contact him again later, as he has a batch of equipment he wants to sell. Xiao Heizi responds, telling Shadow they will wait for him inside the ruins bunker at coordinates A9IF4-666666. Shadow listens with a serious expression. Blue electrical energy sparks around Shadow as he launches into the air. Shadow concludes that the Guardian has appeared as he moves through the air, enveloped in blue lightning. Shadow faces a formidable opponent, the Soul Purifier Fai Saer, a level 15 platinum-grade guardian of the land of soul purification. He understands that defeating it will make him the master of this land. Shadow recalls that the monsters in the city ruins go up to level 15, and Fai Saer is both the highest level and highest grade monster boss in the ruins. He remembers that this boss has a total of 750,000 HP in 3 distinct phases. Shadow reflects on his past life, where Fai Saer's single-target thunder attacks were deadly, and he barely survived even when wearing a full gold armor set. He now declares that he doesn't even need to endure Fai Saer's single-target skills anymore. As Fai Saer charges forward, crackling with blue electrical energy, Shadow activates his instant shadow skill. He moves with incredible speed, appearing to slash directly through Fai Saer. The boss is struck, its body glowing intensely with blue energy as Shadow executes a precise slit-throat attack. Shadow realizes that if the powerful lightning strikes him, he will certainly die. Even with his current defense and electric resistance, he notes that skills and attacks from bosses above platinum level always come with a bonus accuracy rate. Shadow explains that while his current dodge rate is 75%, meaning normal monsters have only a 25% chance to hit him, the Soul Purifier's attacks can hit him with at least 50% accuracy. However, his agility stat has now reached 182. Allowing him to move over 40 meters per second when sprinting at full force. He believes that as long as he stays alert, he can easily dodge before the lightning strikes. Shadow recalls that in his previous life, he led guild members and barely survived this encounter, only thanks to a shield priest and some luck. He declares that this time, things will be different. Shadow vows that he will not give the boss even a single chance. He lunges forward, attacking with his glowing weapon amidst the lightning. With the combined damage from Sleet Throat, Instant Shadow Slash, and the explosion from Plague Blade, Shadow instantly takes off 250,000 AP from the boss. The boss then enters Phase 2. The Soul Purifier enters an invincible state, constantly generating lightning orbs and strikes. During this phase, 3 lightning orbs must be destroyed or the boss will go berserk. Shadow recalls that in his previous life, his team was wiped out by that berserk attack. Afterward, Qin Sayu became angry and refused to play again, declaring she was done. On his second attempt, Shadow did not take her along for the raid, and they succeeded in one go. Shadow then unleashes a venom dart, knowing that each orb he destroys deals damage to the Soul Purifier. He moves quickly, understanding that destroying all 3 orbs will make the Soul Purifier enter Phase 3. The armored Soul Purifier unleashes continuous area of effect lightning attacks, its body crackling with blue electricity as a health bar indicates its current state. Its eyes glow intensely with the same electrical energy. The lightning spreads widely, filling the entire area. Shadow observes, realizing that Phase 3 has begun. He recalls that in his past life, the guild barely survived this phase even with lightning, resistant gear, and the aid of 4 priests providing shields and heals. But in this life, he believes such extensive preparation is unnecessary. The Soul Purifier continues to strike the ground with constant lightning, but Shadow, protected within a golden, circular shield, remains unharmed. He then casts a spell, a graceful release, Dark Light Shield, forming a reddish, shadowy barrier around himself. He decides that if the ground is constantly struck by lightning, he will strike from the air. Kale notes that constant lightning strikes the ground around him, so he decides to strike from the air. Shadow then performs a graceful release, activating a dark light shield that emanates a dark aura around him. His eyes focus intently as he unleashes an instant Shadow/CX, a powerful attack with surging energy. The system announces that he has killed Soul Purifier Fai Se, or a platinum-grade enemy. Shadow receives a system notification congratulating him on reaching level 11, gaining 4 points to all main attributes, 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 15-20 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow exclaims, "Nice." The system further informs Shadow that he is the first in the world to defeat a platinum-grade boss, earning 10 reputation points. He also becomes the master of the Land of Soul Purification. Shadow thinks to himself that this hideout offers protection in the game and functions as storage. Crucially, everything within it can be brought into the real world. He recalls that when the God-Forsaken game appeared, real-world weapons began to corrode. He specifically remembers that the most deadly weapons, such as nuclear bombs, became unusable on the very first day. Even fighter jets and tanks, though they could be forced to function for a month or two, eventually turned into scrap metal. Shadow realizes that all future battles in the real world will depend entirely on power extracted from the God-Forsaken game. He concludes that hideouts brought into the real world can activate magic defense barriers, transforming into the safest havens. Shadow looks around thoughtfully, then reflects that in his previous life, his guild, God Slayer, used this place as their base and continuously expanded it. He acknowledges that while there were many good memories, he also witnessed too many people come and go, with constant schemes and conflict. Shadow resolves that this time, he will not walk that same path again. He declares he will grow strong on his own until he reaches the top. Heavy rain pours over a dark forest as a large, red, beast-like creature armed with a giant axe stands amidst the storm. A character, Gale Storm, urgently shouts for Qin Sayu to get out of the way. Qin Sayu, caught in the open, screams for help as the enormous axe swings down. The axe strikes Qin Xiaoyu, and her form disintegrates into glowing yellow particles. The scene shifts to a town where 2 system notifications appear stating that she has died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu then reappears on a glowing blue magic circle, stunned, thinking she has died again. Gale Storm angrily confronts her, questioning how she could fail to dodge an axe so massive. Qin Xiaoyu retorts, demanding why he is blaming her when he, the tank, failed to draw aggro properly, then tells him to just die. Gale Storm defends himself, explaining it was an area of effect attack and asking how he was supposed to draw aggro, calling her an idiot. Immediately, a system message announces that player level 8 Gale Storm has left the party. Another teammate, Miyu, cries out to Qin Xiaoyu that the tank has run away and the boss beast is now chasing her. Miyu screams as she is struck by an axe. Qin Xiaoyu watches silently as Miyu responds in a blue light, kneeling on the ground, having also succumbed to the boss beast. Mina asks Qin Xiaoyu if they should farm small monsters to level up first, admitting they are low on lifespan and she is scared. Qin Xiaoyu reluctantly agrees. A system announcement then declares that player Shadow from Jianghai City has become the first in the world to defeat a platinum-grade boss, gaining 10 reputation points. An elder reacts with shock, questioning the first solo platinum boss kill. Annie exclaims that it is insane, noting that most people haven't even reached that continent, yet Shadow is already solo farming there. Armored Player 1 wonders who Shadow really is, while Armored Player 2 expresses astonishment at the platinum grade, stating he hasn't even seen a gold one yet and declares Shadow too strong. Qin Xiaoyu, kneeling on the ground, expresses her frustration, asking why other people are so weak, struggling to kill even a single silver boss. She wonders why Shadow is the one who is the first to kill a platinum boss. Meanwhile, Shadow reveals that after killing the Soul Purifier, he reached level 11. He explains that after level 10, each level up grants +4 to all attributes and 10 free attribute points. Shadow, surrounded by a golden aura, states he will continue investing in agility, believing that with high agility and unlimited stealth, many bosses can be killed without taking damage. He is surprised that a platinum boss granted a whole 20 evolution points, allowing him to evolve Greedy Hand again. A system message confirms he has used 210 evolution points, with 15 points remaining. His Greedy Hand skill upgrades from Epic to Legendary and Assassin class chance to gain 1 bonus loot from 300% to 500%. The bonus loot now has a 100% chance to be 1 grade higher. A new passive effect, Greed Space, is also added, providing 100 item storage slots. Shadow expresses satisfaction as his bonus loot increases from 3 to 5, and he now has an extra 100 storage slots. The legendary skill Greedy Hand activates, and golden energy surges around Shadow. System messages confirm he has obtained 5 bonus loot items and 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 115 points. He observes that he has acquired 2 assassin items and an assassin skill book. He notes that he is currently underleveled for them and decides to store them in the hideout for now. Shadow instructs his devout follower to gather all the loot in the palace into one pile. The devout follower growls. Shadow reflects that he still possesses 115 evolution points, which he can utilize to upgrade non-epic skills to epic. A system notification indicates he has used 42 evolution points to upgrade Shadow's stealth 3 times to epic, increasing its duration from 36 to 60 seconds, damage on exiting stealth from 300 to 500, and reducing its cooldown from 22 seconds to 15 seconds, or potentially 85 seconds. He then used 34 evolution points to upgrade enhancement backstab twice to epic, which increases its bonus damage from 50% to 75%. He also spent 1, 2, and 3 evolution points to upgrade Moment of Absolute Darkness from Platinum through Jade and Diamond to Epic. This skill now releases a blinding dark light that causes blindness to all enemies in range, with a cooldown of 60 seconds or 34.3 seconds and a range increase from 20 to 50 meters. Its base duration for blindness is now 16 seconds, though the duration shortens based on the target's mental attribute. Shadow further uses 33 evolution points to upgrade Curse of Blooming Flower 3 times to Legendary. This skill can now be used on a player's corpse within 60 seconds of death, causing the absorbed corpse to disappear permanently. The Curse of Blooming Flower gains new abilities. It can now absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan and absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan light orbs. Shadow exclaims in surprise, realizing the skill can absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs. The narrator explains that many high-level areas and boss rage zones drastically increase lifespan drain, primarily consuming non-tradable lifespan. The narrator then states that from now on, they will never run out of non-tradable lifespan again, calling it a god-tier skill. Lara congratulates Shadow for his first platinum boss kill, asking what he wants. She delivers good news, reporting that Dongfang Xian has finally logged out. Lyra adds that she heard Dongfang Xian's family is having a gathering at Jiangnan Restaurant and that they have bought a ton of lifespan, preparing to convert it into combat power in-game. Shadow, standing in a dark, cavernous area with a glowing fire, acknowledges her report, saying, "Well done." Xiao Hizi, engulfed in a fiery aura, emphasizes to Shadow that he must finish off Dongfang's or Xiao Hizi will be in real trouble. Shadow reassures him, telling him not to worry. Shadow states that he has taken all the items and still has half his inventory slots free, noting that the 100 slots from Greed Space are very handy. He decides he will go find Wang Meng and sell them everything. Suddenly, Lyra exclaims that Shadow is coming, as she and Miyu look up excitedly from a city street. Lyra then calls out to Shadow, who appears before them, emanating golden energy. Shadow declares that he sets the prices, and if someone does not like it, they should not buy. Lyra holds out her hands, appearing to gesture at him. Shadow then explains that over 30 of these items are common and bronze tier, offering a discount for 950 lifespan. Lyra smiles widely, her hands up in an affirmative gesture, agreeing to the deal. Shadow estimates the value for the previously taken items to be over 1,000 lifespan, so he rounds it up and gives 2,000 lifespan. Lyra agrees to this deal. Shadow states that these items include silver, gold, and platinum tier gear with a total value of 18,000 tradable lifespan. Lyra points at Shadow, excitedly exclaiming about platinum gear, noting that she only has one gold equipment herself. She says it is no wonder he is an expert, as he even sells platinum gear. Lyra expresses her excitement that Shanghai City's development will really take off now and thanks Shadow. Shadow replies that it is no problem, just him lending a hand. Lyra then asks Shadow why his inventory is so big, comparing him to Doraemon. Shadow tells them that their inventories are all full now. He then offers a small tip, revealing that beneath the stone statue in the center of the city ruins is a staircase, and going down leads to a teleport circle back to the starting village. He warns them that to return, they must pay 500 lifespan, but coming back here again is free, advising them to think it over carefully. Shadow then announces his departure, walking away into the distance. Lyric, Xiao Hizi, and Miyu watch him leave. Lyra exclaims that she told him he must be a reincarnator. She stresses that otherwise he could not know such hidden information. Captain, and looking surprised, asks Lyra not to say that, admitting she is scaring him. Lyra winks and suggests that perhaps she should try to flirt with Shadow instead. Xiao Hizi and Miyu stare blankly, looking somewhat perplexed by her comment. And Shadow walks alone through a vast, ruined city. A prompt appears asking if he wishes to sacrifice tradable lifespan to bring an ability into the real world. A voice explains that level and job evolution will also be synchronized. A system message confirms that Shadow has sacrificed 27,000 days of lifespan, and both level synchronization and job evolution are complete. Shadow declares that skill extraction is next, recalling that he previously extracted Shadow's stealth, but it was only level 1. This time he resolves not only to raise Shadow's stealth to a higher level in the real world, but also to gain more skills. Energy crackles around him as system messages detail his acquisitions. He spends 190.46 to raise Shadow Stealth to level 10, 900 days to acquire Backstab Enhancement, 100 days to acquire Greedy Hand, third 200 days to acquire Instant Shadow Slash, 66 days to acquire Shadow Stealth, 16 only acquire Curse of Blooming Flower, and 13 days to acquire Black Light Shield. A system message confirms that skill extraction synchronization is complete, with a remaining tradable lifespan of 780 days. Shadow then decides that equipment is next, and a system message confirms he spends 600 days to acquire the Gold Shoes Stealth Boots. The Gold Pendant of the Faithful was acquired after spending 394 days. Kale considers that the Pendant of the Faithful not only reduces cooldown time, but more importantly, the silver devout follower it summons is nearly invincible in the real world. Cal reflects that after using up all reserves, only 486 days of tradable lifespan remain. However, he feels his real-world power is nearly equal to his in-game power. Cal realizes he still needs to gather more lifespan so that in his next logout he can fully synchronize. He stands in a desolate city street as blue energy crackles around him. Qin Xiaoyu sits on his bed looking weary. He thinks that Quine Shishi knows his address, so for safety, he better gets out of there. He also calculates that to extract the Land of Soul Purification, he would need over 300 years of lifespan, necessitating a temporary base first. Qin Xiaoyu then activates the skill Greedy Hand, and bright golden energy forms a large hand. He raises his own hand, and the golden energy swirls around him, drawing various objects from his room. Qin Xiaoyu laughs, finding the storage provided by Greedy Hand truly convenient, as all his belongings go straight into it. Dongfang Xian is at the Jiangnan Restaurant, 15 kilometers away from this complex. Dongfang Xian, crouched in a window looking at his phone, calculates that with his current speed, 10 minutes is enough to get there. He moves with incredible speed, a blur leaving the building as he races through the city streets. He arrives at the Jiangnan restaurant. Inside, a conversation unfolds among elegantly dressed individuals seated at a long dining table. Someone remarks that given the current situation, in-game skills and lifespan can influence the real world. They elaborate, stating this is a great opportunity for the Dongfang family and that Dongfang Xian did a great job this time, having begun building strength. Dongfang Xian, now seated at the table and dressed in a suit, smiles politely as he replies to his grandfather that this is simply his duty. Dongfang Xian expresses his great pleasure with Jin's progress. He reveals that the family purchased a large amount of tradable lifespan, using it all to acquire equipment and skill books. Their goal is to get the core of their family to level 10 as quickly as possible, securing an early advantage to expand the clan's influence in the real world. Dongfang Xian believes that with development on both fronts, the Dongfang family can become rulers of their region, stating that even building an eternal family lasting 10,000 years or a 10,000-year empire is not just a dream. Jin, one of the younger men at the table, listens with a dark expression. He thinks to himself, calling Dongfang Xian a damned old bastard, remarking that half his body is already in the grave, yet he remains obsessed with clinging to the family head position and dreaming of immortality. Jin's eyes glow purple as he vows that once he captures Shadow, he will force Shadow to reveal his secrets and extend Jin's lifespan. He declares that once he becomes number one, all of them will die. Dongfang Xian then asks for an update on the Shadow situation they discussed. Jin replies, reassuring his grandfather not to worry, as he has already found a trustworthy woman to lure out Shadow's identity, and they will hear from her soon. Dongfang Xian instructs Jin to remember that Shadow must be captured alive, emphasizing that this is the only way Shadow can bring true value to the Dongfang family. Jin confirms that he understands. Dongfang Xian then proposes a toast to the rise of the Dongfang family. Other family members echo, proclaiming long live the Dongfang family as they all raise their glasses. Meanwhile, in a different location, an unknown figure stands over several defeated individuals lying on the floor surrounded by discarded weapons. Shadow observes that the people in this family are still armed. He reflects that even his Shadow stealth mode and black light shield cannot fully avoid all attacks, and he has not brought defensive gear into the real world. Shadow realizes that a hit to the heart or head would be instantly fatal. Finn summons a devout follower, a monstrous entity surrounded by glowing yellow energy. Shadow warns himself to stay cautious. Shadow notes that the devout follower possesses sharp claws for melee and green flames for ranged attacks. Finn commands the follower to eliminate everyone and leave no survivors. Shadow assesses the devout follower's remarkable durability as a silver-tier boss, capable of withstanding significant firearm damage. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes through a luxurious room. A man and Lyra holding wine glasses turn with surprised expressions as the hulking devout follower appears. In a large hall, several men cry out, demanding to know who is there and who the intruder is. The devout follower, with glowing purple eyes, unleashes a powerful roar as it lunges forward. Garrick, alarmed, recognizes the creature, exclaiming that it is a monster from the god-forsaken game. Armed guards and Kale, a man in a suit, aim their pistols at the creature. Kyle orders them to shoot immediately. An old man with glowing purple eyes screams loudly as spikes protrude from his head. Green energy erupts, and a voice cries out, "Aha!" The old man screams again as the green energy overwhelms him. He falls to his knees, pleading to Dongfang for help. Dongfang Xian curses, witnessing the old man's struggle and the figures engulfed in green energy around him. Dongfang Xian decides he needs to escape quickly and turns to flee, convinced that as long as he can escape and enter the game, he will be safe. The victim races forward, his thoughts consumed by his ambition. He believes that if he can reach level 10 in the game, he can extract his power into the real world, ensuring no one will ever threaten him. Suddenly, Shadow appears before him, surrounded by blue energy and dark tendrils. The victim reacts with shock, questioning what he is seeing. He is then seen falling, his body enveloped in the same blue energy, his face contorted in terror as a question mark hangs over him. Shadow makes his move, and the victim begins to disintegrate into dark particles. The victim tries to speak, uttering "Sha." As his upper body crumbles, he cries out "Do." As Shadow unleashes his ability, the curse of blooming flower. Red, ornate flowers bloom all around Shadow and engulf the victim. The victim's body is overwhelmed by the blossoming red flowers and dark tendrils, completely subsumed by the attack. With the victim defeated, a notification confirms the 27,000 tradable days and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Shadow remarks, "What a massive harvest." He looks down with a confident smirk as red, sparkling energy emanates from his body. Shadow stands amidst a scene of destruction, surrounded by a swirling red aura and falling flower petals, with black traces on the patterned floor. He reflects that this time, when he took action, the effects of the curse of blooming flower truly played a major role. He further notes that it not only erased all bodies and blood traces, but also completely absorbed the victim's lifespans without leaving a single drop behind. Shadow reveals his non-tradable lifespan has now reached 327 years. He contemplates that with this, he won't feel as pressured when he eventually goes to the violent zone. Meanwhile, outside the VIP room, an employee urgently calls for the police, reporting gunshots and screams from the VIP room moments ago. Shadow remains inside, listening. Several police officers quickly rush through the hallway. One officer states that the Dongfang family was dining inside. As the police officers reach the VIP room entrance, they halt, appearing confused. An officer exclaims that something is wrong, while another officer worries that there was a shootout and there must be casualties. However, the scene inside the VIP room is perfectly clean and empty with tables and chairs neatly arranged, showing no signs of any struggle or violence. A security guard exclaims that the VIP room is a mess, clearly indicating a shootout took place. He questions why there isn't a single person present. Another security guard asks if anyone saw someone leave the restaurant, but the answer is no one. The security guard finds it strange that the Dongfang family members have all vanished and suggests they should report it to the police first. Kyle, observing the scene, states that his next target is the Qin Group. He notes that the Qin Group's headquarters moved to North America before the game appeared. Kyle realizes that only Qin Shishi, the daughter of the Qin Group's president, is stuck in Modu, and he needs to eliminate her before she leaves the country. He calculates that the journey from Shanghai City to Modu is nearly 300 kilometers, and walking would take 2-3 hours, which he considers a waste of time. He concludes that he needs to find a way to get a mount. Kale sits on a bed, looking thoughtful, as a system message appears welcoming him back to the God-forsaken game. He finds himself within a magic circle in a ruined building now in his game form. Kale considers that there are still a few silver tier and gold tier bosses left in the ruins, which he can hunt first. A young woman, Lyra, excitedly calls out to Kale, proclaiming they have great news. Kyle looks back in surprise. Lyra explains that Xiao Heezy just found the entrance to a tomb, but a gold tier vengeful ghost guards it, and they couldn't beat it. Kale, walking, questions how Xiao Heezy found a tomb entrance. Lyra explains that on their way back to the starting town, they took a small detour to avoid weak monsters, and then suddenly noticed someone was missing. Lyra continues, stating that after searching for a while, it turned out Xiao Heezy stepped into a hole and fell in. She adds that because it was a special tome area, the team chat function didn't work. Lyra then describes how they followed the hole down and saw a level 12 gold boss chasing them, slashing wildly, but thankfully they ran fast enough. She informs Kale that they are already back in town and offers to send him the coordinates if he wants to go to that tomb. Kyle contemplates, thinking to himself that such incredible luck is truly incredible, discovering a tomb in the city ruins just because of a misstep. He realizes that the tomb is just like the Temple of Faith and cursed ruins, they are all random wild encounters. Kale then instructs her to send him the coordinates. The young woman in Yu chuckles and reminds Kale that if he gets anything he doesn't need later, he shouldn't forget to sell it to them. Kale simply replies, okay. Kale mentally notes that Yu is actually pretty smart. Kale stands in the city. Shadow wonders if this well is the entrance. He remarks that Xiao Heezy is truly gifted for falling into such a large hole just by walking. Shadow then plummets into the depths. A system message announces that Shadow has entered the Tomb of Resentment and long-range communication has been blocked. He lands with a crouch, his cloak settling around him. Shadow walks into the dark cavern, where two glowing red eyes stare back from the shadows. A menacing growl fills the air. A hulking, pale-skinned monster with glowing red eyes and dark tendrils emerges. A system notification identifies the creature as a level 12 vengeful ghost of gold grade. Shadow prepares for battle. Shadow observes the vengeful ghost. He recalls never encountering this boss in his past life, but deduces from its form that it is a physical attacker with high attack power and long range. Shadow understands why Yu and the others fled in panic, noting that the equipment and skill books he sold them offered little defense. The vengeful ghost prepares to strike. An observer notes that Wang Meng, as a holy shield, should possess around 5,000 hop, but this formidable boss has the power to wipe out at least half of it in a single strike. Shadow recognizes the extreme danger. Understanding that a direct hit would be fatal, he initiates a dynamic sequence, first executing a graceful release, followed immediately by an instant shadow slash, moving with incredible speed, surrounded by blue energy. Shadow connects with the boss, but he observes that due to the boss's high defense, his instant shadow slash only dealt 80% of its usual damage. Despite this, the boss cannot withstand the next strike from the slit throat attack, especially after Shadow's graceful release. Unexpectedly, the boss's arm begins to swell to an enormous size, taking Shadow by surprise. Shadow exclaims that this turn of events is not good, as the boss unleashes a massive explosion of green energy, engulfing the area and scattering debris. Shadow reacts to a corpse explosion, regretting his carelessness for not dodging the attack. He acknowledges that Shadow's stealth was triggered, saving his life. He recalls a past life experience where a party member died instantly from a corpse explosion after happily running in to grab loot from an unknown boss. Shadow notes that such bosses were typically platinum tier or above, expressing his surprise that even a gold tier boss in a tomb would self-destruct. He then uses his greedy hand skill. The system confirms Shadow killed Vengeful Ghost Gold, obtaining 1 Zard intratable lifespan and 20 evolution points. He also obtained the Platinum Skill Book Dark Knight Ring Blade. Through Greedy Hand, he acquired an additional 630 tradable lifespan and Resentment Leather Armor's Platinum. Shadow expresses his satisfaction. Having gained usable equipment and a skill book, he examines the Dark Knight Ring Blade skill book, which is an assassin-type skill. It coats a sharp weapon with dark power, attacking all enemies within a 5-meter radius with dark element damage, and adds 500 points of dark element bonus damage. The skill has a cooldown of 10 seconds, currently at 5.7 seconds, and requires level 11. Shadow realizes it is an elemental type skill for the assassin class. He considers his Shadow class as higher spirit than strength, making his magic attacks stronger than physical ones. Shadow decides to evolve the skill to see the result. The system confirms he spent 1 play 2 pull 3 evolution points, leaving him with 36 points. After evolving, the Dark Knight Ring Blade skill is now epic tier. It attacks all enemies within a 12-meter radius with dark element damage and adds 1,300 points of dark damage. The cooldown remains 10 seconds, 5.7 seconds, and the required level is still 11. Shadow observes that after evolving, the radius increased from 5 meters to 12 meters, and the bonus damage went from 500 to 1,300 points. Shadow muses that since an O skill has been cast, its bonus damage isn't particularly high. He continues to reflect, stating that its total damage per cast is still lower than Shadow Slash, but for clearing small monsters, it is a god tier skill. Shadow observes that Shadow Slash only has a 5-meter slash range and is ultimately a linear skill, as a blue energy beam shoots forward. He then notes that the Dark Knight Ring Blade, in contrast, is circular and more efficient when he is surrounded, as a swirling purple energy ring emanates from him engulfing ghostly figures. A notification appears displaying the stats for Resentment Armor Platinum, showing it provides physical defense 55, all elemental resistances plus 45, damage block 42. Epitha 777 requires level 11 to use. Its special effect Resentment grants 30 base attack power after taking damage. Shadow, now wearing the new armor, thinks that while the Resentment effect isn't very useful, the armor's base defense resistance and block are very high, making it a suitable replacement for the level 5 gold Ghostfire leather armor he is currently wearing. He then considers the other loot, which adds up to more than 20 items, concluding that if he sells them all, he can gain over 10,000 days of lifespan. Shadow stands in a misty, cavernous environment, hoping to find some good gear now that he can enter the tomb, adding that acquiring a mount would be even better. Meanwhile, a ferocious green goblin attacks with a sword. Lyra and Qin Xiaoyu look on terrified as the rain pours down. A bright glowing sword slashes through the air. Suddenly Lyra, Qin Xiaoyu and Aaron are seen kneeling within glowing magic circles. Cain cries out in anguish. He then turns to Qin Xiaoyu, accusing her loudly, telling her she has a body but no brain, and blames her for their team getting wiped out every time. Qin Xiaoyu grabs Cain's arm and desperately states that she cannot trade her lifespan as she only has 2 years left. A man yells at Qin Xiaoyu, warning her not to let him see her at school, or he will destroy her. He stands over her with an outstretched hand looking furious. Qin Xiaoyu lies defeated on the ground, expressing a groan of pain. Yanyan kneels to help Qin Xiaoyu while the man Zhang Wei scoffs as he walks away, leaving a trail of shimmering energy. Yanyan calls out to Qin Xiaoyu. Yanyan suggests to Qin Xiaoyu that they go to the town where Yanyan's parents live, mentioning a social aid group there that helps the elderly and people like them who cannot play the game. Qin Xiaoyu, looking furious, yells that Zhang Wei should just wait, calling him trash for acting tough in front of her. She declares that she doesn't believe anyone who chased after her before was better than him. Qin Xiaoyu tells Yanyan to go by herself, while Yanyan expresses surprise. Qin Xiaoyu lies on the ground, a faint light emanating from her body. Qin Xiaoyu is suddenly in a bed, her eyes wide and her expression one of distress. Qin Xiaoyu sits up in bed, looking at her phone. A message pops up asking if she wants help to level up. Another message from Zhang Huayu appears, offering 1 level in exchange for 1 night with him, expressing his desire to see how the cold goddess of our school looks in bed. Qin Xiaoyu, her face contorted in disgust, snaps back, calling the offer disgusting and telling him to look in the mirror first. She questions his arrogance, asking if he still dreams of touching her body and tells him to keep dreaming. Qin Xiaoyu continues to look at her phone. She sees a new message where Zhang Huayu claims he has always liked her, but his brother Qin Feng was watching him, preventing him from accepting her confession. Zhang Huayu states that he has now completely cut ties with Qin Feng, so he can finally be at peace and be with her. Qin Xiaoyu stares at her phone, which now displays a message calling her an idiot and asking if she is trying to make him die of laughter. The sender adds that she would even cut off her own brother, so who knows what she would do to him later, then tells her to get lost. Qin Xiaoyu is left alone in her bed, looking utterly distraught. Qin Xiaoyu attempts to reach out, sending a message to Rui Xiao, asking him to come over, keep her company, and help her level up. However, Rui Xiao replies dismissively, stating he has already awakened a platinum tier talent, is soaring high, and can have any girl he wants, telling her to get lost. Qin Xiaoyu then messages Brother Ma, saying she is bored and asking him to come keep her company in Shell Town. Brother Ma responds by accusing Qin Xiaoyu of setting up Zhang Wei and threatens to hit her belly twice with his new skill, Fierce Strike. Qin Xiaoyu is left frustrated, lamenting that all these bastards mean there isn't a single man she can rely on when it really matters. She curls up on her bed, weeping, realizing she only has 2.5 years of tradable lifespan left, and wonders what she should do. In her despair, Qin Xiaoyu thinks of Qin Feng, realizing he won't turn his back on her. She becomes determined, believing he must have a way to fix her predicament, and decides she has to go back and find him. Outside, the city lights gleam under the night sky. Qin Xiaoyu walks down a hallway, contemplating her approach. She plans to apologize to Qin Feng and say a few soft words, confident he will forgive her. However, her expression quickly shifts to annoyance as she questions why she should apologize, thinking she didn't do anything wrong. Qin Xiaoyu thinks to herself, reminding herself not to think negatively, stating that her current situation is only temporary. She plans to pretend to be obedient for now, intending to let him help her level up, confident that he has always loved her the most since they were children. Qin Xiaoyu resolves that once she levels up and her lifespan crisis is over, she will cut ties with him completely, believing her plan is genius. She calls out to Qin Feng, asking him to open the door. She repeats her plea to Qin Feng to open the door. Qin Xiaoyu urges Qin Feng not to sleep and to hurry and open the door. then announces that she is home, knocking repeatedly. She continues calling out Qin Feng's name and asks him to please open the door, knocking again. Qin Xiaoyu, now agitated, prepares to kick the door with an aura of blue energy. She furiously shouts for Qin Feng to open the door, then curses him for not complying, kicking the door in a fit of rage. She exclaims that he has some nerve. Qin Xiaoyu looks into the seemingly empty room, surprised. She asks where Qin Feng is, noticing that the bed table and all his clothes are gone. She tries to call Qin Feng, but her phone informs her that the number she dialed is currently unavailable. Qin Xiaoyu utters Qin Feng's name in distress. Her phone once again confirms that the number she dialed is currently unavailable. She wonders where he went. The scene shifts to the depths of the Tomb of Resentment, a dark and cavernous place. Inside the tomb, Qin Feng engages in fierce combat, surrounded by bursts of blue energy as a severed arm flies through the air. Qin Feng declares that he has reached the end. Kyle manipulates a large stone tablet, causing it to float effortlessly. He remarks that along the way, he has killed over 200 small monsters and a few bronze and silver bosses, bringing him close to level 12. Kyle then stands before a massive, ornate coffin and states that opening it will reveal the final boss of the tome, and he hopes it is a platinum-tier boss. He begins to push the heavy coffin, and it grinds open with a creaking sound. Kyle's eyes sharpen with resolve. From within the coffin, a monstrous, shadowy figure emerges, letting out a roar. The shadowy figure's tendrils rapidly expand, crashing and rattling. A pale, grotesque creature, now visible, lets out a pained grunt as the dark tendrils engulf it completely. The system announces that the silver-tier devout follower Shadow summoned has been killed. Shadow recognizes it as a gold-tier boss, a deadly miasma, expressing his annoyance at encountering such a disgusting entity. He understands this boss lacks a physical form and is completely immune to physical attacks. Shadow remembers that in his previous life, someone released this boss, which subsequently spread to the nearest base. Many people, unaware of the truth, suffered heavy casualties. He notes that if one becomes possessed by it, death is inevitable unless a teammate performs an exorcism or the individual possesses a class with special immunity. Shadow perceives its true form, manifesting as the Dark Knight Ring Blade, a swirling vortex of dark energy and blue lightning. He reveals that its core is hidden within the toxic fog. A grotesque, green, vine-like creature with numerous eyeballs emerges from the darkness, and a bright orange energy beam strikes it. Shadow has defeated the gold-tier boss, the deadly miasma. Shadow observes that the boss's power is clearly above platinum level, yet it is still classified as gold, and the items it drops are only gold grade. Shadow, wielding his sword and surrounded by golden energy, thinks it is a good thing he just learned the Dark Knight Ring Blade, a magic attack skill, as a white orb forms in front of him. He then uses a skill called Greedy Hand, manifesting a giant golden hand of energy reaching upwards. Shadow sighs, remarking that after all the effort to conquer this tome, all he got was gold-tier loot. He trails off, feeling dissatisfied. A system message appears announcing that he has obtained a rare item, the Mount Bell. A golden bell item appears, floating near Shadow's outstretched hand, who wears a surprised expression. Surprised, Shadow questions if he truly received a mount. Suddenly, Shadow exclaims that he actually got a mount. He realizes that Lin Liu truly is a walking good luck charm. He holds up a small, glowing bell. This Mount Bell, for a Ghost Knight Wolf, can be used to summon a level 11 Ghost Knight Wolf. This wolf can assist in battle and can be ridden, though it requires Shadow to be at level 11. The narrator states that the Ghost Knight Wolf is one of the fastest mounts available in the early stages. The Ghost Knight Wolf is level 11 with a gold grade, possessing 148 strength, 155 constitution, 91 agility, and 135 spirit. Mounts gain the same experience as their owner to level up, but if the Mount Bell is traded, the mount's level resets to its base level. The Ghost Knight Wolf has the ability Swift Sprint, which activates while mounted, increasing movement speed by 245%. Its Night Walker ability grants level 1 stealth permanently at night. Attacking breaks stealth and adds 120 stealth breaking damage, and stealth can only reactivate after 60 seconds. It also has triple pounce, allowing it to pounce on a single target 3 times, with each strike dealing an additional 267 physical damage. Lastly, its Wolf Howl grants allies the 35 attack, physical defense, and elemental resistance for 1800 seconds with a 600-second cooldown. Kane realizes it is both a mount and a battle pet, and he exclaims that it comes with stealth, marking it as a huge win. The Ghost Knight Wolf, with its glowing blue eyes and ethereal aura, stands beside Kane in the dark city. Then they charge forward at incredible speed, leaving streaks of light behind them. Ryu decides that next he will reach level 15 and save up enough lifespan to extract the mount. He is seen riding a swift, glowing wolf-like creature. Rai then plans that after he logs out next time, he will head straight to Madu and eliminate Kion Shishi to cut off any future trouble. Ryu on his glowing wolf flies high above a sprawling urban landscape, approaching a massive structure. He identifies this location as the Jiankai Arena. Ryu observes that it covers a massive area, with 2 underground levels, a complex layout, and tons of monsters. He concludes that it is the perfect place for him to level up quickly. As Ryu arrives, he stands upon his dissolving wolf, ready to enter the arena. A warrior clad in armor, wielding a shield and spear, stands on a towering structure. A glowing blue wolf-like entity descends from the heights. The narrator states that this place is a paradise for the strong. Under the gaze of a large full moon, a winged figure watches over an arena where the blue wolf-like entity is surrounded by numerous dark, shadowy adversaries and other armored warriors. Among them, an armored warrior with a red plume on their helmet and a horned foe with glowing blue eyes prepare for battle. A close-up reveals Shadow's eye glowing with intense yellow energy. With a swift motion, Shadow unleashes a powerful blue energy attack, forming an X which is named Instant Shadow Slash, striking an opponent. The city landscape shows destroyed buildings as a large creature battles, blades flashing in the air. A warrior in Yu stands triumphantly over the defeated monster. A male warrior cheers, exclaiming that they won. Another male warrior praises Captain and declaring her damage output insane. Ma Naliang, who is the son of a Zhanghai City Bureau director, remarks on Yu's powerful hidden class dragon swordsman, and states that she is definitely the woman he has his eye on. Two male warriors discuss the recent battle, with one pondering how a level 8 gold tier boss took them over 10 minutes to defeat, making him question how Shadow managed to solo a platinum tier boss. The other warrior dismisses Shadow as a sneaky assassin who slowly chips down bosses in hiding, asserting there is nothing honorable about it. Ma Naliang considers that Yu has no background, which makes her an easy acquisition for him, given his status as a government official's son. And Yu then challenges Ma Naliang, asking if, as an archer, he is not the one best suited to slowly chip away at bosses. Ma Naliang indignantly replies that he is an upright person and would not stoop to such tactics. He continues, claiming he heard Shadow has low moral standards and is bloodthirsty in real life. Ma Naliang then confidently states he knows a hunter from Modu's police force who already has level 3 anti-stealth detection. One person suggests they should set a trap, find out Shadow's real-life identity and control him, believing that only by having Shadow work for the authorities can they truly rest easy. Otherwise, he adds, incidents like Song Fi and Zhang Lai will keep happening, questioning if they are supposed to clean up after him every time. A man and a woman in armor listen, initially surprised. Later, the woman, now smiling, addresses Xiaoma, stating that she thinks he doesn't get it. She explains that currently, it's not Shadow begging them to clean up for him, but rather them who have to, as this is the only way to keep their interests aligned and cooperate with him. She points out Shadow's numerous achievements: global first kill of a gold boss, first kill of a platinum boss, and all solo kills. She questions how Xiaoma could choose to offend a person of that level, instead of trying to win him over, asking if his brain has been eaten by crawlers. The man in armor from the top panel intervenes, telling them to stop yelling, reminding them that Shadow is a second gen. Xiaomei is visibly embarrassed, blushing and furrowing his brow. The woman retorts, asking if being a second gen means one doesn't need a brain. The man in armor sarcastically remarks that Xiaoma is going to cry in a minute. Xiaoma, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, exclaims, wondering if Shadow is just a fragile little assassin, and asserting that as long as their anti-stealth is high enough, they shouldn't be afraid of countering him. A man in armor angrily asks how people without any background dare to scold him. He then vows to Yu that he will ruin Shadow's name and capture him, promising to make Yu kneel and beg for forgiveness. The man in armor is seen with his fist raised in anger, seemingly floating. Ren asks what the boast just dropped, and Captain replies that it was a piece of gold equipment for priests, a silver gear, and a silver skill book. Ren looks surprised while Captain observes. Ren marvels that the guy casually throws gold and even platinum gear their way, wondering how many bosses he has actually killed. Captain suggests that perhaps his talent is treasure hunting, and he got it all from opening chests. Ren looks awestruck, and Captain is thoughtful. Ren then tells Captain that he might sound a bit paranoid, but he is a little worried. Captain asks him about what. Ren looks at Captain, who appears concerned. A group of uniformed police officers walk in the background. Ren then reminds Captain of the Jiangnan restaurant case, where the Dongfang family disappeared during a gathering. He wonders if Shadow was behind that, questioning if they should really keep cleaning up after him. Ren looks worried as he speaks. Captain expresses concern that they still don't fully understand Shadow's personality, contemplating if, in real life, he is an actual serial killer. Captain looks serious. Ren acknowledges that he has heard about that case, stating that it's being taken very seriously and many people suspect Shadow might be involved. However, he adds that there is no evidence connecting it to him. Ren looks at Captain Still, Captain declares that even if that case was Shadow's doing, she would still choose to work with him. She firmly states that even if higher-ups refuse to clean up for him, she will do it herself. Captain looks determined, a slight smile on her face. Kyle, looking surprised, asks why. Lara, with a playful grin and arms raised in excitement, declares that who wouldn't want to pat Shadow's behind. Kale then gasps in surprise. Finn, the spiky-haired man, reports to Kale, addressing him as Captain, that they found a gladiator-style arena in the next zone. Finn continues, adding that all the monsters inside are already dead. Finn further explains that the ground is covered in corpses, and he has no idea which team could be strong enough to clear them all. Kyle, looking determined, declares they will go and check it out, as Lyra raises her fist in agreement while Finn stands ready. They arrive at an area filled with numerous glowing yellow orbs, indicating a massive amount of item drops. Lyra exclaims that it's crazy how many drops there are, speculating that there must have been hundreds of monsters. Kale wonders which team could be this powerful. Lyra suggests it must have been Shadow and proposes they look around in case they run into him. Kale asks what makes her so sure Shadow did this. Lyra explains that Shadow is ranked #1 on the leaderboards, and even their official team, despite being right behind him, couldn't accomplish such a feat, so it must be him. Cal scoffs, dismissing the achievement by claiming that if he had stealth, he could do it too, stating it's just a matter of spending more time. A message appears addressing the boss and asking if they are still there, noting that after clearing all those mobs, the boss must have a ton of extra gear and skill books, and asks them to sell some. Soldier shouts in surprise as he is sent flying through the air by a powerful wolf-like creature with glowing blue eyes. Xiao Heezy rides atop the creature. Soldier lands on the ground, clearly taken aback. Another person exclaims, asking if the creature is a mount and wondering where it came from. Fangirl gazes at Xiao Heezy and his mount with adoration, hearts floating around her. Xiao Heezy then thanks the group for the coordinates they provided, revealing that he obtained the mount from a tomb. Yan, smiling brightly, gives special thanks to Xiao Heezy and chuckles. She then proposes a trade, stating that Xiao Heezy can take everything on the ground in one go, making it the same deal as always. Erin expresses her understanding that if she does not like the price, she does not have to buy, knowing that the boss is always fair. Shadow sits atop a large, majestic beast surrounded by shimmering golden energy, while Arin stands beside it. Suddenly, Soldier A and another soldier look with wide eyes at Kane, who appears to be relieving himself. Soldier A exclaims, asking if Kane is peeing. Kane, filled with rage and humiliation, curses Shadow, calling him a damn bastard for publicly humiliating him. He clenches his teeth, his face distorted in fury, and vows, "Just you wait." Shadow moves with incredible speed, a streak of blue energy trailing behind him as he navigates a city. He observes his current status. Shadow is level 13, Justice Enforcer is level 10, Wang Meng is level 10, and Black Goblin Dali is level 10. He also notes his tradable lifespan is 245 years and he possesses 255 evolution points. Shadow reflects on his recent accomplishment, having cleared the Colosseum Arena ruins and obtained a valuable gold-tier skill book. This skill is called Silent Stealth, and its description states that it allows him to enter stealth at his current location. As long as he does not attack or move, he will remain in stealth indefinitely. If he attacks, he deals an additional 300 stealth breaking damage. The cooldown is 120 seconds and it requires level 13. Shadow realizes that this skill not only enhances his stealth within the game, but also offers an even more insane advantage if used in real life. Combined with the invincibility frame upon entering the game, he can completely disappear in reality. He decides to evolve it to Epic Tier. After consuming 11 evolution points, the Silent Stealth skill evolves from Gold to Platinum, Jade Diamond, and finally Epic Tier. The stealth breaking bonus damage significantly increases from 300 to 800, and the cooldown is reduced from 120 seconds to 60 seconds, still requiring level 13. Shadow declares he can still evolve a few more skills. He consumes 34 evolution points, and his Poison Dagger evolves to Epic Tier. Its maximum range increases to 20 meters, and it now deals an additional 400 physical damage on hit, applying a poison status that deals 100% damage per second for 5 seconds. Shadow then consumes 200 evolution points, and Grace on Seal evolves to Mythic Tier. Its weak point correction increases to 300% and the weak point damage multiplier doubles. Its active effect, Slit Throat, now deals 200% of the attack's damage per second for 3 seconds, with its cooldown reduced to 9.7 seconds. Shadow rides a glowing, wolf-like creature through the cityscape, stating that as expected of a Mythic Tier skill, every hit now becomes a weak point attack unless it is against a special monster. He then focuses on a necklace he holds, which is revealed to be Liar's Pendant, a Platinum Assassin-type accessory. It provides 45 physical attack, +20 strength, +20 constitution, and a unique effect of +1 stealth level. Shadow remarks that with his gear and skills combined, he now possesses level 4 stealth, asserting that no one can counter his stealth at this stage. He also points out the Veil of Shadow, a gold assassin-type equipment that gives +5 constitution, +5 spirit, and 32% dodge rate. He proudly states that his dodge rate has reached 83%. A powerful destructive light then engulfs Shadow in the surrounding area. Shadow, now mounted on his glowing wolf, speeds through the devastated city, an exclamation mark appearing above him as he reacts to the scene. He continues to speed through the ruined landscape, seemingly recognizing something, thinking, "That's..." The scene concludes with a grand, dark structure standing in the midst of the desolation, illuminated by the lingering, destructive light. A towering, chained figure with sharp blades rises against a fairy sky. Qin Feng exclaims, recognizing the figure as the Steel Saintess. He wonders who is crazy enough to trigger such a powerful boss. He recalls that in his previous life, the Steel Saintess appeared in the Jianghai ruins, where over 1,000 players participated in a raid against her, resulting in a total death count exceeding 4,000. He explains that she is, in truth, the guardian of the sanctuary known as the Church Sanctum. He notes that this is the second largest sanctuary in the Jianghai ruins. Qin Feng states that he originally planned to deal with Qian Shishi before tackling this boss, but since she has appeared now, he will just take her down. A spectral wolf, glowing with blue energy, charges forward. The Steel Saintess swings her massive blade, cutting into the ground as people scatter. Blue energy radiates from Qin Feng as he looks determined. Soldier exclaims that the attack is sharp and deadly as another person is struck. An individual screams loudly as a powerful white energy attack strikes them. The masked protagonist observes the scene, thinking someone is too arrogant to fight the Steel Saintess. He pauses, realizing something important. He sees Chen Wuming, a character with a hidden class of Templar Knight, skillfully deflecting an attack while riding a majestic white tiger. The protagonist recalls Chen Wuming as an old friend he fought for 9 years in his previous life, a rivalry with no definitive winner. He remembers Chen Wuming as sly and deceitful, always using dirty tricks and escaping when he was about to lose. In the previous life, Chen Wuming's guild, the Knight's Sanctum, took down the Steel Saintess. Players used to say the West belongs to Blade God, the East belongs to Knight's Sanctum. They each ruled the western and eastern zones of Jianghai's ruins. The protagonist recalls that the Knight's Sanctum forced all new recruits to sign slave-like contracts guaranteeing safety but demanding a 50% tax on their lifespan. Most members were merely black slaves serving the guild's top-tier elite fighters. The protagonist realizes the timing is perfect. He stares intently, asserting that this time, Chen Wuming will not escape. Two figures, one armored and one hooded, confront a towering, ominous entity in a ruined cityscape. The hooded figure conjures a smaller, glowing spectral image that materializes before them. With intense red eyes, a white-haired character unleashes a powerful attack identified as the Dark Knight Ring Blade. The deadly red energy consumes multiple individuals who are caught in the swirling vortex. System messages confirm the immediate death of several players. Xiaoma is killed, Xifangfang is slain, Xiao Yu is slain, Bad Friend is slain, and Lai Moyo is also slain. A character named Rix then exclaims in shock, demanding to know who is responsible for the devastation. Another character, Jine, riding a large tiger, confronts Shadow, questioning why Shadow attacked and killed their people without any prior conflict. Kane expresses his confusion, wondering why Shadow doesn't eat beef. Shadow then unleashes an instant Shadow Slash, performing a powerful blue energy attack that swiftly dispels shadowy figures. In the aftermath, Shadow stands amidst a ruined city and red petals fall as he activates the curse of blooming flower. Numerous enemies lie bloodied on the ground, with red flowers blooming from their bodies, indicating their demise. Subsequently, Kane and his group find themselves caught in a revival spell, lying on the ground within a glowing blue magical circle, clearly affected. Kane angrily shouts, demanding to know what beef has to do with them. One of his subordinates exclaims that his tradable lifespan has just hit 0. Kane attributes this effect to Shadow's skill. Soldier suggests they gather the team and fight back, but Kane rebukes him, asking if he is tired of living. Another subordinate proposes they retreat and power up elsewhere, believing they can make up the lost lifespan. Aaron observes the scene with wide, fearful eyes. Ching Seiyu cries out, asking Shadow why he targets her, as her lifespan, which is almost completely gone, is being absorbed. A system message reveals that 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan have been absorbed from Seiyu, which is Qin Seiyu. Shadow observes the scene, wondering if that girl was indeed Qin Seiyu. He notes that only a small amount of lifespan was absorbed, concluding that she must have hit rock bottom. Shadow then realizes that she joined Knight's Sanctum as a black slave and thinks it serves her right. He engages in combat, dodging a powerful swing from a large chained weapon. The attack leaves a faint ghost shadow as Shadow moves quickly, believing that this boss's first phase is not too hard. The armored boss continues its assault, swinging its chained weapon as Shadow expertly evades. A weapon, resembling a chain bell, swings powerfully through the air. Finn observes, noting that the enemy repeatedly swings its chain blades, performing targeted or area of effect physical attacks. He realizes that the graceful release of the Plague Blade is followed by a slit throat attack, dealing devastating damage. Suddenly, the enemy is struck by a powerful blue energy, taking heavy damage with numbers showing 75i5e1 and 7536 as a weak point hit. The attack is identified as slit throat, blood splatters as the enemy recoils from the blow. The enemy screams in pain. Finn thinks to himself that the reason it is called a guardian is because of its terrifying phase 2. A dark, ominous figure resembling a demon stands shrouded in purple energy and bound by heavy chains. Its eyes glow menacingly, and a prominent eye-like emblem adorns its chest. The narration reveals that once HP hits half, the demon sealed within awakens. This entity also reflects all damage it receives back to the attacker equally. There is a rumor that the demon's stomach contains a portal, and anyone eaten by it is supposedly teleported somewhere unknown, rumored to be the bottom of a volcano. This information is presented against a backdrop of a fairy-inspired landscape. However, in the last life, no one ever confirmed this rumor, leading the narrator to suspect that some individual simply mixed up lore from another game. Rook exclaims that Shadow is too brutal, having driven the boss straight into phase 2 with just one skill. Qian questions if it was truly Shadow, emphasizing that it is a titanium tier boss. Rook confirms, stating he saw it from start to finish. He explains that the boss was spawned by the Knight's Sanctum Guild, and Shadow suddenly appeared, slaughtering them all. Rook further adds that Shadow then used a single skill that immediately took the boss to half a P. Indistinct murmuring sounds are heard from the onlookers. Shadow observes the Steel Saintess and realizes she has a weakness in phase 2. He notes that when she attacks, her reflect damage effect temporarily disappears. This means if one strikes while she is attacking, they can avoid the reflected damage. However, Shadow considers his skills, Instant Shadow Slash, Slit Throat, Plague Blade, and Poison Dagger, recognizing that all of them are damage over time skills. He concludes that if he uses them, he will still take damage from the reflect effect. Shadow thinks that with his current stats, he would die instantly from his own attacks. He then notices the players who have been snooping around for a while and considers using them. Jian instructs someone to move, stating he will take a look. Qian and Ilara appear surprised. A character exclaims that Big Bro Safety is here, emphasizing safety first as Safety stands confidently with his arms crossed. Xiaoxu looks up at him. A companion explains that they have been observing the boss for a while, noting it only uses a few skills, which they have all memorized. However, after its 8 dropped to half, it froze and its body started changing, likely entering a new phase. Safety wonders if Shadow was soloing the boss before that. Xiaoxu confirms that Shadow disappeared right after the boss entered phase 2. Safety instructs Xiaotu to activate Red Eye and check if Shadow is still around. Xiaotu enthusiastically agrees and green crystalline energy manifests from her hands, extending upwards. The energy then coalesces into a small rabbit which gazes upwards. The rabbit detects a large, dark, and menacing figure in the distance, surrounded by tendrils of dark energy. The rabbit then turns, and the energy dissipates, indicating there is no sign of Shadow, concluding he is probably gone. Xiaotu confirms this with a surprised expression. Safety tells Xiaotu that if even her level 3 anti-stealth ability cannot detect Shadow, then he is definitely left, asserting there is no way Shadow could possess level 4 stealth. Safety instructs Xiaotu to keep an eye out and immediately alert him if Shadow returns. Xiaotu acknowledges his command, addressing him as Big Bro Safety. Safety, now airborne, clutches two katanas, radiating an intense aura. Another observer remarks that Safety seems intent on dying by attempting to solo a titanium boss. The observer then realizes they have seen him before, recalling that back in the starting town, Safety took down a gold boss without taking a single hit. The observer exclaims that it turns out to be the top-tier player known as Safety First. They mention a rumor that Safety's class is Soul Warrior and that he boasts a 100% dodge rate during rolls. Safety glows with a blue energy as he prepares for combat. The observer also heard that Safety used to be a world-class Soul-type game streamer possessing top-tier reflexes and skill. The menacing boss, with its glowing red eyes, looms before Safety. Shadow launches a massive shadowy claw at its opponent. The warrior charges forward, his sword drawn and ready. Shadow's attack connects with immense force, creating a large impact that sends debris flying as the warrior is struck. The warrior cries out, "Yahoo!" as he is knocked backward. Shadow extends its shadowy tendrils, preparing for another strike. Illegible text appears as Shadow unleashes another powerful blow. The warrior is struck once more, falling to the ground with his sword flying away, and he again exclaims Yahoo! Shadow's shadowy appendages then stretch high above the buildings of the city. Shadow delivers a rapid series of attacks, hitting the warrior repeatedly, who shouts Yahoo 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 with each blow as he is thrown around. Xiaotu enthusiastically declares that the boss is awesome, while Rix praises Safety's calm and precise rolls. Kyan adds that Safety never overextends, and Xiaotu agrees, exclaiming that it's so cool. Safety truly is a beast, perfectly dodging every single boss attack. However, Qian questions why the boss's health drops every time Safety rolls. Rix finds it strange, noting that he even saw slash effects flashing on the boss, and wonders if a Soul Warrior is really that crazy. Shadow clarifies that perfect dodging is merely basic stuff for Safety, revealing that his real power lies in his offense. The narration explains that as long as Safety successfully dodges with a roll, his next attack ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Safety, surrounded by a blue aura, then lunges forward with his sword, proclaiming, "Take this!" The armored observer exclaims about what a sick effect he is witnessing. The green-haired observer adds that she bets that move deals over 1,000 damage. Shadow's face shows fierce determination as he unleashes his attack. He moves as if dancing under the moonlight, slipping through the gaps of blade edges. His attack is a pinpoint execution, a sword that draws blood. One strike splits into 3 shadows, swift as shooting stars, built up and unleashed, a strike that ends it all. The green-haired observer points out that without even noticing, the boss is down to 1/3 of its XP, and the armored observer looks on in shock. Shadow continues his assault, declaring, "This Shadow Moon Gap is my sword style." He holds his glowing blue sword with a smirk, proud of his technique. The boss is hit with 2 reflected damage instances, one for Tunner 1 and another for Twin 99, glowing with intense energy. The 3 observers react with wide-eyed shock, exclaiming, "Ah!" and calling out Big Bro Safety. One observer questions why Big Bro Safety died when he dodged every attack, while another points out that Safety's skill hit the boss, yet the boss's didn't drop. A mysterious cloaked figure ponders why the boss lost so much P. Another masked figure, emanating a faint blue glow, lets out a ha. He thinks that thanks to Safety First, while he was showing off nonstop, the boss used a ton of skills. During that time, Finn constantly attacked, managing to wear the boss down to 1/3 of its HP. He recalls that the Soul Warrior's damage was actually pretty good, but the warrior ended up getting killed from reflect damage. He observes that class just cannot handle the Steel Saintess. He cannot attack while rolling, and if he attacks, he takes reflect damage, deeming it a tragedy. The boss suddenly turns around, causing Finn to react with surprise. He realizes the situation is not good as the boss is low on HP and trying to return to the church sanctum. If it makes it back, it will fully heal and all their efforts will be for nothing. Finn notes that the Soul Warrior's death scared everyone, so they won't dare attack again. He understands that as long as the boss doesn't attack, its reflect damage won't disappear. This means Finn will have to go in head on. Shadow, moving with intense determination, declares that he cannot let the armored entity make it back to the sanctum. He charges forward, a stream of dark purple energy extending from him towards the towering, menacing figure. Rook observes the fierce engagement, exclaiming that it is Shadow and wondering if all the slashes on the boss were inflicted by him, finding the thought terrifying. He continues, stating that he previously thought Safety First was the true master, but now sees him as merely a performer, concluding that Shadow is the undisputed top dog. Meanwhile, Xiaotu, her green hair distinctive, is also taken aback, questioning if it is truly Shadow. She wonders how her level 3 anti-stealth ability failed to detect him, pondering if he has reached level 4 stealth or even higher. An observer exclaims that the Soul Warrior dropped his loot when he died, urging to find a way to get it back. Kale, with a focused expression, stands ready as his blacklight shield activates, displaying 10 layers, each capable of blocking 1 instance of damage. The boss, Qian, is surrounded by dark purple energy. Kale seizes the opportunity, thinking to himself that now is his chance. He unleashes an instant shadow slash, striking Qian with a powerful blue energy attack. After the attack, Kale's blacklight shield shows 7 layers remaining. He realizes that out of the 9 strikes from instant shadow slash, The last 3 landed during Qian's reflect damage state. Cal concludes that if not for his blacklight shield absorbing those 3 hits, he would be dead already. Qian remains enveloped in dark purple energy. Shadow faces a relentless onslaught of fire breath attacks. The attacks are too fast, even with an over 80% evade rate, causing 7 of his shields to break in an instant. His blacklight shield now displays 0 layers. He realizes that if he had been just 0.5 seconds slower, he would have been instantly killed. Meanwhile, a hooded man grins, surrounded by golden energy. He attempts to steal loot, but is swiftly struck in the face by a green energy beam from Shadow. The hooded man falls to the ground enveloped in green energy as Shadow stands over him. Shadow asserts that no one will steal his loot. The system then announces that Shadow has acquired Safety First lifespan, consisting of 60-12 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. Additionally, the Curse of Blooming Flower has a tradable lifespan of 355 days and non-tradable lifespan of 20 years. Shadow notes that his opponent, the Sorcerer, is quite interesting, observing that the Sorcerer is packing a lot of lifespan and must have never died once. He decides not to use his Blooming Flower technique on him. The Sorcerer lets out a guttural sound as dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from Shadow's hands. Shadow realizes he can only rely on his blacklight shield and basic instant Shadow Slash to slowly consume the Sorcerer. He determines this approach is slow but safe. The Sorcerer unleashes powerful shadow attacks, manifesting as multiple claw-like tendrils that strike the ground forcefully. From above, an observer exclaims their disbelief, saying Shadow is insane and wondering how he manages such feats. The green-haired observer's companion states they didn't know how Shadow pulled off the first kills before, but now they understand. Shadow then prepares for his final attack, declaring it the final blow as a golden light radiates from his hand. A powerful blue energy attack flashes. A system message confirms that the Steel Saintess, a Titanium tier opponent, has been defeated. The victor gains 48,000 XP and 120 evolution points. Another message congratulates him on obtaining the Church Sanctum key. Shadow, with his white hair, is seen in a dynamic pose enveloped in a golden aura, his greedy hand mythic ability activating. Lyra exclaims in shock, wondering if he truly soloed the fight. Kane, standing beside her, confirms that it is Shadow, the #1 in the rankings. Shadow observes the Black Flame's gift, a bone, piercing leather armor of emerald grade, an assassin-type armor offering significant physical defense, all-element resistance, damage block, and constitution requiring level 13. He notes that just one piece of emerald grade gear provides more defense than an entire set of gear from lower tiers. Shadow continues to examine the Black Flame's gift, which applies a Black Flame layer to targets when attacking or being attacked, stacking up to 5 times. Each layer reduces defense and elemental resistance by 7%, though its effectiveness is reduced against emerald tier bosses and above. He remarks that the Black Flame effect, which lowers both defense and elemental resistance, makes it even better than the item from the Purifier boss. Shadow sees a skill named Assassin's Intuition, an emerald grade ability, his eyes glowing intensely. He learns that Assassin's Intuition allows him to faintly see the outline of stealthed enemies, granting a +2 anti-stealth level and requiring level 13. Shadow declares he is upgrading this anti-stealth skill to Legendary right away. Shadow spends 33 evolution points, leaving 97 remaining to upgrade Assassin's Intuition from Emerald to Legendary. The skill now allows him to faintly see stealth enemies, increasing his anti-stealth level to 5 and gains a legendary bonus. He can more accurately sense enemy weak points, providing a 50% weak point attack bonus. He exclaims that with level 5 anti-stealth, the 50% weak point bonus, and Graceful Execution's passive, he now has a total bonus of 350%, feeling he could land critical hits with his eyes closed. With 97 evolution points left, Shadow decides it is time to upgrade Shadow Stealth to Legendary. Shadow spends 80 evolution points, leaving 17 remaining. To upgrade Shadow Stealth from Epic to Legendary increases from 75% to 85%, and triggering an evade now nullifies all damage at level 5. Golden energy envelops him as he performs the upgrade. And Yu excitedly calls out to Shadow, asking what dropped this time as she rushes towards him waving. Shadow mentally remarks that Yu is like a hound. Elara, with wide eyes, exclaims that she hadn't checked the rankings yet, shocked that someone reached level 13 in just one night, calling it insane. Finn, standing nearby, adds that they ground all night and still aren't halfway to level 11, remarking that the other speed is just insane. Kane, with a playful expression, tells them to watch their wording, stating that no one likes being told they're fast. He then turns to Shadow, asking for his agreement. Shadow announces that he just got some new stuff, with prices listed, inviting them to buy something if they want it. Alara then states a price of 45,000 days for the whole package. A notification appears, stating trade complete. Shadow then mentions he has something else for sale and asks if they know about hideouts. Alara confirms they have heard about them, explaining that in the Jianghai City ruins there are no safe zones, but player groups can occupy hideouts as bases. She elaborates that they can store supplies in a hideout and in critical moments, it can activate a magical defensive barrier to ward off external invasions. Shadow suggests that what she knows is probably the small-scale hideout dropped by a gold-grade boss. Alara agrees, but points out that authorities in Jianghai City haven't found any hideouts yet. She further explains that in Magic City, the authorities already took over a mid-sized hideout, which is how they know about this information. Holding up a glowing golden key, Shadow asserts that in that case, they should already understand how valuable a hideout is. He reveals it is the Cathedral Sanctum hideout key, which dropped from that boss just now. Shadow then explains that this hideout covers 800 mu and instructs them to go back and discuss what price they can offer, stating he will consider whether to sell it to them. Lyra and Xiaohezi exclaim, 800 mu. Both appear wide-eyed and shocked. A narrator explains that the larger the hideout, the stronger its defense and the more sturdy its infrastructure. Lyra then explains that an 800 mu hideout is enough for every member of the Jianghai authorities to have their own room. She asks Shadow how much he plans to sell it for. Shadow instructs them to go back and discuss it first, telling them to return with an offer, and then he will decide if he will sell it. Shadow thinks to himself, recalling that in his previous life, this hideout could be sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. He considers that if he manages to sell it to the authorities, then with the lifespan he already has, it will be enough to extract all his equipment, skills, and levels into reality. Lyra agrees to arrange for someone to report this to their higher-ups immediately. She then adds that there is one more thing they would like to ask for his help with. Shadow simply says, speak. Lyra informs Shadow that they just received news. In Dark Moon Town, 7 gold-tier bosses have gathered together. A vision of several monstrous figures appears. She explains that many people have already been killed, and they are willing to pay 10 years of lifespan if Shadow could take them out for them. Shadow questions if it's 7 gold bosses, noting that even if they are together, the authorities' force should be able to deal with it eventually. He deduces that if they are coming to him, they must be facing something truly tricky. Lyra beams and gives a thumbs up, declaring that as expected of him, his guess is so accurate. Someone recounts how they managed to take out one of the monstrous bosses, but it revived. Not only that, all 7 bosses suddenly had their stats skyrocket, and their entire team was wiped out instantly. Shadow contemplates the situation, noting that these are group bosses and they revive. He wonders if they could be puppets created by the cursed slate from the ancient god stone tablet. Shadow looks at a stone tablet with a golden circular symbol, realizing that if it truly is the ancient god slate, this is an opportunity he absolutely cannot miss. A notification confirms that the transaction is complete and he has received 10 years of lifespan. And Yu bids Shadow good luck. Smiling and raising her arm, Shadow instructs her to send him the coordinates privately as he is heading there now. He thinks to himself that Yu is actually pretty decent. He considers that 7 gold bosses, their drops could sell for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, and she even gave him 10 extra years as payment, deeming her very generous. He observes the area and then his attention is drawn to something. Below, a commotion unfolds. A female character fiercely scolds Qin Xiaoyu, accusing her of being a scumbag who joined the guild not long ago and is already trying to seduce the guild leader. She violently pulls Qin Xiaoyu's hair. Qin Xiaoyu cries out, saying she doesn't. The attacker warns Qin Xiaoyu, asking if she thinks she is blind and tells her to stay away for a long time, or it will tear her skin. Qin Xiaoyu is seen crying and beaten. Shadow watches the scene, realizing that Qin Xiaoyu has encountered Palace fighting after joining the Knights Templar. He reflects that in his previous life, he handled many of these boring power games for Qin Xiaoyu. One of Qin Xiaoyu's tormentors laughs, telling her to just experience life. Qin Xiaoyu desperately cries to stop hitting her, stating that it hurts so much and she is going to die. Another attacker threatens to beat her to death, calling her a little goblin. Another attacker wonders how many men Qin Xiaoyu has seduced. Shadow, now enveloped in a blue energy aura, thinks to himself that under the huge statue in the center of the Jianghai city ruins, there is a hidden room that leads back to the original town. Cal's information remains largely unknown to most people. The narrator clarifies that teleportation is not without cost. The first time requires 500 days of lifespan, the second 1,000 days, and the third 2,000 days. The lifespan required for each subsequent teleportation back will double because as time progresses, the initial small town will gradually evolve into a higher level area. Small monsters will evolve into bosses, and some hidden treasures will also appear, such as this time's ancient god slate, which is something not to be missed. A system prompt asks Kale if he wishes to teleport back to the land abandoned by gods, Dark Moon Town. Kale thinks that Dark Moon Town is a place that appears much later, and he had never heard of it in his previous life. He then decides to teleport. The system confirms it is consuming 500 days of lifespan and is teleporting him. Bright beams of light shoot up into the sky. Kyle reappears in Dark Moon Town, observing that it is quite lively, but most of the people are elderly. An elderly man expresses his relief, saying he is finally back in the safe zone. A young man informs an elderly woman, Granny, that according to their agreement they have helped her level up to level 3. He explains that during the leveling process, Granny receives 72 days of lifespan, and she just needs to trade those to them. Granny exclaims in shock, asking if they still want money. She then questions if they are not a public welfare organization helping them level up for free. Young man 1 clarifies that they are not asking her for money, explaining that when they teamed up earlier, a portion of the lifespan gained from defeating monsters went to her side. He states that she just needs to give that part to them, as they agreed on this from the start. Granny angrily retorts that she does not know any damn agreement. She shouts that the young people are shameless for still asking an old lady like her for money. Young man 1 attempts to explain that she is wrong, stating that they helped her level up for free and she just needs to give them the dropped lifespan. A young man 2 adds that unless she teams up, lifespan will not be divided to her side, and she will not get experience either. Granny, pointing, warns them not to touch her, threatening to call for help. She then loudly accuses people from the Dream Sands River Guild of assaulting her. An old man exclaims that something is indecent as a ghostly hand rips at his clothes. The old man is then thrown to the ground looking surprised. He gasps in confusion as a figure wielding a glowing red blade appears above him, ready to strike. The old man falls to the ground. Thug 1 exclaims in shock. Green energy radiates from the ground where the old man landed, now shriveled and reduced in size, with a glowing orb above him. Thug 1 states that the old man's lifespan is on the ground and tells someone to take it themselves. Thug 2 asks which esteemed dragon lent a hand. The shadowy figure Kale replies that it was nothing and notes that it was 72 days, not too much, not too little. Thug 1 remarks that it is really inconvenient not being able to make a move in town. Thug 2 thanks Kale, referring to him as boss. Cal thinks about the Dreamsand River Guild, realizing that their origin is Dark Moon Town. He recalls that when this guild was first established, it was dedicated to charitable activities, bringing elderly people to survive in the abandoned land of the gods for free. Later, it received official recognition and strong support, and in terms of numbers alone, Dreamsand River is considered the largest guild in Huaxia. Kale reflects that in this chaotic apocalypse, they need more people like this. A vast forest stretches under the moonlit sky. A monstrous creature covered in glowing green thorns stands menacingly. The daughter urgently tells her mother to quickly use her skill. The mother, holding her staff, agrees and declares she will use Lightning Strike. The father, surrounded by blue energy, charges forward and unleashes his attack. He strikes the monster repeatedly with powerful blows. The monster is defeated and dissipates into golden light. The daughter celebrates their success, proclaiming that her dad and mom are both amazing. The mother adds that as long as they work hard and listen to others' teachings, they can defeat small monsters too. As the family walks through the forest, the daughter asks her mother if her good friend Qin Xiaoyu really joined the Night Sanctuary Guild, mentioning she heard that guild has very high taxes for its members. The mother confirms, explaining that she told Qin Xiaoyu to join the Dreamsand River Guild with them. She describes Dreamsand River as a public welfare guild where people who are not good at playing games help each other, and there are people who guide them. However, the mother states that Qin Xiaoyu refused. She then reveals that Qin Xiaoyu is already level 10, and it was people from Night Sanctuary who helped her level up. The father looks on with concern. The mother continues, warning that even if they helped Qin Xiaoyu get to level 10, they just treated her as a tool. The daughter adds that she heard the Night Sanctuary Guild's membership contract is for 3 years, which means 3 years of slavery. The father sighs, remarking that it is fine to just calmly kill small monsters and slowly accumulate lifespan and experience. The daughter agrees, suggesting it is also good to be like them, only killing small monsters and retreating when they encounter a boss. The family continues their journey. The daughter reflects that Qin Xiaoyu thinks she is not ordinary as she has a hidden profession. The mother concedes that in this regard, Qin Xiaoyu is indeed stronger than them. Suddenly, sharp ice shards fly through the air, striking the father. He is hit by multiple attacks, indicated by the A429 damage numbers and the phrase weak point attack. The mother cries out in shock and calls out to her husband. The father falls, defeated by the barrage of attacks. The daughter shouts for her dad. An unseen attacker then boasts, questioning if they saw their damage, claiming one skill was enough to instantly kill him. Rick scoffs, stating that people from Dreamsand River are all trash and lack any amazing qualities. Indeed, Rook agrees, wondering who with real ability would bother bringing along those old geezers. Rix then demands that Alara and Kian hand over all their lifespan. Alara, visibly distressed, points her staff forward and asks if Rix is not afraid of being wanted, reminding him that the official government explicitly forbids killing in the wilderness. Rix dismisses the officials, asking if they even know who he is, and warns Alara to stop talking nonsense, giving her 3 seconds. Alara tells Kian not to think about it, declaring that she will hold them off while Kian quickly calls for help in the guild channel. Kian confirms with an okay. Rix angrily declares that Alara is tired of living and commands his companions, Rook and Jian, to get them, kill the old ones, and leave the young ones to play with. Rook and Jian charge forward, one of them unleashing a purple energy attack. Alara expertly parries the attack with her staff, blocking the powerful blow. Suddenly, Alara gasps in shock while Rix looks on in disbelief, uttering in a flash, Shadow appears, holding what looks like Rix's decapitated face in his hand. A fierce, glowing wolf stands beside Shadow, snarling. Alara, stunned, calls out Shadow, Shadow. Shadow stands silently, his cloak billowing from his swift arrival. Even several players fall, surrounded by a blue glowing aura, their expressions showing distress. A player named Kuro exclaims, wondering how he lost so much lifespan and that all his tradable lifespan is gone. Another player questions if it could be due to the Slayer state. Kuro thinks it is impossible for their lifespan to be cleared, even in the Slayer state. He then declares that he will quickly die if this continues and must fight some monsters to regain lifespan. Kuro and the other players scramble to move, their faces contorted in extreme anguish as energy surges around them. A bright, glowing figure descends rapidly, striking downwards, and the players are thrown into the air, falling downwards. Kuro and 2 other players are restrained by glow and energy. One of the restrained players mutters that he cannot move. Kuro rambles about black dragons, turkey-flavored scorched rice, and flying wild oxen, seemingly confused. Kuro looks up at 2 figures, asking who they are. One of the figures, Hunter Beta, states that they finally caught these 3, who have been killing and looting players everywhere. Hunter Alpha, holding a book, declares that they are official hunters and asks the restrained players to provide their real-world information, stating they will be arrested according to the law. Hunter Beta adds that if they resist, their lifespan will now be cleared. Red, thorny energy engulfs Kuro and the 2 other players, causing them visible pain. A fangirl thanks Shadow, calling him Shadow Boss, as Shadow walks away. An unknown person expresses gratitude, stating that without the help, they and their mother would have been miserable. The masked person thinks that Chu Yun is quite good, kind-hearted, and brave, unlike King Xiaoyu. They also think it's good that Chu Yun and Qin Xiaoyu have gone their separate ways, wondering how they ever became best friends. Two robed figures appear startled. The older robed figure wonders where someone went, while the younger one, holding a glowing orb, exclaims that it is the lifespan their dad dropped. The older figure asks why that person suddenly disappeared. The robed figures realize that the globally #1 shadow expert is actually a pretty good person. One of the figures notes that Captain and said Shadow would arrive in a few minutes, but it has now been almost half an hour. Another person asks what Shadow is doing, and someone else wonders if Shadow can defeat the bosses inside. A third person replies that they likely cannot, as the bosses can revive. He laughs, commenting on Shadow's daring to take on infinitely reviving bosses. The ancient god slate will add 1 positive and 1 negative affix to equipment. With good luck, these affixes might even change class characteristics. Some have even seen the world's 7th ranked expert summon ancient god phantoms by offering 7 slates in battle to slay a legendary boss. The clustered bosses created by the ancient god slate have special mechanisms and varying abilities. Sometimes these bosses are invisible with extremely high invisibility levels, leading to players passing by being inexplicably killed. Sometimes the real boss is a hidden summoning wizard which causes the bosses players kill to revive infinitely. The current intelligence indicates that the bosses will revive after being killed and gain a berserk attribute. Officially, the revival and berserk state are triggered after killing just one boss. The question arises if they will still revive if all bosses are killed at the same time. Shadow decides it is worth a try. He plans to first equip the He Disciple pendant and probe with the Devout Disciple. Cal unleashes his attack, and a creature lets out a powerful roar. Multiple creatures are struck by Cal's glowing green energy, taking significant damage. Cal's blade severs through an opponent. With a whoosh, a monster is blasted into the air by a dark force. The monsters are defeated, disintegrating into light. Kyle observes the fallen enemies, realizing they are all level 10 with no damage reflection, and their attributes are about twice as strong as a normal gold boss. He then activates his Night Ring Blade skill, declaring D. The red energy from his attack slices through the remaining monsters. Kale performs a throat slit on his enemies. Afterward, Kale surveys the scene, noticing a monster still engulfed in flames, and questions why there are no spools of war. The burning monster gurgles as it transforms into a grotesque dark entity surrounded by dark tendrils. Kale watches silently. The monstrous boss writhes, and a narrator observes that killing them simultaneously was correct, indicating they are now entering the next phase. Kale studies the enormous creature and realizes that the symbols on its body are ancient god script. He reads the symbols, identifying them as disaster, heaven, ancient 2, god sea. He combines and rearranges them, translating the script to ancient god of disaster, utopia. Kale considers his next move, thinking he should attack different parts in order according to the script. He acknowledges that it was not in vain that he spent considerable resources studying the ancient god script while conquering the ancient god ruins. Kale then attacks a glowing symbol on the monster's arm, causing green liquid to burst from the wound. He strikes another symbol on its chest, and more green liquid sprays out. Cal then attacks a third symbol on the monster's stomach, which also releases green liquid. The monster cries out in agony as green energy engulfs its body. Kale stands on the water as a part of the monster's body collapses into the water. The monster's head sinks into the water. The monster's head continues to sink, partially submerged as Kale watches. The monster's head is now fully submerged in the water with only its eyes visible. Finally, the monster's head completely submerges, dissolving into the depths. The narrator explains that the text on the rising coffins corresponds to the monsters one by one. It seems that at this stage, the monsters need to be killed near their respective coffins. Kale thinks that he has already seen the ancient god's stone slab, and it looks like this is the final stage. Cal stands in a pool of water, surrounded by dark, smoky figures, his white hair flowing around him. His eyes glow yellow as he boldly challenges, "Come on!" Birds fly erratically into the night sky, disturbed by a tremor in the valley. A swordsman asks if it is an earthquake, while a scout remarks that there is a commotion in the valley and wonders if the boss is going berserk. The swordsman suggests they go take a look. The scout then complains, asking why Shadow isn't there yet, and the swordsman states that Shadow probably can't beat this boss and is definitely not coming. Suddenly, the scout urgently tells them to quickly come and see. They approach the area, noticing the intensely cracked ground and shattered structures. The scout exclaims, asking where the boss is. The swordsman observes that the ground is all cracked open, and the scout wonders if the earthquake killed the boss. A broadcast woman appears in a virtual message, instructing them to retreat because Shadow has already dealt with the boss. The swordsman, shocked, exclaims, asking what has happened. He then adds that they were just doubting if Shadow could take down these 7 bosses. The scout expresses disbelief, noting that it has only been a little over 10 minutes and the boss is already gone, and they didn't even notice Shadow arriving. He questions how Shadow did it, wondering if these bosses don't respawn. The swordsman muses that he now understands the leader's decision. A close-up reveals a glowing, intricate symbol on a stone slab within a broken coffin-like structure, all under the serene glow of the full moon. Kale stands in a desolate landscape, a powerful aura surrounding him. He reflects that the harvest this time is good. His level has increased to 14, and 7 bosses plus the Hand of Greed have given him a total of 294 evolution points. Most importantly, Kale states that he has obtained an ancient god slate. He believes that with its mechanism, the official side will not discover his actions for at least a month, and the losses will be extremely heavy for them. He holds the slate, which pulses with dark energy. This is revealed to be the cursed slate of the Catastrophe Ancient God, containing the cursed power originating from the Catastrophe Ancient God Eudos. The slate's active use allows Kale to attach a curse to any equipment, which will randomly provide one positive affix based on the equipment and his class characteristics, but will also gain one negative affix at the same time. Kyle decides to attach the curse to his gift of Black Flame. Bone-chilling leather armor, purple energy surges from the slate towards his chest, enveloping him. He notes that this emerald-grade equipment's gift of Black Flame effect can reduce a target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. The system confirms that Kale has attached Eudos' curse to gift of Black Flame bone-chilling leather armor. The positive affix increases the maximum stack limit of Black Flame status to 15 layers, while the negative affix reduces equipment basic attributes by 31%. Kale considers the positive affix, questioning if the maximum stack limit of Black Flame status has indeed increased to 15 layers. He realizes that with this effect, he can reduce a boss's defense and elemental resistance to negative numbers. He concludes that this is as expected of an ancient god slate's positive affix, and the corresponding negative attribute is practically negligible. Next, Kale decides to evolve his skills. His hand glows with golden energy as he prepares to upgrade. He aims to evolve Instant Shadow Slash to Legendary, eager to see what new effects it gains. The system confirms that he has consumed 210 evolution points, with 115 points remaining. Cal is then surrounded by a powerful golden aura. His Instant Shadow Slash skill has evolved from Epic to Legendary, allowing to flash in one direction for 30 to 40 meters, enter a stealth state lasting 12 to 15 seconds, and deal 9 slashes to all enemies in 12 seconds, reduced to 8.8 seconds. At level 4, the slash width is 556 meters, and each slash adds 500 to 700 attack power. A system notification appears revealing a new ability. Each slash hit now grants 1 layer of shield, equivalent to 100% of maximum health, stacking up to 9 layers and lasting for a maximum of 60 seconds. Shadow grins, realizing that if his Instant Shadow Slash hits all 9 times, his effective health will become 10 times its original. He observes that his fault tolerance has greatly increased once more. Shadow reflects that at his current leveling speed, he can reach level 15 in another 5 hours. He thinks that by then, he can set off for the demon capital as he moves swiftly through a forest, leaving a ghostly trail. A massive statue stands tall against an orange sky overlooking a devastated city. Valerie and Mia fiercely exchange blows, shouting insults at each other. Shadow observes their intense battle, noting how fierce they are. Valerie exclaims her exhaustion, complaining that her back and waist hurt. Mia states her hands are smoking from hitting them. They stand bruised and tired. Valerie kicks Lena, who lies on the ground, declaring that it is enough for today and this should be a lesson for her. Lena lies bruised and bleeding on the ground, her hands scraped. Lena remains collapsed and defeated. Lena, tearful and bruised, cries out, blaming Qin Feng for her predicament as she clutches a staff. Lena questions why she was ignored when she said she would break off relations, wondering if he knew that what girls say is often the opposite. Lena finds solace in having signed a contract with the Knights Temple, ensuring her survival for the next 3 years. She stands up, still holding her staff. Despite having to hand over 50% of her lifespan, Lena believes she will still have some left and will develop faster than Chu Yan and the others. She vows that once she has developed, those who look down on her will not get away with it. Her staff begins to glow with green energy. With green energy emanating from her staff and a determined look, Lena defiantly tells Qin Feng to just wait. An unseen adversary, Bruta, shouts a warning, telling all the crazy women to just wait. Meanwhile, Lara, a woman in a purple robe, uses her staff to heal Kale, a masked figure surrounded by green glowing crosses. Kale appears puzzled. Elsewhere, Aaron, covered in blood, cries out in anguish, lamenting that she messed up again. Aaron then looks around the debris-strewn ground, wondering where to put something. The scene transitions to the Magic City ruins, showing a desolate landscape. In these ruins, a group of adventurers battles a large glowing rock golem. Soldier A, shield bearer, valiantly blocks a powerful blue energy attack from the golem. From a high vantage point, Rix, Jayan, and Rook observe the battle. Rix comments that the men of Daxia are so weak, mobilizing 18 people to deal with just one boss. Clearly scared of death, Jan gently chastises Rix, stating that the fighters are working hard for them and deserve their thanks. Jan then chuckles, calling Rix polite. Rook, however, criticizes the Daxia fighters, questioning why their output is so low and why it took them so long to fight a broken gold boss. A voice encourages the adventurers to try harder, noting that the golem has only a little health left. The golem sustains damage from various attacks. Healer, the staff-wielding adventurer, prepares for a final shot, rallying the others. Suddenly, Soldier A is impaled by a spear from behind. A voice mockingly thanks them for their hard work and for the gifts from weak people. A Daxia fighter exclaims that it is the Spades. A group of Daxia soldiers identifies them as a bandit team consisting of a mysterious Daxia woman and foreigners, expressing their outrage at such a beast bringing foreigners to kill their own people. One Daxia soldier urges his comrades not to be afraid, stating there are only a few of them and that they should go together. The Red Cloak villain taunts the Daxia soldiers, calling them worthless people for wanting to resist, and vows to slaughter them, telling them to prepare to die. The Red Cloak then unleashes a powerful attack called Thunderbolt Tremor, creating a shockwave of blue energy that cracks the ground. The Spades woman, wielding two glowing purple daggers, spins in a dynamic attack. She then smugly states that the men of Daxia are truly a bunch of trash. An injured Daxia fighter observes that it seems the Daxia authorities have already reported their information. The Spades woman dismisses this, asking what the use is, as the entire Daxia is just a garbage dump made of trash. She continues, declaring that these are just ordinary players, and questions how they could possibly compare to those who have capital support behind them. The Red Cloak then decides that although their real identities haven't been exposed, to be safe, they should leave Daxia soon and head to North America. As the Spades woman, Spearman, and Red Cloak stand over several defeated Daxia fighters, Lyra declares that at that time they can form a guild specifically to kill Daxia pigs. Aaron agrees, stating it is a good idea. Kane then asks what the guild should be called. Lyra looks up holding her sword and suggests they call it Alice. Later, Lyra, with glowing energy around her, announces that is enough for today and it is time to go offline and party. In a separate scene, Celeste kneels on a bed surrounded by several partygoers. She exclaims for the establishment of the Alice Guild and shouts for everyone to go all out. Yu, with a big smile, approaches Shadow and reports that the price for the hiding place has been reported, asking how they should discuss it. Shadow, standing amidst golden energy, asks how much it is, and Yu states the price is 1,500. Shadow declares the price is too low as golden energy swirls around him, shattering the ground. And Yu admits she knew 1,500 was definitely too low, so she fought against everyone and got 2,000 for the boss. Shadow agrees to trade at the statue in the center of the ruins. He then thinks to himself, and Yu, this smarty pants, still wants to cut my price. The scene shifts to a large, ancient statue rising from the ruins under an orange sky, indicating the location is fully armed. And Yu walks forward leading a line of armed knights in white and blue armor. She tells Shadow not to mind the escort. And Yu explains that she has too much lifespan on her, so the higher-ups were worried and arranged for a military escort. She blushes slightly. Shadow calmly replies that it is fine. He thinks to himself that the official side still doesn't know his strength, and these people only have 1 or 2 skills. A system message confirms transaction successful. Another system message indicates, you lost the church sanctuary hiding place key, and Yu holds up a key and looks at Shadow. A system message appears. You obtained 2,000 years of tradable lifespan, and Yu asks if this thing costs 2,000 years of lifespan, looking surprised. Shadow simply says he is leaving, and Yu bids farewell to brother Shadow as he walks away. Shadow leaves, thinking about Yu's timely gift of lifespan, which was perfect for him to get fully armed before going to the demon capital. A system message appears. You consumed 7 to 1.2 years of tradable lifespan and extracted your level to 15. Kyle reviews his system notifications, which confirm he consumed 167 years of tradable lifespan to extract the mythical grade skill Merciful Release. He also consumed 7112 years for the legendary level skill Assassin's Intuition, 3635 years for the epic level skill Dark Knight Ring Blade, 2371 years for the epic level skill Silent Concealment, and 3465 years for the epic level skill All Dark Moment. Additionally, he consumed 11389 years of lifespan to extract the item Mount Harrier. Cal notes that apart from equipment not being extracted, his skills and levels have all been synchronized, and his strength in reality is almost the same as in the game. A prompt then appears, informing him that his hunger level has reached 90%, with blue energy crackling around him, realizes he has not eaten for too long and decides he should go offline first to deal with the hunger problem. He then appears in front of the Haloon Hotel. Inside a room, Cal looks out through a grated window, a dark aura subtly emanating from him, observing his surroundings with a questioning gaze. Elsewhere in the building, Bruda, a bald man, and a Bat Brute, a red-haired man, are present. The Bat Brute exclaims that the kid, referring to Cal, is awake. Bruda, holding a fried egg, smiles menacingly. Bruda, accompanied by the Bat Brute and a gang woman, addresses Kyle, demanding he hand over his lifespan. Bruda warns Kale that otherwise, his fate will be the same as everyone else in this hotel. The Bat Brute excitedly declares that the apocalypse is great because people can just kill whoever they want. Cal's eyes glow with a fierce yellow light. Kyle then asks them what they are looking at, demanding they hand over their lifespan quickly and questioning why they are just standing there blankly. The Bat Brute, seeing Kale, tells Bruda that he really wants to hack Kale to death. Bruda dismisses Kale as scared silly and tells his subordinate to just kill him. The Bat Brute responds with a fervent "oh yeah." Suddenly, a red blade-like energy slashes through the air, seemingly striking Bruda and the Bat Brute. The skill Dark Knight Ring Blade activates, and the hotel building shatters and crumbles into pieces, revealing the sky above. The more power Qin Feng extracts into reality, the more energy his body needs. With his current strength, ordinary foods can no longer satisfy him. He eats noodles amidst the debris of a battle, focused on his next goal. He declares that after getting rid of Qian Shishi and her Alice Guild, he needs to find a way to locate the god. Granted book, he muses that Qian Shishi is extremely cunning and much harder to find than Song Fi. He then remembers that he previously accepted her kill Qin Feng mission and decides to use that as bait to lure her out. Still not full, Qin Feng sighs and resolves to go to Magic City first, finding something to eat on the way as he rides a skeletal horse through the damaged landscape. The scene transitions to the glittering skyline of Magic City. Meanwhile, Qian Shishi exclaims that the men are amazing. She explains that after a thrilling battle, falling into sweet sleep and entering the game, this feeling is truly amazing. One of the men praises her, calling her a hot and crazy whore, while another adds that her skills are incomparable and amazing. Qian Shishi walks between the two muscular men, all three appearing satisfied. A subordinate informs Miss Qian that Shadow sent a message, reporting that Qin Feng is dead. Shadow stated he wants to meet her in the real Magic City to give her Qin Feng's head and collect the final payment. Miss Qian wonders if meeting Shadow in real life is too dangerous. Her subordinate clarifies that there is no need to meet, only to take a photo and send it over. The subordinate then explains that Shadow does not use a phone, for fear of being tracked by the authorities. Miss Qian realizes that Shadow and the authorities are in a hostile relationship. She devises a plan, noting that the authorities' pursuit of them has recently become more intense. She believes that if they take this opportunity to pull Shadow into Alice, then the Daxia Pig Lu will no longer be a threat. She instructs her subordinate to give Shadow the coordinates 6722, 8331 and tell him she wants to meet him in the game first. She intends to arrange a scene to test him and see whose side Shadow is truly on. Qian Shishi then calls out to someone named Xingjian, expressing that she misses them, and states she has a task with many benefits for them. She stands with her two companions looking onward. Shadow, in shadowy concealment, remains in permanent stealth mode when motionless. He thinks about meeting in the game and finds Qian Shishi cunning. He notes that the coordinates are for the Evil Spirit Academy, not far from him, and proceeds to log in. Shadow then appears in the game world, accompanied by his glowing wolf familiar. He challenges his opponents, telling them to show what other tricks they have up their sleeve. The scene shifts to the ruins of the demon capital, the Academy of Evil Spirits. An official confronting Spade A and her followers declares that their officials have already locked down the Spade faction. He advises them to give up resisting and surrender quickly, warning that otherwise, they will take military action. Spada, however, defies them, telling Xiang Xingjian to go back and tell the pig men of Daxia to remember this. She then announces that they are no longer the Spade faction, they are now the High Alice Guild, and their guild specializes in killing the Daxia Grasshopper men. The Daxia officials react with shock and outrage, exclaiming in disbelief. One official shouts that their Daxia officials will definitely bring Spada to justice, while another calls her audacious. Other officials label her shameless, and one comments that she is too bold. Spada dismissively tells the Daxia officials, whom she calls pigs, to come on. She then provocatively asks if her male follower likes it, adding that if he helps her act out this scene, she can be even bolder with him tonight. An official recognizes one of Spada's followers as Q Hanan, code named Changxingjian. It is revealed that Q Hanan was a famous mole who provided intelligence to the Alice Guild, and he only revealed his true colors and was killed in the 7th year after the advent of the god, abandoned game. The official angrily declares that Spade is incorrigible and must be arrested today. The white-caped figure considers the situation, remarking that Qian Shishi and Q Hanan were in cahoots so early. He understands that their collaboration is a play designed to test his stance. He further contemplates that if he helps Qian Shishi, it means he and the official people will become enemies. However, if he does not help, Qian Shishi probably will not meet Shadow in reality. The white-haired figure with a blue cape chuckles, deciding to show his sincerity. He unleashes a Dark Knight Ring Blade attack, dealing significant damage to his opponents. A log quickly appears, showing that he has killed multiple players, including Shangxingjian, Wan Yi Wei Yu Fei Yu, I Am Justice, Charge Warrior, Lazy Bug Left, Hand Sniper, Flash, Floating Water Lantern, Big Bio, I Eat Beef, Spirit Power Guy, and Ni Zi Kwang. 3 onlookers stare in utter disbelief, exclaiming in shock. The white-haired figure then greets Spade and introduces himself, stating, I am Shadow. Shadow greets a woman, introducing himself by saying, Hello, Qian Shishi, I am Shadow. He stands tall and cloaked before her and her guards. Qian Shishi looks at him with intense admiration, thinking he is so handsome. She mentally exclaims that she just loves strong people like him. Red hearts appearing around her as she touches her chest. Her expression then shifts to one of sorrow and anger, with tears in her eyes. She laments that it is a pity he is a Daxia pig and questions why such a strong man is from Daxia. Qian Shishi then curses Daxia, declaring that they do not deserve him. One of 2 identical figures in red robes exclaims in shock, noting over 40,000 damage and wondering if this is the power of the world's #1 ranked player. He then greets Shadow, saying it is good to see him. Simultaneously, several notifications appear indicating weak point attack with damage 955, 39144, 39999, and 3123. Shadow, surrounded by dark energy, looks back, stating that he does not understand what they are saying but assumes they are cursing him. Qian Shishi, looking worried, quickly clarifies that they are not cursing him, they are greeting him. Shadow, with a slight surprise, apologizes. He then instructs her that in the future, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it is best to speak Daxia language here. Shadow then suggests they begin the transaction. He remembers something and tells Qian Shishi to put her clothes on properly. Qian Shishi, with a sly smirk, asks where Qin Feng's head is. She internally remarks that this Shadow is truly a monstrous anomaly, but she really likes it. Shadow presents something, stating it is here. He clarifies that it cannot be brought into the game, but if she is willing, he can show it to her in real life. Qian Shishi remarks that it is okay as she has already seen Shadow's strength and believes he will not lie to her. A system notification announces that 1500 days of treadable lifespan have been obtained. Shadow then states that he's leaving. Qian Shishi, however, calls out for him to wait, raising her hand. She then proposes a long-term cooperation, explaining that he has strength and she has money. With a suggestive smile and flushed cheeks, Qian Shishi continues, mentioning she has a new assassination target and asks if he is interested in coming to her place tonight. She adds that whatever his needs are, she will satisfy them. Shadow, now wearing a mask, looks back and asks who needs to be assassinated and how much the reward is. Lyra suggests that they should still talk face to face, promising that the reward will be several times more generous than this time. She states that she will wait for him tonight at the port of the demon capital. Lyra then vanishes in a burst of sparkling blue energy. Shadow, watching her disappear, ponders if the meeting place means she lives at the port and wonders if it is her yacht they are discussing. An ancient-looking statue stands against the cityscape. Energy surges as two individuals bend, surrounded by glowing blue magic circles. Kane exclaims that he knew Shadow would betray the official side. Kane then declares that Shishi successfully teamed up with Shadow, and now he will receive Shishi's reward. He angrily demands an explanation from the bunch of idiots in Jiangai City, who constantly associate with Shadow. Kane instructs Lin Qingyu to first take everyone to receive their lifespan, suggesting there might be more action later. Lin Qingyu calmly replies, "Ice." A narration box labels the scene Evening Rain. Lin Qingyu ponders if Shadow has really colluded with Spade A. She thinks that if that's truly the case, even if it means death, they must find a way to eliminate Shadow. She then questions in disbelief if the gap between her and Shadow is actually that big, recalling that she didn't even see him before she was killed. A luxurious cruise ship sails across the dark waters under the night sky. Shadow, cloaked and mysterious, approaches a group of men on the ship's deck. He announces his identity, stating that he is Shadow and is there to find Spade A. One of the men, holding a walkie-talkie, acknowledges him as Lord Shadow, explaining that Enya has been waiting for a long time and invites him to come in. Another man announces that Shadow has arrived and gives the order to prepare to set sail. Shadow walks further onto the ship. The massive ship is then seen from above, moving steadily through the ocean. Enya, holding a glass of red wine, looks towards Shadow and expresses her anticipation, saying, "Brother Shadow, we finally meet." Enya, holding 2 glasses of wine, approaches Shadow and expresses her disbelief that he is still so mysterious in real life. Shadow then asks her who she wants to kill. Enya playfully remarks that Shadow has no sense of romance at all. She points out that it is rare to have such a beautiful view and such a beautiful woman, suggesting they should not talk about such boring things for now. She then invites Shadow to have a drink for tonight's spring night. Shadow's hand is seen holding a wine glass. Shadow laughs, finding the current situation much more appealing as he drinks from a glass. He then extends a glass to Serafina, a woman in a red dress, who appears surprised, covering her mouth. Suddenly, Serafina trips Shadow with her leg, sending him sprawling onto the floor. She stands over him, questioning Shadow about his feelings, asking if he feels anything. Shadow, now sitting on a couch, asks what is happening. Serafina reveals that the glass of wine he drank contains her secret exclusive formula. She further explains that anyone who drinks it will obediently listen to her. Shadow reacts with surprise and confusion, while Serafina smiles knowingly, remarking that even Shadow is ultimately a man. With an excited grin, Serafina exclaims, wondering if the effect is truly magnificent. Kane reassures Enya not to be nervous, telling her to just relax. He promises that once they reach the peak, he will reveal her hood and properly admire her face. Enya replies that she believes he must be incredibly handsome, adding that for now, they should keep it a mystery. Elsewhere, a voice exclaims in shock, praising Great Xia for having such a magnificent man, stating this is as expected of Shadow. Pinky the fish cries out, lamenting the situation and urging someone to go away or scram. Shadow, visibly affected, murmurs that he feels a burning sensation. Pinky expresses awe, realizing this is Shadow, finding it amazing and eagerly declares she is ready. Pinky then urges Shadow to come out quickly. Finally, Pinky moans, sensing something coming, as a powerful burst of light and energy emanates from Shadow. Aaron screams, engulfed in green flames, exclaiming that it is incredibly hot. Qin Feng wonders if it is indeed fire. He observes that Aaron is protected by a body protecting crystal pendant, a valuable item that saved her from death. Aaron reacts with a shocked "What?" A system notification details the pendant as a body protecting crystal pendant gold, a general accessory providing 10 constitution plus 300 health, and a unique effect of gaining 1 layer of damage immunity shield every 300 seconds. Aaron then recognizes him, calling out Qin Feng's name. She demands to know why he is there, questioning if he wasn't killed by Shadow. Qin Feng calmly explains there is only one reason for his presence: he is Shadow. Aaron is visibly shaken, repeating his words, asking if he is Shadow. In her disbelief, she then asks who the other person is, implying the one she believed to be Qin Feng. The panel is titled Loyal Follower, a Happy Edition. A hooded gray-skinned figure, who we will call Gris, grins widely with glowing purple eyes and flushed cheeks, letting out a pleased sound. Oh, when a woman, face down on the ground, begs for forgiveness, addressing Qin Feng as Brother Qin Feng, then correcting herself to Dad Qin Feng. She continues to plead, telling Qin Feng she was wrong and offering all her lifespan to him, promising to be his slave and allowing him to abuse her however he wants if he will just let her go. Qin Feng looks down at her with a serious expression and asks about the 5 foreigners who were with her. The captive woman, now with a distorted, crying face and her tongue sticking out, asks if he will let her go if she tells him, making dog-like sounds. Qin Feng presses a phone against her cheek and head, then observes that the 5 individuals are not present. A system message appears, indicating that Qin Feng has obtained 659 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng expresses disappointment, stating he originally wanted to catch them all in one go. He then looks at a phone and plans to use Qian Shishi's phone to call the authorities. A luxurious yacht cruises silently on the dark ocean under the full moon. Suddenly, a search operation begins, with multiple police boats rapidly approaching the vessel. Officers report receiving information about a mass murder on the yacht. Noting that one of the deceased is the daughter of the chairman of Qian Group, they confirm that the killer's skills align perfectly with Shadow's abilities in the game, allowing them to verify his identity. The investigation team immediately mobilizes to the crime scene. An enraged Captain Q exclaims that Shadow is utterly lawless, while another officer mourns for Qian Shishi. Captain Q declares that killing people so recklessly is a direct challenge to the nation's laws. The police boats encircle the yacht, their searchlights illuminating the deck. Captain Q orders his team that once he boards the ship and uses his search skill on a corpse, Shadow's location will be locked, and they are to open fire immediately with full force to ensure the target is killed. On the yacht's deck, officers find a female victim in a red dress with an unknown DNA sample in her mouth and burn marks. Captain Q expresses his disgust, stating that Shadow is not only killing people but also humiliating the deceased. He activates his skill, Dying Wish, which allows him to obtain the killer's location for 5 minutes after touching a corpse. Captain Q Hounan of Tuxingxingjian vows to bring Shadow to justice. His eyes glow with purple energy as his skill takes effect. He then spots Shadow, shouting a warning to watch out as Shadow is here. He commands his team to fire with full power in the 6 o'clock direction. Captain Q fires his gun, unleashing a green beam. However, he is immediately struck, his glasses shattering as he falls. Captain Q lies lifeless on the deck, prompting a female officer to cry out his name. Lin Qingyu confronts Shadow, asking if he wants to oppose the authorities, reminding him that he killed an investigator. As she activates a shield, she tells herself not to be nervous. She explains that she killed Q Hounan because he had been providing intelligence to Qian Shishi for a long time in exchange for benefits, stating that he was an insider. She instructs them to investigate, adding that the evidence should be on his phone. A subordinate reports to Captain Lin, confirming they found records of contact between Q Hounan and Qian Shishi on their phones. Lin Qingyu exclaims in surprise, realizing that Qian Shishi is Spade in the game. She demands to see the phone and the subordinate hesitates, mentioning something inside. Lin Qingyu, looking frustrated, asks what he is waiting for and if there is something she cannot see. She then sees intimate photos on the phone. She gasps, wondering what all of it is. The subordinate tells her he told her to wait a moment. Lin Qingyu, blushing, processes the information, thinking that if it is Shadow, then it is all true, as she sees more intimate content on the phone screen. The narration reveals that Shadow killing them in the game last time was a show for Qian Shishi. It continues that Shadow gained Qian Shishi's trust, found and eliminated her in reality, then reported himself to the police, drawing out and killing Q Hounan. In an instant, he helped the officials solve 2 major problems. Her subordinate asks why she is still so engrossed, internally thinking what a terrifying man Shadow is. Lin Qingyu reflects that fortunately, he is not an enemy of the officials, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. She thinks about how she just shot him a few times and that it is fine if he holds a grudge against her, but it would be troublesome if it caused problems between him and the officials. She offers her thanks to Shadow for his help and apologizes for shooting him just now. Lin Qingyu stands firm, holding her gun with a determined expression. 2 soldiers urgently call out to Captain Lin. Lin Qingyu, shedding tears, tells Shadow that she has repaid him and asks him to continue cooperating with the officials. One soldier questions if this is necessary for Captain Lin, while another expresses caution, stating they do not know Shadow's personality and it is safer to be careful. Lin Qingyu is seen kneeling, distraught, with soldiers around her. The narration reveals that Lin Qingyu, whose real name is Wan Yiwu, is asked by Shadow if she would directly shoot herself to avoid becoming his enemy. Shadow's leg is visible, implying his presence. The narration observes that this is as expected of the official leader of future Demon City. Shadow stands on a rooftop, looking powerful, surrounded by an ethereal glow. The scene shifts to a desolate ruined city under an orange sky with damaged buildings. A warrior, Kane, stands ready with his shield and sword, facing monstrous plant-like creatures and a headless, stitched doll-like entity in the ruined city. Kane urgently calls out to Xiaoyu, asking her to heal him quickly. Xiaoyu responds with an okay, as she raises a glowing staff. Xiaoyu unleashes a healing light from her staff towards the red monstrous plant creature. The headless doll stands nearby. Kane exclaims that Xiaoyu healed him quickly again, calling her a waste. The headless doll glows with green energy as it is healed. Xiaoyu, with a look of distress, continues to channel healing energy with her staff towards the red creature. A weapon, likely a sword, slashes through the air with speed. A young woman, Lyra, gazes upwards at a glowing blue light in the cityscape. Qian Shishi cries out that she died again, noting she saw no one around, and concludes it must be the Shadow. Kane berates her, asking why the Shadow would target her and clarifying that it was the Platinum Boss Headless Assassin Xia Meng that wiped them out, activated by Qian Shishi's badly aimed healing skill. He refers to the Headless Assassin Xia Meng, whose image appears as a doll-like creature. Qian Shishi, clutching her head, laments that it hurts so much, while Kane declares that if the president dares to assign her there again, he will just kill himself. Suddenly, a giant shadowy figure, the headless assassin Xia Meng, manifests behind Qian Shishi. Kane, startled, realizes this boss actually followed them and frantically screams for Qian Shishi to run before fleeing himself. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion at night, Alara angrily smashes a plate, speaking on the phone. She berates the person on the other end, exclaiming that they are trash for giving up a great opportunity to kill Shadow. She demands to know why they are completely useless at such a critical moment, despite lying low in official ranks for so many years. Elora declares that she will not hear excuses. Shadow killed her entire Dongfang clan and their blood cannot be shed in vain. She insists that Shadow must pay his blood debt, asking why they are still hesitating when their father-in-law died by his hand. A young boy named Nanchin calls out to his mom Alara. He reveals he has a plan to kill Shadow, standing beside a tied-up woman who lies on the ground. Alara asks Nanchin about his plan, reminding him that the God-Forsaken game is only for adults aged 18 and above. Nanchin confidently tells his mom that although he cannot enter the game yet, he can use his brain. He explains that Shadow likes to kill people, so they should send people to provoke him, arranging them at his dad's fireworks factory. Nanchin intends to prepare in advance so that when Shadow comes to kill those people, they will detonate the entire fireworks factory. He states that the countless fireworks will then be Shadow's burial offerings, letting the whole world witness his death, and even if it fails, Shadow won't be able to link it back to them. Alara remarks that their education of him was quite good. Madame Zhu smirks as she speaks to Chu on the phone, telling Chu that they are not even as useful as their own son. Madame Zhu continues, stating that the matter must be kept secret, as the official attitude towards Shadow is still mainly to win them over. She mentions that her eldest and second brothers will not support them in this endeavor. Chu acknowledges this, and Madame Zhu confirms she will arrange the matter. Madame Zhu then inquires if the lowly commoner still refuses to hand over his lifespan. Meanwhile, a young boy named Sin apologizes to his mother. He admits he couldn't hold himself back for a moment and accidentally killed someone, as a bloodied body lies on the ground nearby. In the God-Forsaken game Magic City ruins, chaos erupts. A woman screams as she is struck by pink lightning, and the energy dissipates into golden particles. Onlookers realize that several people have suddenly died, stealthily and instantly killed. They conclude it must be Shadow, running and shouting that Shadow has gone crazy. Panic spreads as they declare Shadow is indiscriminately slaughtering innocents everywhere. High above, Qin Feng walks on a serene body of water, observing the city. He finds this place suitable and decides to extract the hiding place here. A system prompt appears asking if he wants to consume 2 years of lifespan to extract Land of Soul Purification hiding place to reality. Another prompt indicates that this hiding place is an underground structure and asks him to mark its location on the map. The system issues a warning that after extracting the hiding place, all substances overlapping with it will be annihilated, asking for confirmation. Qin Feng confidently confirms, and a magnificent structure begins to emerge from the water. The extraction is then complete, revealing a grand icy citadel now fully risen. Qin Feng declares it is time to get the divine tome. Elsewhere, Lex reports to Aaron that someone has reported him for indiscriminately killing players. Aaron reacts with surprise. Lex clarifies that he saw Aaron was not online, assuring him it has nothing to do with him, and explains that he investigated further. Lex reveals it is a platinum boss named Headless Assassin Shero that is attacking players. He adds that her invisibility level is very high, making her undetectable, and asks if Aaron can make a move. 2 defeated players lie on the ground. Ren wonders what kind of overpowered boss this is, noting that his level 3 anti-invisibility cannot even detect it. Kenji states that he cannot see the boss, otherwise he alone could hold it back. Kenji scoffs, pondering if this boss is a shadow, recalling how the Iron Saintess was upstaged by a shadow previously and felt displeased. Mia quickly urges Kenji to lower his voice to avoid attracting the boss. Mia then suggests they go to higher ground first for a better view. As they attempt to retreat, Kenji slips and falls to the ground. A powerful pink energy column descends, striking an opponent who falls to the ground, eyes wide in shock. The attack continues, decapitating the opponent as their head floats away, marked by an XX symbol. From the headless body, a shadowy figure emerges, letting out a dismissive ump. Suddenly, a white-haired character, now identified as Axia Luo, attacks with a blue energy strike, unleashing a true stealth breaker and a fierce strike. The attack deals significant damage, indicated by a 28560 notification. Xiaolu then states, "So your name is Xiaolu," as he holds a weapon, his gaze intense. A few minutes earlier, before Qin Feng appeared, a city lies in ruins under an orange sky. It is revealed that Xiaolu was the one who missed her skill, which activated a headless boss. Many hands point accusingly at a small, distressed Zexalo. She sobs, claiming she did not mean to. A team member, Guard 2, states that his team would not dare to take this kind of person, and another, Xiaoyu, agrees, fearing they wouldn't even know how they died. The chairman, an armored man, sternly tells them to keep their voices down, warning them not to attract the boss. He then informs Xiaoyu that he is not suited for combat from now on, and will be responsible for finding information about hiding places. The chairman offers a reward, stating that if Xiaoyu finds a gold hiding place, he will be rewarded with 3 years of lifespan, and a platinum hiding place will yield 10 years. Guard 2 sighs, recalling that back then, Xiaolu had a hidden profession, and he thought he had found a treasure. The chairman declares that from now on, he will give Xiaolu 1 lifespan every day, otherwise she will die every day, deeming it too wasteful. A system notification appears for Xiaoluo, indicating she has obtained 2 days of tradable lifespan. Xiaolu humbly thanks the chairman. Observing this, a female character, Demonis, grumbles that Xiaolu got off easy and gets to see the chairman every day. Silver, another female character, exclaims that this must be Xiaolu's strategy, while a third female character, Lady 3, angrily declares they will do the same. Silver tries to calm her down. The chairman then reacts with surprise, realizing that the girl's name is Xiaolua. As he speaks, a headless doll-like figure, presumably the headless boss, disintegrates into golden particles in the background. Shadow appears, walking away from the fading golden energy, indicating his arrival. An armored man fiercely fights several humanoid figures, striking one with a punch and then kicking another away. A woman, Lena, stands with a group, looking visibly terrified. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy limb lashes out and ensnares Lena, pulling her from the structure. She screams as she falls through the air. Shadow looks on as multiple grotesque humanoid creatures manifest around her. Someone exclaims their shock, realizing there are 4 of these things. Another voice corrects them, revealing there are actually 5, but one was just instantly killed by Shadow Boss. A third person observes that it's no wonder it feels like the creatures are everywhere, due to their many clones. Lena recognizes Shadow and exclaims her relief, believing she is saved. As one of the creatures lunges toward her, Lena desperately cries out to Shadow, pleading for him to save her. Shadow's eyes glow with power as a voice cries out, urging a brother to save them. Shadow performs a swift flash Shadow Slash, striking his opponent multiple times with powerful blue energy slashes. A system notification confirms that Shadow killed Headless Assassin Sharon Xiaoyue, gaining 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 520 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow lets out a frustrated sigh, remarking on his bad luck as golden orbs of light surround him. He notes that besides the 520 days of lifespan the boss dropped, a large amount of lifespan orbs also appeared. Shadow uses his hand of greed to absorb these orbs, realizing that this is the untradeable lifespan the boss had absorbed from other players but hadn't had time to digest. Suddenly, a woman named Anu approaches him, shouting for the big boss to sell them what he doesn't want. Shadow observes, thinking that these types of people are truly everywhere. And Yu then offers to take him to get whatever he doesn't want if the price is right. Shadow instructs Wang Meng and a few others to follow him, to which Wang Meng excitedly agrees. However, Shadow points at Anu, telling her she cannot go. She asks why, and Shadow clarifies that to be precise, women cannot go. Xiao Hai questions if her boss is discriminating against her. She then laments that she was going to seduce him, but did not expect him to like men. Shadow hits Xiao Hai on the head. Shadow explains that outside the northern city gate ruins lies the Tower of Divine Authority, offering good rewards upon completion. He warns that the NPCs within dislike females, increasing the challenge tenfold if a female is in the party. Xiao Hai declares that she will slaughter the gender, discriminating NPC once she levels up. She angrily tells Eren to go scout the mountain and kill a few monsters to vent, as Eren and Lyra wave goodbye. Shadow tells Kane and Jace to come with him and sends them a team invitation. Kane expresses nervousness about teaming up with their boss for the first time. Jace tells Kane that this is a chance to learn how their boss operates. However, they soon realize that Shadow, though walking leisurely, is faster than them running. Kane exclaims that Shadow's agility is too high and wonders how they are supposed to learn from him. Shadow thinks about the over 20 items that have dropped, noting that 2 of them can be used by assassins. A system notification displays the details of the Forest Whitebone Blade, an emerald-grade assassin-type weapon. It has an attack power of 325 armor penetration, 39 strength, and 48 agility, requiring level 15 to equip. Its unique effect doubles movement speed for 5 seconds upon dealing damage, and also grants a 30% dodge rate when the movement speed doubling effect is triggered. Shadow observes that the new blade's attack power is nearly 80% higher than the 2 to 16 points of the Blade of Plague, and it also provides additional armor penetration, strength, and agility. He approves, declaring it to be good, and equips it. A system screen displays the details of the platinum-grade Shadow Blade skill. It allows the user to throw a Shadow Blade condensed from dark elements, dealing single target dark element damage to targets within 20 meters, with an additional 600 dark element attack. Upon hit, it dispels a random buff effect not exceeding platinum grade. The skill has a cooldown of 12 seconds, currently at 6.49 seconds, and requires level 14. Shadow notes that the single target dark element damage is too low, but the dispel buff effect is good. He then decides to evolve the skill to legendary grade, consuming 56 evolution points and leaving 219 points remaining. The Shadow Blade skill evolves, upgrading through Emerald, Diamond, Epic, and finally to legendary grade. It gains an additional dark element attack that increases from 600 to 1500, and the dispel effect now targets buffs not exceeding legendary grade. The cooldown decreases from 12 to 7 seconds, currently at 378 seconds. The required level remains 14. Its legendary grade effect reveals that hitting a weak point will refund 3 seconds of cooldown. Shadow confirms that hitting a weak point will now refund 3 seconds of the skill's cooldown. Qin Feng reveals that the cooldown for his skill is only 0.78 seconds for him. He stands in a desolate city, silently observing his surroundings. He then questions the whereabouts of Wang Meng and the others. The narrator explains that the rest of the group is approximately 2 kilometers behind Qin Feng. John, leaning against a damaged wall, complains that Ning is walking too fast, wondering who can keep up with their pace. Kyle, lying on the ground, tells Captain Jan that he cannot go on. Captain Jan encourages Kale and the others, telling them they can do it as he physically pulls them forward. The scene shifts to a vast, imposing structure nestled within a misty, mountainous landscape. Shadow arrives at a large building, declaring that this is the place. He explains that once they enter the towering structure, an NPC will present them with a challenge. Shadow reveals that this NPC is despicable because the stronger a player appears, the more expensive their items become. He informs his companions that he will only be using 1% of his power and instructs everyone else to do their best, as they only need to take down 1 gold rank boss. A dead silence falls over the group as his companions are seemingly overwhelmed, lying on the ground surrounded by dark tendrils. Shadow turns to look at his companions, remaining silent. Jace assures Shadow not to worry, panting slightly as he confidently guarantees they will complete the mission. Jace then explains that after passing the challenge, they will be able to buy great items from the NPC and will not be disappointed. Jian reminds everyone to use the party channel for all dialogue soon, ensuring the NPC does not hear them. The gates slowly open, revealing a path leading into mysterious, glowing landscape. Ning, on one knee, welcomes friends from Blue Star. He taunts them, asking if the arrival of the God-forsaken game has already filled them with terror. A tall, cloaked figure, the Guardian, stands before them with a glowing blue orb at its chest, revealing that this is the Tower of Divine Authority. The Guardian states that as long as they can pass the challenge, they may trade with it, and instructs them to say when they are ready. Ying realizes that the game has NPCs. Jian asks Ning what kind of boss they are fighting for this challenge. The Guardian tells them to just follow its commands during the fight, stating it is very simple. Lyra then asks Ning to be more specific, asking how long they will need to fight for. Jian quickly follows up, asking how many phases the boss has and what kind of skills it possesses. Lyra questions if it is mechanics-based or stats-based, while Jian asks if it has any instant kill or movement skills and where its weak points are. A narrator explains that during a previous operation of Jian's, a sudden accident occurred, sacrificing 2 of his teammates, and ever since then, he has been extremely cautious no matter what he does. And Ying declares they are ready and tells the Guardian to begin. Jian is surprised and tries to protest that he is not ready, but Ying is already moving. The hooded figure Zale declares that the enjoyment will now begin. Dark, swirling energy emanates from Zale, concentrating into a purple core before manifesting into a monstrous obsidian skullcracker golem identified as a level 20 gold grade creature. A team member expresses alarm, stating that the golem is level 20 when their highest level is only 11. Zhao, however, remains calm and tells Wang Meng it is his turn. Wang Meng confidently accepts the command. He then unleashes a shield rush, impacting the obsidian skull cracker golem with great force, causing it to reel back and bleed. The golem responds with a fierce roar, striking back and sending Wang Meng flying, who cries out in surprise. A teammate exclaims, "Boss!" seeing Wang Meng flung backwards. Unperturbed, Zale instructs the archer to perform a starlight shot and the swordsman to execute a triple ground slash, telling them not to mind him. Another teammate affirms Zale's orders. Kane leaps towards the monstrous creature, piercing its mouth with his spear as light blue energy flares around him. He then unleashes a powerful attack, striking the monster again with his spear, now glowing with red energy, causing more damage to its injured mouth. The monster's maw is wide open, revealing jagged teeth and blood. Shadow emerges, surrounded by intense purple energy, a fierce aura enveloping him as the ground around him cracks and bleeds. A white-haired figure, sensing the shift, declares that the boss is enraged and vows to handle the situation. Shadow, with blood on his hand and a serious expression, warns his companions to make sure they dodge the black oil. Kane and another ally narrowly evade a torrent of black, shadowy oil infused with purple energy, with Kane exclaiming that it was a close call. Shadow unleashes his Shadow Blade, striking the monster with a critical blow that deals 1500 damage to a weak point. The monster's enraged status is dispelled. Aaron wonders if the boss unequipped his gear, noting that this damage does not befit his status. Jace observes that the boss is a good actor, having kept himself stuck in the corner the whole time, and predicts the NPC will definitely think the boss is a noob, laughing. Cal asks Shadow how he found out all these details, specifically about the correlation between a player's strength and item prices. Shadow explains that the God-forsaken game holds many secrets and a lot of information lies buried within the ruins. He then prompts them to ask themselves more often if they have been exploring diligently and if their store of knowledge has grown. Aaron and Jace look bewildered. Suddenly, the monster roars loudly, its body erupting in flames. A character warns everyone that the boss is about to spin clockwise and breathe fire. He urges them to dodge, explaining that the black oil on the ground combined with the fire breath can burn them to death in 3 seconds. A character yelps as he narrowly avoids the fiery attack. Someone shouts at Old Dog, who is running in the wrong direction. Shadow urgently commands Wang Meng, stating there is no time to dodge, and instructs him to use his invincibility to block for the running character. A powerful golden-orange energy erupts as a dark figure engages an enemy, striking with immense force. Kane observes the battle, stating that it is excellent. He instructs his allies that once the flames die down, they must use their highest damage skills and go all out. Multiple combatants attack a dark, spiky entity, unleashing bright blue energy attacks and inflicting significant damage. The entity is then defeated. A system message appears announcing that they have defeated an obsidian skull cracker golem level 20. Congratulations appear in large letters as 3 adventurers stand in a grand circular chamber. Kane explains that the tricky part about this boss is its enraged state, which activates once its health drops below 70%. He clarifies that as long as they dispel the enraged effect, its power is only on par with a silver rank boss. Kane lets out a maniacal laugh. He addresses the adventurers, stating, "Players from Blue Star, congratulations, you are the first to pass my trial." He continues, explaining that as long as they offer up their lifespans, they can trade them with him for the Book of Divine Endowment, ending with another maniacal laugh while surrounded by glowing blue energy and floating book-like objects. A robed figure, identified as the Warlock Wickley, stands with arms outstretched, surrounded by floating, glowing blue books in a grand hall. An observer notes that this NPC is named Wickley, then expresses surprise, realizing that Wickley actually has 6 fingers. A bright burst of light then emanates from Wickley's 6-fingered hand. A powerful blue energy beam shoots forward. Kane, in armor, observes as golden orbs appear, and wonders why this NPC suddenly attacked. Shadow states that even being steady as an old dog wasn't steady enough. A masked figure adds that NPCs cannot attack players unless the players first violate their taboos. He clarifies that this specific NPC's taboo is related to his fingers, so as long as they don't mention them again, they will be fine. Kane asks Shadow if he can beat the mysterious hooded NPC, to which Shadow replies that he cannot, not right now. A narration box reveals that these NPCs are, in truth, God-empowered beings from other timelines. They are bound by ancient laws, coming to Blue Star disguised as NPCs to harvest players' lifespan. The hooded NPC instructs them to pick the divine gift books they need, trade their lifespan, and then get lost. A character exclaims, asking what the hell is happening, wondering if one can use lifespan to generate survival materials in real life. Another character lists food, water, and drinks, concluding that with these divine gift books, even if disaster strikes in reality, they will be set on supplies. They declare it is just as expected of Boss Shadow, proclaiming that what he brought them is truly a treasure. Another character affirms that Boss Shadow never lets them down. One individual shouts excitedly, noticing a divine gift book Mecha made, and expresses a strong desire for it. A system message displays that they have lost 9,000 days of tradable lifespan and obtained Shanghai City's divine gift books, totaling 9 volumes. Shadow states that these 9 divine gift books are enough to cover his daily needs and notes that there is also an achievement in the Tower of Divine Authority that grants reputation, which he must acquire. Shadow declares that he wants to solo the highest difficulty, asking if it is allowed. The hooded figure questions him, stating that based on his earlier performance, he would not even clear the first stage, yet he dares to dream of the hardest. Shadow then inquires about the highest difficulty. The hooded figure explains there are 5 tiers, with tier 5 being the highest. He adds that the boss is still the gold-grade obsidian skull-splitting golem, but its stats increase by 500%. 2 shocked players react loudly, one exclaiming, 500%. The other wonders if their boss can truly avoid its attacks, reminding them they were already sweating dodging them just now. He further emphasizes that with 5 times the HP and defense, it will take an incredibly long time to kill, and they cannot afford a single mistake. The hooded figure then warns Shadow that if he dies during the challenge, his dropped lifespan will become the hooded figure's, asking if he is sure he wants to proceed. Shadow confidently replies that he is sure. The hooded figure enveloped in blue energy laughs, accepting the offer of lifespan. He comments that it is still early game, and Blue Star players are already this arrogant, believing Shadow is digging his own grave. The obsidian skull-splitting golem appears with 500% strength. Shadow observes that Wickley can buff his summoned creatures, noting that 500% is not even the cap. He recalls that when he killed Wickley, his summons were buffed up to 2000%. Shadow then decides it is time to test his new weapon as he prepares for a Venom Paffer throw attack. The Black Flames gift activates, instantly reducing the target's defense and all elemental resistances by 77%. The flaming figure roars as its form pulses with intense heat. Simultaneously, Boneblade's special effect is triggered, increasing Kane's speed by 100% for 5 seconds. Kane moves with lightning speed, appearing as a blur amidst the flames. He then delivers a powerful blow to the flaming figure. As the attack lands, Boneblade's special effect triggers once more. The flaming figure lets out a final roar of pain, and its entire form vanishes, indicating it is gone. His allies are astonished, exclaiming that Shadow has vanished again and questioning if his stealth cooldown is truly that short. They realize he is simply incredibly fast, appearing to have vanished due to his speed. Shadow's attack, Graceful Execution, is now active, applying a throat slash effect to his next attack. He unleashes instant Shadow Slash, hitting the muscular, golden figure multiple times for significant weak point damage, causing its defense and elemental resistances to drop by 64%. The narrator observes that this impressive damage is due to the Ancient God Tablet's buff, which boosts the stack limit of Black Flame's gift. Without this boost, instant Shadow Slash would only deal 18,000 damage per hit. His allies are utterly shocked, realizing he removed a third of the boss HP in a single move. One of them remarks that it is the first time he has clearly seen Shadow attack and notes that while it looks like instant Shadow Slash, the version he knows only has 3 hits. A mysterious hooded figure, glowing with blue energy, wonders how anyone can be this strong already given that Blue Star's God-forsaken game just launched, questioning the nature of such talent. Shadow's throat slash ability deals 20% of his attack's damage per second. He delivers more weak point attacks, inflicting immense damage and breaking the golden figure's arm, causing green liquid to splatter. A system message congratulates him on completing the achievement, Tower of Divine Authority, Tier 5 challenge, earning him 5 reputation. It also notes that this counts as clearing all previous 4 tiers, earning him an additional 1,244 reputation. Finally, another system message announces his achievement of the global first clear of Tower of Divine Authority, Solo Challenge, as Shadow floats triumphantly amidst golden light. A notification declares that players have earned varying amounts of reputation, totaling 75. It is then globally announced that player Qin Feng has cleared the highest difficulty, the Tower of Divine Authority. A man named Ethan with brown hair and a purple cloak wonders what the Tower of Divine Authority is, stating that he has never seen any tower-like structure in the city he is in. Others exclaim in disbelief that Shadow is ahead of all of them again. The hooded Shadow, frustrated, yells that it is fraud. Meanwhile, a floating hooded figure, whom we'll call the Ancient One, angrily says that the Blue Star people are too cunning. The Ancient One adds that if they had known, they would have charged 10,000 days of lifespan, or rather 100,000 days, per divine gift book. The Ancient One then shouts for everyone to get lost, to get out of here, and not to be seen again, preparing for an attack. Jian in armor exclaims in shock, asking what that NPC is doing, while Kyle, with spiky blonde hair, worries that they are screwed because the NPC is about to go all out. A burst of energy erupts, and Jian screams as he is struck. Cal also screams in pain as the energy hits him. Suddenly, Kale utters a confused as he finds himself outside. Jian asks if they are outside the Tower of Divine Authority, and Kale realizes they are not dead but were simply teleported out. A panicked Jax is reassured by Kane, who states that he told Jax not to panic, as NPCs cannot attack them. Jax declares that they have secured the goods, and it is time to conclude their task as he is logging off for dinner. Kane acknowledges this, thanking the boss for the experience and requesting to be called if another similar chance arises. The boss, Shadow, agrees, and Jax bids farewell to Shadow. Qin Feng decides to consume 106 years of his lifespan to purchase luxury furniture, living supplies, ingredients, and an all-purpose mechanical maid. The newly acquired mechanical maid Mina, who has pink hair and cat ears, greets Qin Feng, stating that she can handle everything in his household. Mina offers to serve him if he needs anything. Qin Feng, now relaxing on a lavish sofa, instructs her to clean the entire house and then prepare a feast. Mina acknowledges his command, confirming she is initiating a full house cleaning, and she is seen diligently scrubbing the floor. The scene then shifts to an aerial view of Shanghai City, a modern metropolis. Shadow arrives at the Ghost Academy, which is a platinum-grade hideout known for having the strongest barrier in all of Waxia. He consumes 2.74 years of tradable lifespan to create the guild Shadow and captures and registers this hideout under its name. Now, he also has a sanctuary in the Magic Capital ruins. This allows sanctuaries to teleport to each other, making travel between Magic Capital and Jianghai much more convenient. Shadow descends into the fairy depths of the ruins, observing that he has already reached the 3rd basement level, but has not seen a single monster. He deduces that someone strong must have been here before him. Suddenly, a group of 4 figures appears around him, and one of them declares that there is no escape for him now. Among the captors, Mina, a frightened girl, exclaims in despair. She then shouts at her captors, demanding they stay away from her, her face filled with terror. 4 figures stand on a rug, fairy landscape. A group of 3 menacing men faces Aaron. One of the men smirks, telling Aaron not to worry as they won't kill her just yet. Another man explains that Madame Dongfang ordered them to bring Aaron to her so her son can properly love her. A third man demands Aaron's real-world location, threatening to kill her repeatedly until her lifespan runs out. He adds a chilling warning: suicide won't help, as their Asura Hall guild is camping the respawn point. The man with spiky hair then proposes a deal to Aaron. He claims Aaron killed Madame Dongfang twice in-game, surely stealing a lot of her lifespan. He estimates she must have at least 30 years. He demands Aaron hand over 30 years of lifespan to them. He then suggests Aaron play with the 3 of them for a bit, promising to let her go afterward. Aaron, looking distressed, questions the meaning of play, asking what kind of play they are talking about. The men exchange lewd grins. Suddenly, Aaron is subjected to a violent impact. The man with spiky hair grins wider, making it clear what kind of play they mean. Aaron's eyes widen in horror and disgust. After a moment of thought, Aaron, tears in her eyes, makes a decision. She looks up, her expression now subtly alluring, and agrees, but only if they promise to let her go after they play. The man with spiky hair eagerly invites her to start with him, while another man interjects that he is next. Aaron looks down, appearing to accept her fate, but then her eyes snap open, filled with a fierce, determined glare. Lyra executes a venom dagger throw. She then follows up with a golden cauldron slam, delivering a powerful blow. Lyra pins the blue-haired man beneath her, and he tells her that she is not being obedient. The blue-haired man coughs. Lyra is now on the ground, injured, as the blonde-haired man warns her that this is her last chance and orders her to open her mouth. Lyra laughs grimly, then bids goodbye. Suddenly, a chained weapon extends, wrapping around the blue-haired man, startling him. Kane is suddenly bound by glowing chains, questioning their appearance as he struggles against them. The chains pull him downwards, engulfing him in a surge of dark energy. Observing from afar, Jace identifies them as chain blades and ponders what kind of class the girl who wields them possesses. The girl, Lyra, stomps the ground in fury. She commands her opponent to die, calling him filthy scum as her glowing chain blades of the underworld surge around her. Her face contorts in rage as she declares her intent to make Dongfang Yu wait. With burning eyes, Lyra proclaims that she will kill Dongfang Yu. Another powerful figure, Ghostshade, is introduced as the Blade of the Netherworld. Her class is also a unique hidden assassin path, just like Shadow's. Shadow recalls that in his previous life, Ghostshade ranked 10th among the world's top powerhouses. However, she tragically died after opposing the Chu family of the Demon City, which exposed her identity. She was surrounded and hunted from all sides, fighting thousands before succumbing to exhaustion. Shadow remembers how deeply everyone in his guild regretted her death. He expresses surprise at encountering her here. Ghostshade seems surprised by Shadow's presence. Shadow then thinks about her mentioning someone named Dongfang Yu and contemplates that he should have wiped out the entire Dongfang clan. Ghostshade scoffs, asking if Shadow has an accomplice. Shadow quickly denies her accusation. Kale commands Lyra to cut the crap and die as a glowing pink energy whip-like attack moves towards her. Kyle readies himself as the purple energy intensifies. Lyra then unleashes her attack, which is identified as Chains of the Netherworld. The purple energy chains wrap around Cal, restraining his lower body. Lyra exerts more force, her power manifesting as dark energy. Cal, now bound by white strips covered in symbols, states that he will play with Lyra a bit then. Lyra looks on in surprise as Cal remains unfazed, still wrapped in the mystical binds. Lyra swings her whip, attacking Cal from above. Lyra prepares for a shadow dive as dark energy swirls around her. A colossal shadow beast then manifests and lunges downwards. Cal stands amidst a fiery landscape, looking up at the approaching shadow. Shadow, a masked man with white hair, questions his opponent's attempt at stealth. He then uses Shadow Dive as a dark, tentacled form erupts from the cracked ground. Aaron cannot see Shadow despite her Blade of the Netherworld possessing level 4 anti-stealth detection, which bewilders her as she still cannot detect him. Aaron then realizes that the shadowy entity surrounding her is Shadow. Shadow reveals himself, stating he is right there, causing Aaron to look back in shock. Aaron curses, realizing that despite her own level 4 stealth, Shadow can still see her. She then unleashes Spectre Pursuit, channeling pink energy to form a powerful, glowing whip. Shadow calmly watches as the Spectre, forming a long whip, advances on him. Aaron prepares for her attack. Shadow remarks with surprise as the whip, adorned with glowing runes, approaches him. Shadow questions if the chains can track his position as glowing chains of light energy surround him. The woman with black hair declares that even if her eyes cannot see him, her weapon can. She holds out her hand, a glowing chain-like weapon wrapped around her arm, stating that once marked by Spectre Pursuit, there is no escape. The woman swings her weapon, creating a trail of purple energy that envelops Shadow. Shadow reflects that he did not expect this class to ignore stealth detection levels when tracking targets. He then remarks that it is not bad. The woman appears surprised, uttering a sound of confusion as the chains swirl around an empty space. Shadow reappears, stating that it is not great either. The woman cries out, now fully bound by the white chains. Shadow then asks Ghostshade if she can listen to him now. Shadow identifies himself, stating that he was not sent by Dongfeng Yu and would have already killed her if he intended to. Ghostshade, dangling upside down and still bound, pleads with Shadow, saying she believes him and asks to be put down. The masked figure asks a question, inquiring if Dongfeng Yu, whom the captive woman mentioned, is from the Dongfeng family in Jianghai City. The captive woman exclaims yes, her eyes wide with a shocked expression. She clarifies that Dongfeng Yu married into the Chu family, so her ties to the Dongfeng clan are no longer very deep. The masked figure realizes a fish slipped through his net as red energy surrounds him. He then concludes that Dongfeng Yu was not present when he destroyed the Dongfeng clan. The captive woman gasps, "What?" in utter shock, her eyes bulging. She then asks if he is the one who wiped out the Dongfeng clan. She excitedly declares that this is great as it means he and Dongfeng Yu are also enemies. She demands to be put down, stating that the enemy of her enemy is her friend and suggests they work together, while the masked figure holds her by a strip of cloth. Shadow declares that they will discuss working together later, first demanding to know why Aaron wants to kill Dongfeng Yu. Aaron, restrained on the ground, reveals her fervent desire to avenge the death of her loved ones. She states that before the godforsaken game descended, Dongfeng Yu killed her mother in a drunk driving accident. Aaron recounts how Dongfeng Yu got away with it, as the Chu family arranged for someone else to take the fall. Her father, unable to bear this injustice, found solid evidence to convict Dongfeng Yu. However, the next day his body was pulled out of the river. The official conclusion was a mental breakdown leading to suicide by drowning. Aaron sought justice from Dongfeng Yu but was severely beaten by the Chu family's security. In despair, Aaron nearly ended her own life. That is when the godforsaken game descended. The very first thing she did after entering the game, she begins to explain as a powerful aura emanates from her. The dark-haired character Lyra declares her initial intention was to kill Dongfeng Yu. She explains that in this game, one must completely drain a person's lifespan to truly kill them. Lyra continues, revealing that after reviving, Dongfeng Yu hired many people to hunt her down, and Shadow witnessed the subsequent events. With tears streaming down her face, Lyra begs Shadow, pleading for his help to kill Dongfeng Yu. Shadow remains silent for a moment before firmly refusing her request. Crying woman, Aaron, desperately pleads with Shadow, begging him to help her kill Dongfeng Yu. Shadow, his face partially obscured by a mask, firmly states that he refuses her request. Aaron reassures Shadow, stating she is not asking for free help and offers him anything she possesses. She tearfully promises to serve him like a beast of burden, offering all her earned lifespan, equipment, and skills. Her plea concludes as she asks for his help in killing Dongfeng Yu. Aaron declares that she will gladly obey even if he makes her his slave. Shadow looks on. Shadow refuses to help Aaron kill Dongfeng Yu, turning his back. He tells her that her revenge is something only she can end herself. He then offers to help her until that point. Shadow adds that how far she gets depends on her own fortune. Aaron questions his offer of help, looking surprised, and asks how he plans to help her. Shadow instructs her to join his guild and become one of his, and he will help her take her revenge. A system message appears indicating that Shadow invites her to join his guild, also named Shadow. Ghostshade realizes that Shadow's guild contains only him. She then questions if all she needs to do is join the guild. A system message confirms that Ghostshade has joined the guild. Another message indicates that Shadow has accepted Ghostshade's friend request. Shadow states that it looks like she agreed and that there is now only one thing she needs to do: class advancement. He tells her that how to achieve class advancement is for her to figure out, instructing her to come find him once she succeeds. Shadow warns Ghostshade that if she cannot even manage that, then she should give up on revenge. Ghost Shade kneels on the cracked ground, looking up at Shadow with determination as he delivers his challenge. Shadow observes that the blade of the netherworld holds boundless potential, noting that with just a bit of guidance, she will definitely go further. He considers that once she grows, she might even be useful to him. The scene is set in the deepest part of the Spectre Academy. Shadow encounters a floating figure, identified as Mutated Witch Stana, a level 15 platinum-grade opponent. He realizes that this is the Guardian of Spectre Academy. Stana then unleashes an attack, the Dark Knight Ring Blade, which lands a weak point hit for 26348 damage. Shadow notes that they are in Phase 1, where only one of the boss's 4 heads is active, and it is immune to physical damage. Therefore, he must rely on his slightly weaker elemental skills. Shadow appears ready, engaging with the Shadow Blade. He reveals that he uses the Pale Bone Blade for movement speed, and the Shadow Blade skill refunds cooldown on hit. Shadow unleashes a rapid barrage of Shadow Blade attacks. The attacks land as weak point hits, dealing significant damage to the multi-headed creature. With Shadow declares that this combination allows him to become a mobile Gatling gun. He then announces that it is Phase 2, and all 3 heads activate at once as the different colored heads of the creature ignite with intense energy. Stana begins to dance, launching indiscriminate area attacks. Red, blue, and green energy beams crisscross the area, striking their target. Multiple weak point hits are registered, showing damage numbers like 26318 and 18235. The onslaught continues, but the male character remains unfazed. He declares that they should end the disco here, extending his arm as a powerful explosion erupts. A system notification appears confirming that he has slain the Mutated Witch, Stana, and gained 50,000 experience points. He obtains the Platinum Key to Spectre Academy's hideout, and a system message appears, informing him that he is now eligible for class advancement. Shadow acknowledges this, declaring that he will advance. Immediately, another system message confirms his Shadow class has advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2. He receives class stat bonuses, seeing his strength increase from 9 to 27, agility from 24 to 72, and spirit from 15 to 45. His overall stats are displayed. He is level 15 with an untradeable lifespan of 45 and 10 years and 233 days. And a traded of 566 2 years. His strength increases from 29 to 147, constitution from 184 to 22, agility from 268 to 316, spirit from 10 to 131, and HP is 26 revealed, showing his physical attack at 535. Cooldown speed at damage reduction at 77. His physical defense is 330, providing a 24.8% physical damage reduction. He also has significant resistance as lightning resistance at 45.4% reduction, dark resistance at 304, 23.3% reduction, and ice and fire resistance is both at 278 to 1.7% reduction each. Shadow glows with a vibrant blue aura, surrounded by swirling energy as he receives a new class passive 4A when attacking while stealthed. He will no longer exit stealth, though stealth break attack still applies. Shadow realizes that his class attribute boosts are now tripled, and his attacks no longer break stealth. A shimmering golden key materializes in his hand as he completes his transformation into a Tier 2 Shadow. A few minutes ago, in the outer area of Spectre Academy, Eren confronts a group of opponents. She challenges them, asking if they dare to come back. Grant, scoffing, admits he was careless before, unaware that Eren possessed chain blades. Rorik, smirking, declares that this time he has brought everyone from the Asura Hall Guild, questioning where Eren will run now. A spearman charges forward, proclaiming that he will not hold back like last time. Eren reacts with surprise as the spearman initiates an earth slam. Eren then counters, performing a shadow dive. She throws a flare grenade, which explodes, causing an opponent to exclaim. The bald man Grunt attacks Mina, declaring that he will teach her a lesson. Mina lies injured on the ground, but defiantly pulls out a small green bottle, stating that there is no chance she will yield. She quickly consumes the contents of the bottle, grimacing in pain as the liquid takes effect. Rorik, observing, identifies it as suicide poison, explaining that using it cuts one's lifespan in half and returns them to the respawn point. He finds her action feisty and declares that he loves it so much. Mina cries out in agony as the poison affects her. A system message then appears, announcing that Platinum Shelter's Spectre Academy is now under the control of the Shadow Guild. A character with spiky orange hair and black facial markings grins, surrounded by other figures, one of whom has bandaged eyes. A barrier activates, declaring that all non-Shadow Guild members will be treated as intruders. Cleansing is now in progress as intense blue electricity surges around a figure on the ground. The cleansing process continues with powerful light and energy. Moments later, the cleansing is complete. Lyra, lying amidst glowing particles, looks up in confusion. She wonders if Spectre Academy is a shelter and if it belongs to their guild. Lyra then realizes that this means Shadow killed the Guardian and obtained the key in just a few minutes.